mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? When you step like a bull, step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? When you step like a bull, step for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? When you stand like a bull, stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? When you stand like a bull, stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? When you stand like a bull, stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? When you stand like a bull, stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
Join the debate, join the discussion, share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Fucking safe space. Let's go. We are live. DPA open mic. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 132. No King protest. Iran-Israeli war. Trump's military parade. A very crazy week, and yeah. So I wanted to do this yesterday, but then I was very tired, and then I got the military parade that I want to watch, and then it was a disappointing one, and but then I spent the whole day, on doing a lot of things, and there's Father's Day celebration, and I need to sleep again. So again I set alarm, so I woke up, so I don't have enough sleep. But anyway, so happy Father's Day for every father in the stream, And I'm gonna drop the link. I'll drop the link in the live chat of the DP Open Mic channel on Rumble and on uh, on Rumble and on YouTube. Yeah, so on YouTube. Then I'm going to drop it also into the DP Open Mic speaker lounges. So for the convenience of the regulars, and yeah, so hope you guys have a great week so far. Yeah, sorry to the Europeans. No, I'm in a no, I'm in a very normal sleeping hours in Singapore. So, yeah, so hi, long time no see.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Wyatt? How you been, bro?
Yeah, let me check your setting. Maybe okay. Yeah. So, what you think? So what is the biggest concern right now in the world? Is it the no king protest or the militia parade or the freaking stupid war between Iran and Israel?
I'm not gonna try and be facetious, bro. Obviously, we already know what that is. We know what's going down in the Middle East. That's gonna be the biggest concern right now in the world. At least if you're talking about the rest of the world. If you're talking about the United States, usually Americans we don't really give a shit about too much outside of what happens in our borders. If I'm being honest. So if we're talking about like on the world stage, yes, what matters is what's going down between Israel and Iran. But if we're talking about just from an American standpoint, it's a no King's Day protest. I went to the one in Philly, and it wasn't an issue at all. Actually, the one in Philly wasn't a problem. They were not violent whatsoever. They didn't have a problem there. Really, the only place, and I have a friend of mine actually. He's been on DPA beforehand. He went to the one in Detroit, and the one in Detroit wasn't an issue either. He dealt with some issues out there personally because he's against what the whole message was behind the No King's Day protest, but that's his own choice. But for the most part, though, you know, outside of LA, there really hasn't been a whole lot of violence surrounding the No King's Day protests. People who are Americans are going to have their own opinions behind it. They're going to agree with it or they're not, and that's up to them. It's very polarized here in the United States, which I'm sure you already know how politics here works or a good understanding. Um, but there are a lot of people who are either migrants or they are the children of migrants who are American citizens that are against the way things are being carried out. I don't blame them. Maybe you've heard some stories behind it, but there are reports of people who are in places like. Are you familiar with the hardware stores,
American
Home Depot,
politics.
Lowe's? No, I'm saying, are you familiar with those companies, Home Depot, Lowe's, those kind of companies? If you're not, it's
Yeah,
not a big deal. They're major hardware stores where
I have
migrants
that also.
tend to.
Home Depot. I think we
Oh,
have a few small ones in Singapore. Yeah,
oh, they do. Okay, okay. Well, uh, that ICE would go to places like that, and they would round up people who are migrants who are looking for work. Those are common areas. They'll go to restaurants or hospitality industry areas. They'll round them up. There are even some reports of migrants who will go to courthouses, so that way they can check in, so that way they can go through the process legally, and that they're getting rounded up because of that. And that's one of the sticking points why a lot of people are against the whole concept of ICE going around and rounding people up, and that's what's triggering a lot of the people who want to go out and engage in these No King's Day protests that like they did yesterday. It hasn't got to the extent of LA though. I don't think it will. God willing, it won't. But I'm also sure. Did you hear about what happened in Minnesota? In Minnesota,
the assassinations.
yes. So there was one
Yeah,
assassination
that's
of a
bad.
state representative and her husband. That was carried out. That was successful. And there was a second assassination attempt of the state senator of Minnesota. Now, he didn't die, but he's been in critical condition. I think he just got out of surgery yesterday, and he's in stable condition. And the gunman, I believe his name is Vance Luther Bolter. He's still at large, as far as we know, which is a concern because when they found his car was decked out to look just like a cop car. He had the whole getup. He had the long sleeve shirt like you see cops do. He had the vest, a taser, standard issue Beretta. He had the whole nine. So my concern personally is that you'll end up seeing copycats like this who will do it. But I also think that it's a psyop. Like, to me, it's too convenient for this guy to do this on No King's Day. It doesn't make any sense, in my opinion, that if you're on the left, if you're left leaning and you support immigration, why would you go out of your way to make your cause seem more violent than the optics have already been? Which is why I don't necessarily buy that this person. Actually, I don't even buy this person was a left leaning or right leaning constituent. I think this is a plant. I think this person is a plant. But that's my belief. Others can go against it. That's fine. But that's just my personal belief.
He's linked with Tim Balls, right? This guy, and I think the wife is also linked to Tim Balls.
I believe so. Are you referring to Vance Bolter?
The assassinate. I think that's the guy, right? The one that with the fake mask and everything. He's at last. I thought he was caught, so he's not. He's not caught yet.
No, he's not been caught yet. No, Vance Bolter is his name. They put out his picture. So earlier today, there was a report that came out that there was a road where they found the cowboy hat, because apparently, when the day of, there was surveillance footage of him that saw he was wearing a beige or a brown cowboy hat, and they found it on the road. Now, that doesn't mean that necessarily that he was taking that road. There's also speculation that he may have thrown the cowboy hat out as a red herring to try and throw them off his scent. But as of right now, he's not been caught. If he was caught, that would have been news already. That would have been huge news. But there's also speculation that he, himself,
or someone take him out. No.
But that's my point, though. Is if I want you to think about this. I want you to think about this real quick, Wyatt. If you are someone who's on the American left or the political left in America, and you support immigration, whether it be legal or illegal, and you want people to be in this country, you want to prevent them from being deported, why would you go out of your way to go and delete a representative and then attempt a senator and draw more negative attention towards that cause? That part doesn't make any sense, because you're drawing negative optics.
It could be that some of them are just overly, they're too deep into the ideology, and they felt like, no, this is the only way out, or they have to send a warning to the politicians. Because from the sense I got, some sense is that if they say that, some people say that this is the reason why the Democrats always vote in locksteps, because because if you don't, then this may happen to you, and it might be a warning shot to the rest of the Democrat politicians that, if you flip over or support the Republican side to vote anti-illegal immigration thing, then this might happen to you. And then this lady, is an example, and she was seemingly crying when she realized that she was the only Democrat that voted Republican, and the bill actually passed. Although without her vote, it was still passed. But she, it was very unusual. Like, she was like sobbing while she was talking to the press, and a lot of people linked that to like she already know the death threat or something, and then she stand by her position, and then she got assassinated. What do you think?
I believe it was 68 to 65 it passed, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was the Minnesota State Legislature had
by 3 votes. I think it was only by 3 votes. So,
yes,
but she's the only one the Democrat that voted yes on the bill.
Correct.
So I saw a bit on the story. So because I was trying to understand who the hell is she, and why is she assassinated?
Why? And I didn't even know who she was. And I live in this country. Yeah. I didn't even know who she was before.
And she seems like a nice person, because I saw some of I saw the interview and the things that she said. Mm-hmm. She seems like a decent Democrat that is moderate and not crazy, like not the AOC type, right? Talking nonsense. Like, she knows what she's talking about. She feels like she's answerable to the voters and something. So like she came out on the correct position, but then she realized that maybe she didn't realize that the politics is so sectarian to the point where like she realized that she's the only person that voted yes then in her party.
Well, the problem we have in this country now is, and I've noticed this not only in social media like YouTube or Facebook or what have you, whatever the major platforms, but if you just look at real life, is that if you are any type of centrist, you are loathed. you are loathed by both sides. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And I consider myself I consider myself center right. I always have, even though I did vote
Yeah,
for
me
Trump.
too. I'm
Yes,
center right too.
I consider myself that. But you are loathed now more than ever if you are a centrist, because this country, for some reason, and I've become politically active only in the past 10 years, is that people demand you not only take a side, but that you take a strong stance.
Yeah,
They demand you take a strong
it's not
stance
just
in this country.
America. It's actually global. If you look at the Ukraine-Russia war, that's what happened. No, you can't if even if you defend Russia a little bit or you criticize the Ukrainian military, simply saying the reality of what's happening with their military. No, then you see the NAFO people or the pro-Ukrainians, starting to call you, Russian troll, and they turn on their own people as well. If you see the, in the pro-Ukrainian space, they turn on their own people as well. Those that are more, logical or sensible, they just say, like they are frustrated with certain negative military progress in Ukraine. They got criticized by the pro-Ukrainians. That happened. Palestinian-Israeli issue, same thing. I cannot talk about Palestinian-Israeli topics without the comments full of people getting frustrated. Even they cannot stand a logical, practical, third person standpoint that is totally neutral. They cannot stand it. The pro-Palestinian cannot agree that Israel is defending itself, and then the although we don't have a lot of pro-Israel people in DPA, but the people who defend Israel or critical of the pro-Palestinian side or Hamas, like they totally believe that Hamas is no good. So there is this, and people just cannot agree to disagree, and this is a global phenomenon. It's not just United States, and I feel it every day. So
I'm
even trade
curious.
war, even the
I'm
trade war
curious
issue.
what causes so to become such a global phenomenon, though. Like,
Social
because
media.
I'm just saying I'm not that, perhaps because I'm not that old. I'm only 34, and I'm wondering, like, you've seen this polarization proliferate throughout the rest of the globe, and I guess I'm going to say over the past 20 years. So maybe you are right that it would be social media that would have done.
It's actually two main things. One is the death of the newspaper. The death of the newspaper. So news publications used to make money by selling the newspaper. So everybody will just buy a copy of the paper, 50 cents, 20 cents, or $1, 120. And this is one of the big income, the main income, and it's actually a lot of money. This happens in Singapore as well. The newspaper actually makes decent money or cover its costs at least, to hire all the journalists and reporters just by selling the papers, and then the profits come in from advertising. So they have no need to pander to any side, generally speaking. But then when the internet came and when news media start to go online and it's all free, they are all losing income. They are all dying. In Singapore, our main, I think, our main news TV news network is already nationalized because they can't survive. They can't survive, as a private enterprise. So, this is global. You can see situations same. So everybody is going for clickbait, and what happens about clickbaiting is that you have to double down. If you don't double down, then people don't click, and then you don't have the the viewership, the visitorship on your website. And as they double down, they start to go into this hole. You can see this happening in the pro-Ukrainian space, even on DPA. No, I cannot say anything pro-Ukrainian too much, and then people will start to dislike or unhappy. Same thing in the
It's
pro-Ukrainian
unfair.
space.
It's unfair. You've been labeled as pro-Russian. It's been very unfair. They've done
Because
well.
I'm
They've done
not.
it to. I understand. I've been following you since the start of the war, and it's very unfair. And Nick, I'm gonna give it to you just a second. I just wanted to say it's very unfair. You've been labeled that way because you're very objective, and it does tell you a lot, though, the way that the media has gone, that you can be objective and you can be labeled the other side.
If they
so easily.
compare with a real pro-Russian channel or person or a Twitter account, you will be able to see there's a difference between a pro-Russian and a neutral. The pro-Russian will say pro-Russia as their forces, as their troops. Same thing as the pro-Israeli ones. You see that they'll call the IDF their troops. They say that they are under attack. That is a pro position. The neutral position would never say this is my force. No, we are under attack. We win, we lose. No, Nika.
Yeah, just I want to participate in these discussions. It is true that there is new phenomena, but it's not like a new phenomena because it's a bit of human nature too. We are a tribal. Tribalism is embedded in our genes, in our mindsets. We tend to always choose a side. Always tend to prefer one side on another. This is a bit like embedded in our DNA, in our psychic. We always like want to join to a community, to a group. That's a bit normal. What's it's not normal if you are like well educated, well informed, well open-minded, and you have that's dogma. That's something else. That's stupidity, you know. But for normal people, I can understand it. You know what I mean? And we if we take each subject in separation, yes, you will have always people who choose right or left, this or that. But as a human being, for example, me, there is some subjects who I'm like definitely one side or against the other, but other conflicts or other subjects, I'm like more nuanced and more like in between. So you need to see it in that way because if we, for example, discuss Palestinian-Israeli conflict, of course I'm a Palestinian, but I can see if there's a mistake that happened. I see that I say that's a mistake. That's something wrong that happened. For Ukrainian, Russian, I'm neutral, but I see the Russian uh, point of view, and I'm sympathize with that point of view because of the facts, not because I am Russian or I prefer Russian over Ukrainian. You see, it depends on person on person. Maybe white too have like some things that he will like defend it or something. And another thing is what enhanced that tribalism is the woke mentality and the fact that some people they think they have always the right in their side, whatever they say, and the fact that they weaponize the words, the names, and you shouldn't say this, and you, it's the 10 or 15 last years like make that problem like even larger with the social media, you know, White.
Yeah, so the other thing is the speed of information and the accessibility of information. So in the past, if you don't read the newspaper, you don't know the hell is happening. And your your worldview is shaped by the media you read. So yeah, I saw in the comments people say that no newspaper were never impartial. I would say depends. The TV stations are can be very biased, especially in the United States. The newspaper is depends. So like CNN used to be a very respectable news outlet, like very like CNN was like the number one news network that the whole world looks to, and like it is the BBC of the America. Then after the news, the social media age came out, then they went to shit. But that's beside the point. But it's the speed of information because like if there is no internet, there's zero ways to know what the hell is happening in Gaza. For example, let's say we talk about Israel-Gaza situation, we will never see the horror that is happening at Gaza. If you go back to World War I, so why so many people is willing to die, in the trenches and in the no man's land and go on the 1 million people charge? That's because there's no media at all. Nobody know what the hell happens in the war, and everybody romanticize, what war is, what the military, what the soldiers does. So they very romantically marches off to war, then realize they are dying in the mud. So and as media develops, then you see what happens in Vietnam War. People cannot support a war that they see a lot of suffering, and Vietnam War is the first TV war. In World War II is a newspaper war, so people know what's happening in the very macro sense. But they when they read, because it's also partly propaganda, they find it motivated and they want to sign up for army or they're going to buy war bonds. But Vietnam War is totally flipped. All people see the reality of how war looks like. Because if there's TV and there's news reporter embedded in the front line, with TV, camera crews, in the Korean War will never fought to the current situation where North and South Korea is like divided, because Korean War is even more brutal than the Vietnam War. So today, but there's a good thing about the media, because there's media. Countries that want to stay at least by image positively, they will not bomb discriminately. So if you see, like, Israel is trying their best to protect their image. They try to minimize the civilian casualty, even though there is still civilian casualties. Okay, there is still civilian casualty. That's the reality. Syria. If you look at Syria, where the media is not covering the war, way more people. We are talking about multiple times more people die in a shorter period of time than what happened in Gaza, which is a very populated place, very concentrated, populated place. So that is the that's what I think. Any
Well,
opinion?
the image,
or
the,
Tika?
the image is, I don't think they care nowadays about the image. In the first days, yeah, but after that, I don't think they care anymore about their image, what they are
Oh,
doing,
I
what
think they care. The problem is the propaganda. They're losing the
it's
propaganda
not
war.
effective anymore.
Yeah, they lose to the
Maybe.
No,
Well,
because it's hard to imagine. Okay, what I would say is that the Hamas propaganda or the pro-Palestinian propaganda is very effective, because their message is simple, very easy to understand. Israelis' message is very difficult to
Well,
understand.
if you show a picture of someone who's under the rubble and dying,
Yeah,
is it a
exactly.
propaganda?
It's
Is it a
easy to
propaganda?
it's very
It's a
easy to
news.
understand.
It's factually, it's like
No, but the thing is,
news.
you do not know what
You
is heat.
understand?
Yeah, so the thing is, we do not know, because the thing is, what we saw is the rubbles. We saw people dying. We do not know what was hit, what was the target. Because if you
Yeah,
look
yeah,
at
yeah. We
for
are past
example, the
that degree,
Palestinian,
man.
no, I know.
We
I'm
passed
just
that
saying
degree.
example.
80% of the place is
No, for
devastated.
example, the Hamas leaders or the Hezbollah leader that was killed, right? If you don't say that there's a leader killed, and you just send a camera crew there, you send the reporters there, all they saw is the rubbles. They saw probably some dead civilians. That's the message. But the thing is, we know that the leaders died because even the organization said so. So then you expand it to the normal soldiers or the militants that that was targeted. You wouldn't know. You never know, because there are no bodies.
But
So
why
I'm just saying,
one
yeah.
thing, just for example, in Palestinian area, there is some media, but the amount of images that the people themselves were like producing is a very powerful way, because there is no agenda behind it. It's people who are picturing and showing their families and their relatives and what happened to them. It's not like a propaganda, like let's take this
No,
view
no,
and let's
no, no,
show
no,
this
not wrong.
picture. You
I
understand what
hundred
I mean?
percent. You're totally not wrong. I'm saying that's why I say the imagery is easy to sell. The pro-Palestinian position is so easy to sell. I can tell you, in World War II, if we have the same media that we have today in World War II, Nazi Germany would have won the war, because the Nazi Germany will say that, you see, when we go to war, when no, Jay, you are muted. When we go to war, okay, I think the Nazis say, when we go to war, no one dies. Very few people die, because they just overrun France, right? They just overrun Czechoslovakia. Very few dying. Very few civilians need to die. But then, when the Allies or the Soviets come, when they attack back, a lot of civilians die. The Americans sent B-29 bombers and just bomb the shit out of all the cities. Then a lot of civilians die. Then they will take all the videos, the photos of the dead civilians in the cities. What the hell is this Allies? They say they are the good guys, but they are bombing civilians. Nazi Germany would have won the PR war. And then and then back in the home countries, in the Allied countries, they will fail to sell the message to go to war with the Nazi Germany. So this is the reason. This is why I say it's easy to sell the message, from the pro-Palestinian position, because if that is valid in World War II, World War II will be a totally different war. Nazi Germany will have won the war.
I disagree with the premise only because if you're going to use the example of World War II, the United States would have very easily been able to hyper propagandize the attack on Pearl Harbor to further
Oh,
push
of
the
course.
American people to want to have to fight that war. I'm not going to split hairs because I understand.
they
I understand the
already
concept
did.
you're going with.
They already did. You see? They
That's what I'm
already
saying,
did.
and I understand the example you're using. I'm saying though, if you're going to use an example, then you could say, well, okay, well, those everyone could have. The Allies could have used every single attack. That the British could have used all of the V2 rocket attacks that were going on, or all the bombings that were going on to further propagandize their reasoning
Yeah,
for
yeah.
fighting
So that was
the
actually
Nazis.
used. So if you read the newspaper, so the newspaper those days talked about the V2, talk about the all these no missile attacks from Germany, but then they will never show you how they bomb the hell off the German cities. So that's the main thing. So but in the Japanese United States war in World War II is a bit different because United States is on the revenge mission. So the population would have been perfectly fine with all these yellow little monkeys, all got bombed. No, they are perfectly fine, but then in
Especially back
Germany's
then.
case, but in Germany's case, it's a bit different because if you look at how the war have progressed in the early stage, very very few people die. The real tragedy comes after they start to round people up, start to kill off all the Jews. They round it up. That was then the evil part. The war itself by the German forces was very effective. So and France was just happily collapsed. It's like, well, we are great. Then after that, they just surrender. It's very easily. I have no idea how they are able to surrender so quickly. So, but you can see how if you use today's standard of media, you apply on World War II, it will be a totally different thing.
I will go for now and say hi.
Yeah.
Maybe I will get later. I'll get back later. I know it will stay like 6-7 hours. So
Are you able to walk?
maybe,
No, I don't think it will be 6 7 hours because in the American timing, no, a lot the Americans want to go to sleep. Then after that, there's no more people because in Asia is work day. So, but are you gonna work and listen at the same time?
no, I can't. No,
I thought
I
you were gonna
can't.
put a earpiece all the way.
Oh no, even AP, no. It's not easy at all. We need to hear. It's not easy. No.
Okay.
So I wanted like to speak about what happened in Iran, Israel, but
Yeah, you can.
there is no time.
Yeah,
Well,
you later
well,
you can say.
yeah, maybe. But nothing to say. We all know that there's some damage happened to Iran. Not that the damage that was expected from Israel, because they thought they would have more damage than this.
Yeah,
And they didn't expect the quick recovery from Iran. And now it's like getting more and more like a bit of equilibrium between the two. But we will see what happened. But just one remark: the smell of Mossad's actions in Iran are the same smells of Ukraine's doing to Russia. The bombings, the drones. You can smell the same smell. So you need to know that Mossad is very active in what happened in Russian Ukrainian. The same tactics, the same strategies, ideas are used there too. Anyway, that's my idea about it. I cannot elaborate more, but it's you guys.
the the yeah, Diego. No, the Iran Israel thing is very interesting because if you look at the propaganda or the messaging coming from the anti-Iran side, it's very fascinating because they are talking about the Iranian leaders are running away. They are flying off and leaving the country. Um, the royalists, the one the royal the monarch, they were like very hyped right now. They are trying to motivate the Iranian people to overthrow their government. They are so the crown prince is like talking and trying to get people and they are like they seem pretty confident that they're gonna they're gonna be in Iran in 1 year's time. I'm not sure. It looks very weird. And if you look at the pro Israeli YouTubers, even the way they talk about it is like something is brewing very seriously in Iran. But that's the way how to explain it. And we cannot really feel it, from the outsider view. We are only like seeing from their narrative is like as if they have really planted some very serious seed inside of Iran. It's very very unusual. But in the imagery on the social media, all we saw is Israel getting bombarded heavily. Hi, Steve. There's no sound.
You're muted, bro.
There's,
You're muted. You're muted.
there's no sound. You check your mic, your mic setting.
You're muted, bro. I like the fact that his name is Noise Marine. I like that. I hope he's a 40K fan.
Noise Marine, but
He
there's
put
no
that down.
No, you
Yeah.
check your mic setting. I think it's the wrong mic.
Well, while he figures that out,
Yeah.
you know, I don't buy a whole lot of the propaganda going behind what's going on with Iran, only because if you've been active on Telegram and if you go to any of the myriad of channels that you can go through and looking at the people who are cheering or protest or I shouldn't say protesting, but they're having a show of force in public support of what the Iranian government is doing to strike back. I literally before your show, maybe 10 minutes before your show started, when you had the lobby going, I saw a video of a woman who was with a bunch of other people who were in Iran, in the streets of Tehran. I thought it was weird that she wasn't wearing a hijab. I'm not sure how that works out in downtown Tehran, but she's saying how she's like, why shouldn't we have these are translations, obviously. But she's saying how, well, why shouldn't we have an atomic bomb? For 400 years, we've been dealing with these people. We've been dealing with these people attacking us and trying to marginalize us. We want an atomic bomb. Let's bomb them. Let's do it. Let's get it over with. And I'm like, lady, come on. First off,
since when were they the 400 years?
But exactly, because if you're you know, as an American, there's only one group I hear complain about 400 years of something bad happening to them. But outside of that, I thought to myself, like, you know, if this is legit, it's like, if it is legit and if the translation isn't, you know, hasn't been doctored, it's showing you that, okay, well, the people of Iran, they not only want a nuclear weapon, but they want to use it. You know, they're tired of what's going on with Israel. And if the people are out there cheering on missiles being sent out into the sky to attack Israel, then their government isn't going to back down. In fact, there was a report that came out on Friday about how even after the attacks that had gone down, and this is Friday evening, even after the Israeli attacks that had gone down for the past 2 days, Iran still had about 2,000 ballistic missiles that they could utilize at any moment, and that those missiles likely were at least a mile under the ground, and that they're enrichment sites. So they had, if I'm not mistaken, they had 2 completed enrichment sites, and they were working on a third. And that those are at least several miles into the ground. Like, they haven't even been damaged because the IAEA didn't release a report, or they released a report that showed that there were no radiation level changes at all in the areas of Iran. There were 0 radiation level changes, which means that these attacks have really, yes, they've been a show of force, but they haven't done the objective that they were hoping to have done. They haven't completed that. And even if, let's say, for example, even if they did, and there was still some element left over of those enrichment sites, well, that means that at any point that they are able to get a working ICBM or the intermediate or the intermediate version of an ICBM, that means Iran has to use it the moment they can. The moment they have it available to them, they're going to have to use it, because that means they're going to lose it if they don't.
That's the perspective from the Israeli side. So the Israeli perspective is that Iran, ever since the revolution, the number one consistent message is that Israel cannot exist. That's the Islamic revolutionary Iran's message from the moment they took over power from the monarch. And this is also with the reason why they are arch enemies, because you literally have a country that reformed, and one of their core message is destruction of your country, even though they're so far away. Israel and Iran is like so far away. So that is the main problem Israel have with Iran, because if you look at Israel's enemies are all the same. They all have this one goal, always is to destroy Israel. Hamas, Hezbollah, now Iran.
Yeah, that's what they believe. That's what they say.
But that's literally what they shout. That's the messaging. So now the big problem for Israel right now is that Iran now have ballistic missiles, and not just normal ballistic missiles, hypersonic ones. And with these past years of bombing, like the current one and the previous one, the Iranian have tried with the saturation attack. They have proved that they can break through Israeli air defense, which is one of the world's best air defense. So that is one big problem. So now, if they are able to develop nuclear warhead, they can develop nuclear bomb and put it on the warhead, then Israel is gone. And Iran could very well just use it, because they can just use just one. They don't have to use a lot. They just use one to send a message, and that's the end of the war. Israel can't win.
I can show you this video, and I know Gabriel, you want to go next. I can show you this video I told you about, the Telegram video I have. It's not explicit. If you want to see for yourself, of the woman I told you
The girl
about, who
screaming.
mentioned
Yeah,
the 400 years.
I saw the one. The girl.
Oh, you did see it. Okay. Oh, you did see it. Okay. All right.
Without the hijab, and then she's just screaming
Which
about we want to.
I thought that was the only part I thought that was weird is, how are you in downtown Tehran and you don't have a hijab on? That's the weirdest part, in my opinion.
because it's not
that's
it's not
propaganda.
illegal.
That's propaganda.
Really?
Like this whole Iran is Islamic, extremist state. It's absolutely, like, I don't know. I've never seen images of Iran that look like Afghanistan, for example, that
That
look
is
like
not.
the Taliban rule.
It's a different type of
It-
Islam.
it's a normal society. It's like a civilized nation, for all intents and purposes. And the fact of, like, destroy Israel, death to Israel, and stuff like that, it's the same thing that you hear about Iran all the time. We have to destroy Iran, like Iran is the greatest threat. So it's both ways. It's not like Israel has a motive to hate Iran because Iran says death to Israel. Iran says death to Israel because they, like, feel threatened because of the constant expansionist and aggressive policies of not just Israel, but also the Americans, which are like the same thing as Israel, and also the British, which are also like the same thing as Israel. And that's what they mean by, like, the 400 years. It's like this constant aggression that they perceive from Europe, basically, to them. That's it's not that they've been 400 years fighting the Jews or Israel. It's like a continuum of aggressions, and it can go way back, like to the times of Alexander the Great. You could also make that argument, but anyway, the point is that you can see, like, in these issues of war, especially when it's like a long range sort of hybrid warfare, because you don't have the capacity to do a ground invasion. These things are measured by the population's morale, basically. You can have better technology, but, like, if the Vietnamese don't want to stop fighting, you're still going to lose. You may harm them a lot. The same thing with the North Koreans. They were destroyed, they were flattened completely, and they kept on fighting. So the morale of the population is what's going to dictate the winner, who prevails, to not say winner, whoever prevails. And so you can see, like, who's running to hide in the shelters, and calling out for help, and who's standing on the rooftops yelling death to our enemies. And that's a good sense of, like, so we hear a lot of bullshit from the Western media, okay, and we have proven that consistently. We've seen that with COVID, we've seen that with 9/11, we've seen that with the weapons of mass destruction. Like, we see it over and over. We're constantly seeing this, but somehow we still believe that, oh, Russia is about to collapse, oh, China is about to collapse, Iran is a theocratic, brutal dictatorship where, it's a narrative. You have to see through that to understand what's actually going on. Sorry, go on, Commander.
Oh, super chat by the Iranian Putin. He said that you don't need hijab in some part of Iran. So I would say that the one of the big mystery is, what is the real population sentiment in Iran? Because actually, we have to understand that most civilians, like a mass majority of civilians, actually have no control over politics. Like, just like, like Jay in the United States, you have no idea what the hell, like, how do you going to influence the US politics, right? You have this. How are you going to do it? Even in a small country like my country, we are only, like, two over 3, at most 3 million voters. How do I even influence these 3 million? It's extremely difficult. So in Iran's case, the revolution succeeded. So you have these new leaders. The normal people don't really have a say in it. So do they really like the current system? Do they not like? it's very hard to tell. Of course, they're gonna be supporters, but there's also gonna be people who don't like. Just like as successful as Singapore is, there is a hardcore 20-30% of the people that will always vote against the ruling government, no matter how good Singapore does. So
Hardcore opposition.
yeah, it's a normal thing. It's like a bell curve problem. There will always be this group of people that will always be against the regime. So the problem, that's why you see even in Iran, okay, you have the people like the girl who say that, well, we need atomic bomb, but then you also have the Iranians sitting on the rooftop eating popcorns, watching the Israeli bombings. Do you see that video? They have this massive bag of popcorns, and then they start to share it, and then they start to eat popcorn sitting in the rooftop and watching the fireworks in the sky in Tehran.
Did you see the video out of Beirut when they're in Lebanon and
Oh,
they
yeah,
have
yeah, the
epic
same thing.
saxophone guy? You have epic saxophone guy who's like playing while the missiles are going overhead.
Yeah, they are looking at the fireworks also, over Israel.
Bro, it
That was
blows
also
epic
funny.
saxophone guy out of Eurovision out the water, bro. Epic saxophone guy out of Eurovision has nothing on this dude in Beirut, man. Nothing.
But wait, is he lame and gay? Because if not, he's not gonna win in the Eurovision.
Yeah,
If he's not
Eurovision is not for normal people. Like we're too normal for them.
no, yeah. So this thing of the influence of the population on the government, that's universal. Like no one has too much say on what the government. No one has any say on what the government says. But it's a matter of bell curve. It's a matter of like what the preponderance is saying. What's the hype? Flatten the curve. When when the curve doesn't flatten, things have to happen. Because that is power ultimately. Where is the curve? And so if you can push the hype, if you ride on the hype and you expand it, like contagion, um, then you can influence like downstream from you. If you continue the wave, you have influence downstream from you. You broadcast your own support to the current thing, and that's what makes a change. And yeah, you can sort of do that right now with anything that is, in vogue to a certain extent. You can push what is in vogue, and you can utilize it for your own whatever is downstream from you. And that's usually how regime change are unleashed, and all sorts of political transformations, revolutions, all these things happen like that. And it's constantly happening on one thing or the other. So if the bell curve starts pushing in one direction, that is going to influence whatever that direction is. It's not the people who decide, it's whatever spontaneously combusts in the air. You can trigger that, or it can be triggered by something else. And so, yeah, sometimes these states of emergency, like what Iran is suffering, is like extreme dissatisfaction against the government, and that can lead to a Maidan, to a collapse of the regime. But sometimes it's like what's been happening in Russia, for example, that it's a rallying cry, and people circle the wagons. They know who the enemy is. You can have all your petty politics. There's a bunch of Russians that are like sort of loyalists, they call themselves, that they support the regime, but they're completely against Putin. Like they don't like Putin, they don't like his policies, they consider him a liberal, or they consider him kind of um, fascistic, whatever. There's all sorts of disagreements, but they know that Russia is under attack and that they have to support the government. And I've seen that in a bunch of Russians that feel that way. They can be either communists or Stalinists, or imperialists, Tsarists, whatever. But they know that no, right now Russia is under attack, and we need to support the government, because if not, we're cooked. The enemies are going to come, and they're worse than the government. They're going to come, and they're going to do to us what they did to Gaza. or they're going to do to us what they did to Syria, or they're going to do to us, what they did to Libya. And so you have to be really thick
Hello.
to see your petty grievances against your government and say, oh yeah, I prefer to be Gaza, or I prefer to be Libya. And so that's what's happening right now. And I think that's happening kind of across the board. And it's an interesting phenomenon. I'll expand on that further later. But hi,
Hi,
Captain.
Jojos.
So
Long time no see.
and hi, Jay, by the way. I hadn't seen you.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to bring this up real fast. I'm sure you guys may have seen the report earlier today, but how do you think this would escalate if Trump hadn't decided to veto the plan that the Israelis had to assassinate Khamenei? Because that report came out earlier today. I remember reading a Reuters article about that apparently the Israelis wanted to actually assassinate Ali Khamenei in the past couple of days, but Trump didn't want that to happen because no Americans had died in any of the attacks. And he was even quoted stating that saying that because no Americans had died, that wasn't even going to be a conversation. But if he did, I mean, I think that the situation would become even more nightmarish, because then you'd have Iran would end up overnight fracturing into several different factions if Khamenei was to have been assassinated over the course of
That
the
is the positive. That is a positive development.
Exactly.
The negative development is that Iran will unite together and go to war. They'll literally just declare war, and they'll use all their resources to go to fight Israel. So that will be a totally different thing.
But how long before they start fighting amongst themselves for control? Because someone's got to be the heir to the throne. Someone has to.
But they have the religious order, right, to do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Right, that Khamenei isn't the regime. The regime is the structure that supports him, and that happens with all the leaders, by the way. It's not the leader; it's the structure that supports them. And if that structure is organized and hasn't fallen under all the pressure that it's been under, then odds are, I believe, it's more likely that it's similar to with Russia. Like Putin is a restrainer; he's the moderate. And with Khamenei, it's similar. Khamenei is super moderate, and the same thing with the president. And so, if like my perception of what's the situation in Iran right now with the armed forces and all that is that if you get these leaders out of the way, then all the next generation is gonna be like, fuck yeah, now we can finally, bust the nut and go all out. There's probably a lot of hardliners, people who really want nukes, people who really want to bash, the bases of the U.S. in the area, and they're being restrained by the current order, which is, super tame, and it's constantly criticized for being too moderate and calm. And so the most likelihood is that the next in line is going to say, fuck that shit, Finally, I'm free to unleash the ultimate power, whatever it is they have. Go on, Commander.
I just asked ChatGPT how they choose their leader. So the process is very similar to how they choose a pope. So there's some form of democratic process. So which means that there is no point to killing the leader, the supreme leader, because if you kill him, then they will still just vote. They just gather all the religious leader and political leaders. They will just decide a new one. So it's just like if you assassinate the pope, there's no use. They will just appoint another new pope. So I don't think there's any point to it, and it just escalate for no reasons. I think Khamenei isn't a bad guy, from a general perspective. Like from a neutral perspective, when I look at him, like he's generally a nice guy. He's a religious leader. He's not a political leader per se, and he only say that they need to strike back. They never say they need to attack first. Iran very seldom attack first, but Iran always use covert means. That's the problem, and that's what the Americans' pressure on Iran was. What Trump's negotiation is to try to stop Iran from conducting all these covert operations. Trump, I think, if I'm not wrong, Trump's administration's message to Iran is that you don't have to do all these things. We can just do business and everybody can be fine. Israel is not a threat to you or whatnot. The problem is, generally
that's cap. That's cope.
No, because like I said, Israel's problem with Iran is because Iran's messaging is always to destroy Israel. That's the
You,
reason why they fight. If not, they're too far away to fight each other. There is no reason that they are supposed to be fighting. It's just the political messaging that caused them to be enemies. That's my opinion. If they don't, if you can see, how Israel is now friends with Egypt and Jordan and Saudi Arabia and whatnot. So it is not impossible. As long as the messaging is not to destroy Israel, Israel wouldn't have fight with them.
but
So that's
what
that. But that's
are
beside the
they
point.
friends or are they hostages?
Friends, I would say it's friends because okay. So I watched this YouTube channel called Real Life Law. They did a very very good video highlighting the how the Middle East is being drawn drawn by the British and whatnot, and how war will never stop in this region, in the Middle East region. So they went back into history from Ottoman Empire all the way up to modern day, and one of the interesting geopolitical observation that they say is that why the Iran is always a threat to the rest of the Middle East is because Iran have its own brand of ideology and government process, which is entirely no religion led. But the rest of the Middle East is all monarch, and that's the main problem, because Iran will want to export this revolution to the rest of the Middle East, and Saddam Hussein was taken out for very similar reasons, because Saddam Hussein has his own form of system. Is more like circular. So it's a bit of a antithesis to the Iranian one. Iranian
Yeah,
one is
it's
a
the rise of the dictators with like the Assads and the Saddam Husseins and Gaddafi. Like there's a period of revolutions, of nationalist revolutions, where they create like these dictators. The rise of these dictators, they're secular. They're like a presidente in a like a junta Latin American term, and they have these family legacies of, and they've mostly been taken out by now.
correct. So they don't support each other is because they are all different systems. The monarchs will support each other, will back each other up. Then you have the circular government in Iraq. That was during Saddam Hussein time, but led by this leader, which have its own style of ideology. Iran is a totally different one, but Iraq wasn't the big threat because Iran's threat is the bigger because they use religion as the means to bring people together to rule. So that's a bigger threat, to the monarch. Jojo's.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good.
loud and clear, sir.
Okay, great. So I agree with Wyatt, but it's something more deep when it comes to Iran, because Iran is an ancient civilization like China, like Greece, and why my disagreement is that any kind of regime in Iran doesn't matter. They just want to continue to be the big player in the Middle East. Now, of course, they have the religion, but the thing is that the conflict, the enemy of Iran, is not Israel; it's Arabs, and the real Arabs are the Saudis. In fact, the existence of Israel is vital for Iran, because think about it. If you have Iraq and you have Syria, that they supposed to be Arabs, but they are not, and Iran is trying to influence them as they did for thousands of years. Just a moment to complete my thoughts. So because Israel is tough with Palestinians, Iran, as a protector in the name of Islam, is projecting power, is projecting that they are the strong in the region. Don't go with Saudi Arabia, that they are sold to the West and to the Americans. We are the original. We are the native
The real deal.
superpower in the Middle East.
We're the real
And
Islam.
sorry.
No, yeah, that what Iran is saying is that we are the real sovereign Islamic nation. That the other ones are all subjects.
Mhm. Yes, but without Israel, uh, there will be no bullied Arabs, which means that Iran cannot project influence. So this is this relation is how to say
It helps them
kind
build
of
their covert
parasitic.
forces,
Codependent.
right? Because I
You're
think
trying to say that
it
Iran and Israel are codependent, that they need each other.
Exactly, but I think that the Netanyahu doesn't realize that for Iran it's a game. Iran is not going to destroy Israel. That's why they only retaliate. Like in the past, they never striked Israel. Why? It's because first they don't want trouble. Second, they don't care. The situation was absolutely fine with them. They had Syria. I guess they were trying to have Iraq and perhaps
Yemen.
perhaps without sanctions, and this is very important. Without sanctions, um, Iran will have become the strongest economy in the region, more strong than the Gulf nations. And being stronger means that the United Arabic Emirates and Qatar will be in their own sphere of influence.
Yeah.
And I think this is the whole game. But
Yeah,
Israel seem to be crazy right now. They don't understand the game.
yeah, I've heard that narrative a lot. And like to what Wyatt was saying earlier, that perspective from the West, like how Iran is always trying to expand and export its influence, and that's why it's a threat to the Arabs and to the Israelis. From the Iranian perspective, it's the opposite. You know, from the Iranians' perspective, uh, they were, having their building their nation after the Second World War, which was having being invaded by the British, being
Mhm.
invaded by Russia, etc. And they were trying to build their nation in a sort of secular democracy, and they got couped by a
By the West.
U.S. supported um, the king. I can't remember what his name was.
Reza
But anyway, huh?
Pahlavi, right? Reza
Something like this, yes.
Pahlavi
Uh,
and the
I'll,
dynasty.
I'll remember later. But the thing is that they get couped and they get this brutal dictatorship of this guy, which, because basically Iran was, when it was conquered by the British, it became like an oil extract point, and they they had a bad deal. Let's put it that way. They had a bad deal for their oil, and they wanted a better deal, and they started building a nation, and got some independence, and then the king is placed into power through a coup, and they get cooked again to a bad deal, instead of to Britain, to the United States, and so then the revolution uh, has a chance. That's when the people are um, fed up of the king, and they support the revolution, and so the revolution takes power. And since then, they've been in the crosshairs. They've been constantly under threat of overthrow by the massive power of the United States and its focus in the region. And so they need to expand their buffer zone. They need influence in their surroundings to avoid being encircled and strangled to death, like the U.S. has done with other nations. And so their fight against Israel isn't because they want to destroy Israel. They want to destroy Israel as you want to destroy your enemy, but it's not the existence of Israel per se or of the Arabs, but it's the level of threat that they're under and why they need these buffer zones to protect their sovereignty from this constant attack. And it's real. Like it's not a that's their narrative, but there's some reality to it that sort of justifies it, and that's why they can have preponderance. They can have the curve of the support of their population as to avoid up till now being overthrown under so much pressure. Which is pretty. It's not a secret. Like the United States is constantly talking about overthrowing Iran, and so is Israel. It's not like, and they've done much more aggressive things towards Iran than what Iran has ever done to them. So, like in the balance of the situation, the balanced judgment of the situation, there is a predominance of aggression against Iran that justifies, in the population's eyes, their level of support for the government. They see the danger. At least the majority of people, as to be able to not overthrow their government, which is what would happen if there was no support. And to this idea of Iran needing Israel, the same way that China needs the United States. There's once something exists, there's a balance of circumstance that allows for a status quo, and as long as you can survive in that status quo, it's better to keep it than to try to change it for making it better. If you try to change the status quo, you might make it better, but more likely that you'll make it worse. So status quos tend to have inertia. They need to maintain themselves. And the status quo has to go to hell really bad for people to actually decide, both in the leadership as in the population, to say, no, we're going to change the status quo.
You need to be
Or
super, super bad.
Yeah, or super propagandas, like what happened in Ukraine. Like in Ukraine wasn't super
The
bad.
thing
It was
is,
of making it better.
the thing is that Iran is much more secular than Americans and Westerns think. Perhaps it's more secular than Turkey. And geopolitically, Persia has been the Roman Empire of the Middle East. It's a very strong point in the region. So it's kind of thing with the Arabs and the Israelis. It's an experiment that it doesn't work. People are constantly dying. This is not a new situation.
No, I just find it weird because a lot of people always say Iran is a dictatorship, but it's not really a dictatorship, right?
No, it's
everyone is a dictator if they don't fit the Western standards. And let's remember that Pol Pot was supported by the United States. Isn't it crazy?
And China.
And China, yes, because of realism.
Just because of Vietnam.
Yes, but for China, it was the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But U.S. with this narrative about democracy, it doesn't persuade any sensible person.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, there's
The
still a
Khmer
lot of
Rouge is a
people.
totally different thing because there was like no because United States was fighting Vietnam. Vietnam won the war, so Pol Pot is next to Vietnam, so they support Pol Pot. Then for China's case, it's because USSR and China broke apart. So China backs Pol Pot, USSR backed Vietnam. So no, that was the divide. But yeah, it's super weird because I always hear they say Iran is dictatorship, but no, there's elections, there's president every 4 years. But there's a difference is because they are religious. There's a religious order to it, uh, on a separate scale, on a separate part of the system. Yeah,
Yeah, but think about
and
it.
you can't have democracy generally speaking for like a religious thing, right? There's always like a top leader. Just like
And
churches don't have a really,
Saudi Arabia is an absolute monarchy,
yeah, there's
Yeah,
one.
not constitutional, absolute monarchy.
and also Orban is a dictator, you know, and Bukele is a dictator. Trump is a dictator, you know. Trump wants to be king. So like
Speaking,
everyone that doesn't fit a narrative is a dictator. And you know,
of
the
course,
British monarchy isn't a monarchy. It's a you know liberal
it's a
Western value democracy.
no, it's democracy. It's democracy.
Yeah,
I studied in UK. I studied law and in constitutional law.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
say
They
that
totally
it's a
forgot
democracy,
like
a pure
ignore
democracy.
they
pure
ignore the
democracy.
monarch entirely.
Romania is a democracy. The democracy won in Romania, didn't you know?
Yeah, yeah. They have institutions. The separation of power work. It
Yeah,
works
and
perfectly.
you know, France is a model. It's a model democracy. Look,
hmm
you know, and that's the thing. So like this distinction between democracy and dictatorship, or you know, it's clearly propaganda, and we have to start seeing through it. You know, like
Speak.
it's I see a lot of people who like can recognize the propaganda on one thing, you know, like in us. I don't know. There's like a bunch of right wing Americans that are like, no, yeah, the media lies to us. They push a narrative. They disinformation, you know, and all that. But then when they say, oh, China is aggressive and wants to conquer the USA, and they're shipping us fentanyl, and you know, and it's their fault that we're collapsing socially and economically and politically, and they believe it, you know. It's like, and they believe that that Putin is a dictator. It's an evil, cruel dictator
Mhm.
that has the population hostage. He has a bunch of like, he can't have like, no democratic leader can have 80% of support. That's not democracy. Like, you have to have maximum 30%. If you have more than 30% of approval, then of course you're a dictator. You're forcing people. No, and if you do what the people want, if you actually do what you promised, then you're a populist, you're a demagogue, you know, and that's not democracy either. Democracy is when you do what the people don't want, but it's for their good. And you see all these things, you know, playing out.
Democracy is you don't get to elect what you want, you never get what you needed, and then you know that's democracy.
Yeah, exactly. When you don't get what you want, that's democracy. Because if you get what you want, then you have a populist demagogue that is
But
actually a tyrant.
by the
Yeah, that's
way, I have the video of the year. I have the video of the year. Speaking about United Kingdom, Hungary, and politicians, Liz Truss became an admirer of Orban and said that the freedom of speech in the United Kingdom is going to the lowest. Like who? Liz Truss, that is so responsible for the war in Ukraine.
Yeah,
Like
you
they,
sound like you live in Britain.
Liz Truss. Actually, Liz Truss she wasted the opportunity. If she had come into power that time when she became prime minister and decided not to support Ukraine, I think she would have stayed in power.
yes.
Because then she would have like a totally different
See,
path and say that, oh, we're going to focus on our homeland. We're not going to care
see,
about the other things. But no, she
see,
just want the pension.
she fall in the trap of satisfying the upper class of UK, which is play hardball with Russia. She had no
Oh,
arguments, just to be strong against Russia. That's why I
yeah.
don't know if you remember. She was not prime minister; she was foreign minister, and she was at the table with Lavrov. And Lavrov realized that she just pushed the button and saying what she had in her mind without thinking. And he said something like, "Do you agree that?" He mentioned one Russian oblast, that it's a part of Russia, and she said, "No, Britain will never accept it."
Crimea,
And she
probably.
became no, no, he didn't said
Inside of
Crimea. He
Russia.
said something like Belgorod. I don't remember. Yes, and she said Britain will never recognize and accept this. Like immediately, one of your advisors laid to her eye and say, "You know,
Yeah.
this is already part of us."
Do you believe that Moscow is a legitimate part of Russia? No, I never accept that
Yeah, it's
Moscow.
yeah, it's like kids, when kids became foolish and they want something specific.
But that's the scary thing, right? I think a lot of the leaders around the world like are literally like kindergarten kids. They don't really get
Mm,
the what's the implications of what the decision they make.
Yeah, so like I'm not saying that one should assume that the opposite of what the mainstream medias say is
mhm.
true, but that they like you have to use the reverse presumption of innocence. Okay, like you're lying until proven correct. You know,
Mm.
that's the attitude. You can't believe that.
That's the Ukraine is winning logic, right? Is it? Ukraine is
Yeah,
winning. Ukraine winning. Say long
yeah.
enough,
I
maybe that will
think
happen.
uh, the thing is that the Western politicians are very good students of the Austrian painter, because he said that great liars are also great magicians. And his propaganda minister also said that if you said a lie a lot of times, it becomes truth.
Mhm.
So they follow these two quotes, and it's enough for people in our times to believe them and to normalize any lunatic politics policies that they imply.
Well, that's
Which
very interesting. That's very interesting because we do see a lot of replication of the Austrian painter's legacy in the evolution of the West. You see all these leaders of, that um, 30s government of Germany occupying positions in NATO, writing
mm,
history for the West, for the United States. You
mm,
see them in their scientific and philosophical and policy planning, the whole Operation Paperclip, and so there was definitely a wealth of knowledge that was extracted, and
mhm,
that loot, that booty, was informing their further historical evolution. It influenced them. It transformed them into it, and that's why I sometimes say that Operation Paperclip made uh,
the scientists
the
of Nazi
national,
Germany,
yeah, the
they took
Operation
them, and
Paperclip made the National Socialists win the war because it infiltrated
mhm,
them into all the positions of influence in which they could continue their work. And so I see a lot of parallels, and I've been doing this comparison. Not like in the sense of everything I don't like is Nazis. Just seeing the evolution, the similarities between uh, the legacy of that period. Our current world is built on that period. We understand the world. The liberal democracy, all the Western world understands the world through the lens of that myth that
mhm.
created our whole idea of good and evil, and um, what should we do with our lives, what is good, what should we fight for. It's all based on that. It has nothing to do with what was before that. Before that, nobody cared about
You,
democracy. Go on.
I think that the Russians fall victim of their own narrative because their narrative was, of course, that they beat up the Nazis and they freed the German people and so on. But now it proved that it's so easy for Germans just to say that, oh, we are not Nazis, we are Democrats, and now you are almost a Nazi, you are a dictator. But if you think about it, in fact, the problem was not ideologically with National Socialism. It was the German extremists that served the Nazi regime and the army that they pushed for the atrocities and so on. So I might sound controversial, but it's just people that we have to blame and not the ideology itself, because even National Socialism, as the orthodoxy of the ideology, of course, it had a lot of racist elements. But what happened
So did the West. So did
hmm?
Britain. So did Britain. So did America. So did France.
But
All of
but
them
but
were
they
super.
but the thing is that they utilize Germany, and they just counter the narrative of Nazism. Because if you say that the German government, they are Nazis and now they are gearing up, you seem fool. Because come on, do you see any swastikas? Do you see any people in black uniforms? And this is what common people understand. They understand symbols, uniforms, things that they are very standardized, and they cannot get the essence. And the essence still remains. And the essence is Russophobia, is Islamophobia, it's
Supremacism.
all of
Supremacism.
this
It's supremacism.
supremacy that
It's
we
this
can only be the
complex
best.
of inferiority that you see it in Zionism. Conflict of inferiority that has to establish itself as the best. Like it can't see itself amongst equals, or even amongst competitors. It's like we feel so weak and so insecure that we have to believe that we are the best. Like which is super unrealistic. It's super unrealistic.
We
But
are
it's a belief.
we are the judges of who is democracy and who is not. I'm not saying that uh, democracies in the East and global South are perfect. They have problems with separation of power, of course. But who we are to judge them, to say you are a dictator, you are not, and so on. This is what you said about supremacy. That's it. And after all, why do you care about the political system of a foreign country?
Well,
Why?
the
Why?
reason, the real reason is power. The real reason is power, is economic
Exactly.
influence, capacity to extract. It's because in great power games, um, there's no win-win.
Mhm.
Okay, in great, every influence that you don't have is influence that someone else has.
Mhm.
And every influence that someone else has isn't. So it doesn't matter if it's not a zero sum game. Like let's say we have no scarcity of resources, and everyone can produce as much as they want because there's infinite energy.
Mhm.
Um, Whatever the amount of energy that we currently have, let's say we can produce the amount of energy of one sun because we're so powerful. We can produce one sun of energy, and tomorrow we'll produce two suns, and after tomorrow we'll produce three suns of energy. Okay, let's just say that. Even if we have that capacity of growth and surge of power, um, if that sun I have 50%, then I can rule. But if of that son I have just 30%, then I will be ruled. And so in great power politics, it's always a zero-sum game. It doesn't matter how much energy or power or influence or economics, you need a portion of the pie to have influence.
Mhm.
You can't just have a lot of pie. You need half of the pie, at least. I'm not saying that's the exact number. I'm just giving you an example.
Mhm.
Um,
I'll
and
slightly
so,
disagree with you. Well, continue, and I will disagree later.
no, please go on. That was my point.
Yes. So, in your point, in classical balance of power in Europe, you had to be first among equals in the great powers, but having the 50% is hegemony.
Hmm. No, yeah. That's why I say the percentage is just an example. It's not the. I'm
Mm.
not saying that's the actual percentage. I'm just using it
Mm.
as an example. But
Yes.
right now, we're not in the circumstance of the Westphalian Treaty, um, and we don't have a balance of power amongst equals. Right now, we have hegemony, and so
Mm.
the fight is for the 50%. It's like nominally. I'm not saying that's the
Mm.
actual percentage.
Mm.
Right now, the fight is because since we're coming from a hegemony, so the hegemony wants to preserve itself, it needs to maintain that preponderance, not to be one amongst equals, to be the one, you know? That's what we're fighting for right now. That's what's in stake because that's what was up to a couple of years ago, up to yesterday. That was the situation. There was a preponderance of strength. The Soviet Union had fallen. There was a unipolar hegemonic world. And so now the fight is for that hegemony. I'm not saying that it can't be any other way. I'm saying that that's the current situation. The United States
Mhm.
is fighting. And that's why uh, it might seem so irrational because it's not a balance of interest. So, like, oh, let's make deals and we'll have a win win and we'll all be okay. It's not like if you bow your head, you will have a good deal and it's all. That's not what's at stake here. That's not what, like, Trump says that because that's what you have to say. But what actually is going on is that the United States wants to keep everyone else down. They have to keep they can't let anyone be a threat to their preponderance. And so everything that's happening kind of doesn't make sense unless you understand it in that way. Go on, Wyatt.
Yeah, I think this is a very normal human sociology. Like, let's say we do business. We are doing business. Let's say we talk about business. You start a bread shop, okay, and then there's other bread shops around. You'll be fighting with them as well. And there is no reasons why you want to give them chances. Why you want to, like, okay, you're gonna talk to them and say, okay, let's share the pie, let's, like, we'll each take 10%, all 10 of us. No, you'll be like, you undercut them, you do better breads than them, you take their market share, and if you can destroy them, and some
You can
those
burn
that
their you
no,
can
don't say
burn their
burn. Let's say
bakery.
no violence. But what happened is in real life is that there are people who they can't compete on price or quality. Then they'll start to put fake reviews, negative reviews on Google Maps. Like, this kind of competition already happened in the lower level. Don't even talk about schools. In academic environments, you can see students sometimes also compete with each other for resources or for results. Sometimes the people don't know how to do something, and don't ask me. They cover their work. No,
For
you
your
do yourself.
rating.
Yeah,
It's not even for
because
resources, it's for your own rating. For who's at the
yeah,
top.
because it's a bell curve, right? So so if you extrapolate that into a country level, it's the same thing. There is no reason why anyone want to give for free. Like Trump say it very clearly. We they want fair deals. So if we're going to give you positive trade balance, then you have to give us something back in returns. If not, there's no reason why we need to feed you. We will just tariff your goods and just make it balanced to their own will. Of course, not only United States can do that because United States has the biggest market, but it's just an example how this power competition is always be the case. So that's why no, that's why I always say the key to peace is to have a balance of power, and every country must build its military to make it very costly to go to war, so that once war is using force, using violence to gain power is eliminated, that means that's not an option, then we can compete on fair grounds, like in economics, in trade, in innovation. So otherwise,
Yeah,
if you throw by
if the police is gonna take you to jail for burning the other bakery, then you
yeah,
have to compete in fair ground.
yeah.
But you have to have a
So
police. If not, you're gonna be burning each other's bakery down.
yeah, but in the country level it's quite bad because there's no such thing as a police for the whole world, and when there is, it's the United States, and the United States is like the corrupt police. It's a very corrupted police where you can actually pay them off, and then they will only protect certain bakeries, and then they will actually help you burn the other bakery for you. Jojo's.
Yeah. So what you are saying is absolutely right. It's the rationale of competition law in the markets, but in the markets also, although there are the authorities, they always say that even if we don't have the authorities, when you became dominant in the market, it means that later you will be lazy, you will not introduce new products, and your
Boy,
fall will come because you are not constantly in competition to make a new product with
you will become
someone
complacent.
else. Sorry?
You will become complacent, like Boeing.
Yeah. Well, and Apple, I will say.
Yeah,
Uh,
and
well,
Microsoft.
I think they will have the history of Nokia will repeat with Apple. But anyway, but the same rationale also applies to international relations, and the downfall of United States is coming, and Donald Trump is very aware of that, and that's why he acts like so awkwardly. United States
Sorry, do
have
you say aware or unaware?
they owe 30 trillions, and they have an annual trade deficit of 1 trillion, which is huge. And this is not going to be fixed. It's not going to be fixed.
Not in Trump's lifetime. Not in
I
Trump's
think
lifetime.
I don't think that it will fix at all. The
But
amount
if
is
it's not
huge.
Trump, if it's not Trump, Wyatt, then who will fix it?
No, no, no. I mean,
I
what
admire
I mean by
Trump
fix is
because
that
he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth, and he's trying, and it requires to be very brave to
you
solve
have to
this
be very drastic.
issue.
So I'm not saying that Trump cannot solve per se, but the huge deficit will not be able to reduce to a sensible level before Trump's death. That's what I mean. He will not be alive to see the deficit drop to a level where it's sensible, because there will definitely be a deficit forever. But it doesn't. It
I
shouldn't be this high.
in the best case scenario, it can make it half trillion. I don't
So
see anything better than this.
so from I have basically used AI to to check the discuss and check the numbers and research how it could work. So it is doable, but what United States need to do is to double its economy, reduce its government spending on the useless stuff. So you have to cut spending by maybe half. So and spending by half, increase the GDP
Trade.
by one time is doable, but that is difficult. So the trade balances on its own doesn't do much. So let's say the tariff, right? The earnings from the tariff actually doesn't do anything. It's too small in the scale of the whole debt. So it can't even enough. It's not even enough to pay the interest, the tariff.
The tariffs are just to give some
Yeah, it's just
momentum to
force the-
invest in the United States.
Correct.
For American
So that is
companies to
actually the-
invest in the United States.
Yeah, so that's actually more important because how do you going to double your revenue? You have to bring the economy back. So this is why the tariff is important. You have to force the economy to come back, build the next gen, the future tech. The money is not going to come from building making clothes or or making simple computers. They have to or calculators or toys. So the United States is not going to bring back this kind of trade. All this will be produced in India, maybe still in China, but the focus has to be the higher tech stuff. But the problem, of course, how they're going to build this economy is dependent on it's all together we do not know, because now there's robotics, there's AI. There's a case where you can have the companies and they doesn't hire anyone. So that is a different problem. But it is doable if all the Americans in the end can earn. I mean, general as a whole of the United States doubles its income, because now there's a lot of unemployment as well. So if all the unemployment get a job and everybody's income increase, no need to be by 100%, even by 70-80%. I think they will have a very strong tax base that will allow them to clear a lot of the debts, but it still takes many years to clear. So it's a very uphill battle for Trump, and you have to have a lot of things going right. So I'm not sure how they will play this thing.
Yeah,
right, because there's
fairness-
I
always
think
competition.
I think
fairness-
that
I would say that like the issue of reducing the deficit is that basically you have to take money away from a lot of people, because
Oh, you print.
there's a bunch of money that's being like summoned from the future in form of debt, so that America can like sell paper basically to the world in exchange for actual stuff and resources and labor, and that makes a lot of money for a lot of people, and people with a lot of money have a lot of power. And so to stop the deficit, you need to take that money / power away from all those people, and those people aren't going to like it. They're going to, hey, why are you taking away my money? And those people have a lot of money. Like all the money that the United States is wasting is going to people, and those people with that power that the United States is wasting in them are going to say, hey, why are you taking away my money? And they're going to try to stop him, like by any and all means necessary. And so it's a super uphill battle you need. And I think that the power of the president doesn't have the capacity to do that. And so you need a Napoleon. Like France was broke, and in the midst of civil war, their government fell, they were in chaos. And then this guy, Napoleon, comes in and he makes France the mightiest country in Europe. So that's the potential. Like imagine that on the level of the United States. Like imagine what Napoleon could do with the United States, with all that landmass and power and resources, if someone had the balls to get in there like Napoleon. But who is there? I can't see anyone in the horizon. Go on.
So that's why you're right. This is why because the debt now is funded by the world. They buy the bonds, right? So Trump, part of the Trump's deal, is that he's stopping wars, or at least he's trying to start new wars. So try, like Israel is the ones fighting, right? So to him it's not. So the thing is, the idea is that because the world is funding the United States, so if United States can behave in a way that doesn't look like they are wasting away the money, like what you say, then the world is more likely to support. The thing is, a lot of countries buy a lot of the US bonds, right? So they also cannot let United States decide to go so desperate that we just print money and pay off the debt, because then everybody lose money. So, and then the whole economic system will be destroyed. Everybody will lose. So it is also in every country's, most countries, not every country, but most countries' interest to help United States to get
survive.
things in order. Yeah, because most of the countries will suffer. Not all, but most of the country will suffer if United States collapses. JS.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the United States has been in this situation before. When you talk about economics, we had a debt to GDP ratio greater than what we have now during World War II, and what we did was we inflated away the debt, and that's what they'll do now. I don't want to get into all the nuances of it because unless you're really in. So basically, what will happen is the Federal Reserve will use. Well, there's a big argument going on right now between Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, and Donald Trump. Donald Trump wants to lower short-term interest rates. Jerome Powell doesn't want to do that because he's talking about inflation. But that's the plan. That's why there was the big beautiful bill where not only was there not any cuts, but the deficit actually increased, which will in turn increase the debt. So Trump's plan is, and it's not just him, it's Bessent, who's pretty much said this in not so many words in his interviews, the Treasury Secretary. The plan is for them to inflate away the debt. By that, I mean, they're going to lower short-term interest rates, right? Because the economy will slow down, stimulate growth, right? Then the Federal Reserve can use yield curve controls where they can buy the longer end of the curve. They can even change the rules in the Federal Reserve Act. And they've done this before. They've already amended that act in the 1970s. It was started in 1913, and they amended it in the 1970s. Their mandate is maximize unemployment and stable interest rates. Well, they could change it they could add one of their mandates to keep the government fully funded, and the Federal Reserve could directly buy bonds issued by the government. So all these people talking about the dollar's going to collapse, the dollar's going to collapse. Well, yeah, eventually the dollar will collapse someday, but probably not in anybody here's lifetime. And the sun will also explode one day. But I just wanted to. I'm not trying to be flippant. I'm just saying the dollar ain't going anywhere. It's more likely that.
You're factually correct. That's the thing. That's the funny part. You're factually correct. The sun will explode someday.
Yeah, it will. But my point is that I think the dollar in some ways, like if you notice, if you follow the Dixie, that's the basket of currencies that you measure the dollar against. The dollar has been going down on that, but that's a good thing for the U.S. dollar because it's helping them. It's a good thing when you have a debt because you get to pay it back in cheaper dollars, right? So all the other countries you owe to, right? So that's on purpose. Right now, Trump's never going to come out and say, I want a weaker dollar, because that doesn't sound good. And it's very un-Trumpian to say you want a weaker anything, right? Those Trump and weak just don't go together. You never say that. Yeah. But it's good for, I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
It's a dirty word.
Yeah, it's a dirty word for Trump. So basically that's what he's doing. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds here, but there's a ton of ways. This has happened before. This has literally happened before.
So this is what I just now said. United States can print the money and pay off the debt. This is basically what it means by printing money. So which is why the debt issue is not a massive problem as long as it's controllable and sustainable. And the more important thing is for the GDP to increase. The means as a country, the economy
by definition,
must go
inflation increases to GDP because.
But the problem isn't not paying the debt. The problem is that people don't buy debt because that's where the money comes from. So
then they will just print the debt.
That's what I was talking about. The Federal Reserve, right, could buy, and they've done this. They've done this. They bought the Federal Reserve is a quasi. Don't even get me started on the Federal Reserve. There's all sorts of crazy conspiracy theories, but it was created through an act of Congress, right? It's our U.S. central bank, and it has the authority, and they've changed its authority all the time. I mean, during the Great Financial Crisis in 2008, 2009, the Federal Reserve literally bought mortgages. And the private, I'm not talking about bonds. I mean, they bailed out, regular corporations. So you don't think they do that for the U.S. government? So come on, they just change the rules whenever they want to.
But I understand what you're saying, John. But I get the impression that it sounds like it might sound to an uninformed person that's like a sort of a continuous motion machine, a machine of continuous motion. And that circle jerk of the Federal Reserve buying the bonds that the government prints, that's fine and good to stabilize a crisis situation. But the bottom line, that's going to force you to produce the output of the resources you need to continue function. Because what's happening with the debt is basically the finance based on debt is that you are functioning on external resources that are flooding into your economy by printing the debt. And so when you start buying your own debt, it's a circle jerk. So what you're doing basically,
my point is, it's like buying its own debt. since they've been
It's
issuing
like
debt.
going full turkey on all the resources that are coming out from outside
Right, but
in terms of investment.
my point is that the Federal Reserve. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The,
Yeah.
the Federal Reserve has been buying U.S. debt since there was a Federal Reserve. So, you could argue it's buying its own debt, but the Federal Reserve is an institution until itself, and it's it's quasi, and I don't want to get into all that kind of nonsense. But the point is this has happened before, where the United States is engaged in yield curve control. During World War II, right? Where we're spending way more. We literally were in a depression. When the war broke out, the United States was still, when Germany attacked Poland and France, at least Poland, the United States was still in a depression. And yet we spent massive amounts of government money. And, we were building I don't know, people talk about like one destroyer a week or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah.
And
Through the land lease, basically, the United States is borrowing future money from the rest of Europe.
Yeah.
They basically
Well, so they pay back for
you
like
will
80
pay me
years
for the
or
next 100 years. No,
Yeah.
you'll pay me for the next.
and inflated dollars. But I mean, and just think about this. At the time the United States did this, when the war started, the United States was not the reserve currency, right? I mean, the United States didn't. I mean, it wasn't until 1944 during the Bretton Woods Agreement that the United States
It was the
became.
pound.
I'm sorry.
It was the pound.
Correct. It was a British pound, and yet the United States was able to have 125% of debt to GDP ratio back in 1940, when they weren't even the world's reserve currency. So they get away with. I mean, Japan right now is over 200% debt to GDP. So there's a million different tricks that the Treasury and the Federal Reserve can do before this, crap hits the can or hits the fan, whatever. And yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of wacky things that can happen. Also, you have to remember that the United States is tremendously resource rich, right? There's a tremendous amount of oil and natural gas and God knows what else in the ground in the United States that you're not allowed to touch, right? Because it's bad for the environment or
lithium and uranium and so on.
Uranium, right?
Yeah, that's why I was
There's
using
a
the
huge
example
lithium deposit bigger than the one in the Congo.
Yeah,
That's
Americans
why I
cannot
was
extract those oil. You extract the oil, the African children will die, for some unknown reason. So
No, but that's why I was using the example of France, of Napoleonic France, because the country was broke, it was breaking apart, it was in civil war, it was a disaster, completely wrecked, completely bankrupt, and this guy comes in and picks it all up together and starts doing a whole ton of shit, and taking over the world.
Well,
And so
when you become,
imagine that.
that's why Trump is the God Emperor. So that's the plan.
Imagine that at the level of
They're
the
trying to
US.
stop him, but it's not going to work. They had a no kings protest yesterday, but he's not going to be a king. They're correct. He's going to be the God Emperor.
Yeah, he's the emperor. Why they say no kings? I don't understand. He say no emperor, no protest will make more sense. No.
Yeah, but he's not just a measly king. A king is just like one country. Trump is emperor.
I think the golden mean for Trump was just to say to specific sectors like automotive that, in 2 years, you will get a tariff of 30%. Unless you sign a contract now that you build your factories in the United States. That's it.
Well,
They will run to build factories, or they will lose competition in
there's another
the
theory
United
that
States. And that's
Trump
it.
is he's an anti-globalist, right? And we kind of know this. This is before he was even in politics. Trump is what I think they're using the term a neo-mercantilist. So that's why he's butting heads with a lot of corporations, because they don't see themselves as American corporations. They're multinational. They just want to make the shit. They don't give a shit whether it's made in China, India, Vietnam, or Mexico. They just want to make it for the most shit for the best buck. That's not Trump's way of doing things. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to make stuff, bring it here, or to make people pay if you go overseas. He's saying if it's not a benefit to the United States people, let's be honest, Trump didn't become president because he wanted to become rich, like Obama did, or the Clintons or something. That wasn't his goal. He was already a billionaire, okay? And he's not long for this world. I mean, even though he's the God Emperor, he's not going to live forever. But he's, you can Google neo-mercantilism, and that'll do a better job of explaining it than I can.
I understand it. It's a protectionist, regulated free market. But sorry to burst your bubble, John. The last MAGA.
The last deal. John, the
last
last
MAGA,
steel.
the last steel MAGA.
I'm the
But
last MAGA
Trump,
left on Earth.
Trump is too old to be a Napoleon. Like Napoleon was a nobody, built through rigor.
You
That got into power. He was a real outsider. Like you need a man who's look at the story of Genghis Khan. Like you need a man who's been through real torment and tribulation
Trust me, Trump has
to
been through real
to
torment and tribulation. I mean,
to
how many presidents?
yeah.
How many
to
presidents have been
make
shot and then
to
won an
make a
election
great
after they've been shot?
to
This is
make a
true.
great man of history. You
He's the
need
only one.
like yeah,
How many
he
presidents
might
have
he
been
might
convicted?
sometimes
How
get
many
low.
presidents have been convicted of multiple felonies and then said "F you" to the world, and then won the election?
Yeah,
Believe me,
that's super
as far as
true.
presidents go, he's
That's
had
super
he's has a
true.
better resume than even like the father of our country, George Washington. Okay,
Yeah,
so
Washington rode into battle at least, so that's like a bit higher up the scale than getting a
No, the
piercing
problem is you
well,
can't.
in the
he
ear.
was never
In modern
shot.
war, you cannot go into battle. You go to battle, you die from FPV drones. So
Yeah, that's true.
he's not a
I
practical.
wouldn't put it. I
Yeah,
wouldn't put it
so
past Trump though. But
but that's an argument against the time's capacity to produce a great man because like back in the day, yeah, leaders could ride
I
into
think
battle.
Trump is a great man. I mean, he's a flawed man. So are all these other people that we deify. I mean, look at
No,
JFK.
I'm
We
not talking
deified him.
about
I mean, he was a drug addict and he fooled around on his wife and
I'm not
also
talking about perfect men. I'm talking
Hey,
about
that's Hunter
ruthless
Biden,
men.
right?
I'm talking about absolutely ruthless men that don't take no shit. And like for all the positives that you say about Trump, which I kind of agree with you, it's cute, compared to actual hardship and rigor, and his not giving a fuck is pretty cute compared to actually ruthless leaders. Like look how he kowtows to Netanyahu. That's not a great man attitude. Like he actually
That's
gently takes
propaganda, man.
away.
Kowtow to Netanyahu. That's what people want you to think. No, I
No, no,
think
no.
behind the scene, Netanyahu is begging
That's
Trump,
that's that's what that's
very
what is
hard.
portrayed. Like
Yeah.
that's his honor being portrayed on camera. I don't care if Netanyahu like
No,
blows him on behind the
but the thing
scenes.
is, you see, right? Trump actually have no qualms giving orders to kill off people, and he's already done it many times in the first term. He had
No,
killed off a
yeah.
lot of these leaders, including Soleimani. Who dared to touch him before that? No, he don't give a damn. He calculated that Iran don't dare to strike back, and he just killed off one of the top leaders in Iran.
Yeah, like,
I
if
think
he
that
could
is
do that, if he could do that to Netanyahu, then I would believe he's a strong man of history. But if not, then he's just punching down.
no
It's easy to be ruthless when you're punching down. To
well,
be a
I
great
don't.
man, you have to punch up.
I'm
You
not
have
really
to
arguing.
destroy those who would control you, not the ones that like.
why
Are,
you think Israel is controlling him? I don't think so. No.
no, I don't say. I'm not saying that Israel is controlling him. I'm saying that he bends the knee to someone else. That he's
Why
not
do
Well, I
you
taking
think
think he
so?
out.
does it strategically. I think he does it
Yeah,
strategically because he is not. I mean, we're just being flippant by calling him God Emperor. Although I
yeah,
think he
no,
fits
no.
the role better than. But the point is that the United States government, we supposedly have three co-equal branches of government, right? So there are limitations, and there are a lot of people in the federal government that are owned by Israel. I mean, like Lindsey Graham, obviously, right? Mitch McConnell. These guys, my personal belief is they're owned by Israel. And I mean, what is it like? 90% of uh, uh, senators and congressmen in the United States actually have an APEC delegate that's assigned to them or something like that. It's like
All of them
something
practically.
outrageous. So the president literally, he has to be careful here because he can get
No,
overruled
yeah,
by
I
Congress. So he
completely.
can't, and don't get me wrong, he's doing everything that he can to, like he's like executive orders. Like he's issued more executive orders in the first day than I think any other president has ever done. Now the courts keep fighting him on this and stuff like that, and he goes back and he will reissue another one and tweak it and stuff like that, and eventually these things will work their way up to the Supreme Court. And there's what is it? Sotomayor was born with like type 1 diabetes. I don't think she's long for this world. So he'll get to appoint another Supreme Court justice who's going to be very MAGA-ish, and there'll be no way to block it. So I think all this stuff is going to be resolved in the Supreme Court. But I think that I think it's an oversimplification, cartoonish way to really view Trump as like Netanyahu's puppet. I really don't see
No,
that.
I know. I'm being hyperbolic, and I don't expect. I know the constraints. Like, imagine if you have this alleged extortion ring over the entire and the APAC influence over the entire U.S. political system. Then you're talking about the most powerful mafia in the world. Like, who can sort of bitch slap into submission the U.S. government political system? It has to be a super powerful mafia, so it's not a small thing to go against them. So I'm not saying that it's not the case. I'm saying it's unlikely because of his age. You know, like, you need a person with more vitality to do that.
Right.
But
Well, that's why he had a son named Barron. You think that was an accident? That was part of the fucking plan, dude. It was part of the plan. Barron is going to be emperor, please. But when that guy's 35, he's going to be the guy's 6'6" or some shit like that. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's born to be God.
Yeah, he's
emperor.
born for politics. Man.
It's just like, the Dune universe, right? The Dune universe, the Paul Atreides, right, is not the one. The one is actually his son. So no, he came and set the foundation, but the son was the one that became the God. Yeah, the real Messiah. And he became a worm. He actually is the one that bring humanity out of this cycle of destruction. So by
into
killing
a
off a lot of
great
people,
cycle of destruction.
yeah, it was a few thousand years of oppression until the point where everybody just had enough of the system and get out. So, but no, just now I wanted to come in to talk about the back onto the economy thing. Is that I'm not entirely sure how the numbers works, but for, let's say, for every dollar that of the trade, the negative, what is it, trade deficit. Every dollar of trade deficit that is removed from this trade unbalance, I think it brings $1 back, right? Let's say you build certain things back in the United States, but there is not going to be
the way they measure GDP, right? Because it's exports.
Yeah, but the GDP, there is a lot more things, right? It's not just $1, So it's actually, it might be times 10. It could be a $10 difference to the GDP. So 1 trillion, let's say you balance the entire trade balance, so back to zero, totally balanced trade. 1 trillion could mean $10 trillion in GDP in United States. Because of when you build, then the workers earn the salary, they eat, they buy things, they sell things, everything is within the economy, and it multiplies. So the GDP might be 10 times of that unbalance. So which is why I'm not entirely sure how the number will work. I don't even think the economists actually would know, because we know it's very hard to track how the money flows. But if it's even 3 times, 4 times, that's a lot of money, and that translates to a lot of tax dollars. All this will help to pay off the debt. So
yeah, and there's other things that the Federal Reserve can do to force banks to, like, because that's how money is created in the United States, right? Banks lend it out, right? So instead of like the Federal Reserve could or the Treasury could issue make the law saying that bank, like lending institutions like banks, are not allowed to park their money in treasuries. They have to lend them out. So that by definition would stimulate the economy and you'd have massive growth. So there's all sorts of tricks that they can do, and they haven't even begin to pull the rabbit out of the hat. There's a million other things that they can do.
Yeah.
But it's super interesting, because why wouldn't they do it? Like, why would they, like, if that's the case, like, if the deficit, why would then why would they like export all of their industrial capacity? Why would they?
Because it's not decided by the government.
Exteriorize all of those costs, and what I speculate about that is that it's this zero-sum game in which if your population has too much purchasing power, then they have too much leverage over you, and so you gain more power by taking power away from them, even if that reduces your overall power as a nation.
So because I think it's mainly a difference in terms of the priorities. The corporations earn lesser money if they build in the United States. So to maximize their own personal profit, they just bring out. So they get more profit, But then the country actually loses more than just that sum of profit difference. It's actually multiple times because of the GDP. The way how you pay the workers need to spend to eat, to buy, to rent, and then
Yeah, but
then
you need
the
a
renters will
government
earn money.
to approve that. The corporations can't do that on their own. They need the government to approve that.
Right, but that's
They
like,
need-
for example, why they lobbyists were invented, right? It's for corporations to, like, legislation in the United States is literally written by lobbyists. I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, it is written by lobbyists. They give it to a congressperson that introduces the bill. They'll say that they wrote it, but the actual verbiage was written by a bunch of lobbyists and lawyers, and they give
yeah,
it.
and that's
They say pass.
preposterous.
I'm sorry.
That's preposterous. But that's the power of money.
That's
Also,
the way it works. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's-
one thing is
it's
to
worked
think-
like that. It's worked like that for I don't know, for 100 years.
Yeah, USA
Yeah,
is
but-
corrupted in that way. So we have to get used to it.
and that's what I find interesting about
Come to
China.
the
Like
bottom.
a lot of people,
Hate the game, not the player, motherfucker. I'm sorry.
a lot of people have a lot of hopes put in China, and I don't. Like I don't see it as a hopeful scenario.
Where's Drew?
But-
Where's Drew? He'll tell.
But what I do
The
see that
lobby
is a
system
positive
become
that is
unsustainable.
interesting. What I do see that is interesting in what China is doing is that it's a case study of a government that is taking control over its financial sector. Now I don't know if it's going to work out or not, but I think that's a super interesting phenomena in this day and age, in this period of history. Like if China proves that it can rein down its financial sector and its oligarchs, then that would be a super interesting example for the world.
It will not. The next few years you will
No,
see.
you see,
Within the
China
next
is
2-3
different.
years, you will see very clearly how China
China
is
and the US have different
shrinking.
systems. China is based on the state capitalism, which all the strategic corporations.
Can you boost his
own.
volume? I'm having trouble hearing him. Is anyone else having trouble hearing him?
Sounds
I
kind of
boosted-
cutty.
boosted. I boosted. Again,
Okay.
average.
No, China and US is very different on the very different systems. For China is based on the state
Oh,
all
we lost him.
strategics.
We're losing you. I can hear you cutting.
All the,
Or is it me?
I get out and get back in again. Everybody can hear?
Yeah, but you were cutting out. I missed what you said.
Oh, okay, I get it back. China and United States have very different system. China is based on state capitalism. All the strategic cooperation is government's own. So governments call a shot for these strategic part of things that no where discipline undermine the policy making. That's why they get the things passed. That's how they work on it. But you have to know that like United States, the big corporations, the bottom line is that for their self-interest and profits, that's why they influence agendas to governments. While China does not allow the corporation undermine the government's narrative. That's the difference on that. So if the government control all the corporations over there, so they can implement a policy a lot more smoother and safe. So that's the things I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, from what I heard most of what you said. I think I agree with that. There is a distinction there, but at the same time, that I believe that China has a lot of economic problems,
Because
and it's
all the corporations in the United States have their own agendas. Even Apple's narrative is way different from Google's. Rest of the tech companies all have their own different agendas, but they don't really fight together the same goal. That's how the US is lagging behind on that.
you mean to the goal being to maximize profit. Yes.
Yeah, so
I'm
so
saying that the
from
goal isn't to maximize profit, apparently, because if it were so, then we would see the same scenario unfold. Than
In the United States, the corporations, their goal. I think what
Oh, yeah.
what the average dude said. I mean, his connection is not that. Maybe it's me, but I think what he was saying, the difference between what China always makes sure that it's the best interest of the party is they never allow a corporation to put their interest above the interest of the party. I think that's what the average dude was saying. Unlike in the United States, where corporations put profit above all else, and they don't see themselves as America first. It's profit first. I think that's the difference.
Yeah. So
I don't know.
for like all communist parties around the world, the number one priority for a communist party is always survival. So they must always protect their own survival. So in China's case, it's the same thing. They're just protecting themselves. They need to make sure that they continue to be the dominant political power and force, have absolute control over the country. So any potential threat they will have to eliminate. For example, big tech became a very big thing over the past 10, 15 years in China, like Alibaba, and then after that you have Tencent and everything. So what Xi Jinping, after he came to power around 5 years ago, if I'm not wrong, or somewhat, he basically enacted guidance or laws, basically weaken all of these big tech billionaires. So because the most dangerous people are these people, because these are progressive people. If you cannot be a conservative people and be in tech, quite difficult. No, these are all very big tech people. They're all very visionary. They have a lot of influence. They're very famous. They're popular. So this is why everyone is suppressed. So that's what he do. Like even Jack Ma, who would give up your stake of your own baby? But he gave it up. So Jack Ma gave up, I think, most of his stake, if not everything. I'm not sure. So he gave up almost everything and basically handed over to unknown people, which is impossible in the outside world, right? In the non-China world, how can you give up this massive? For example, you are owner of Google and then you give up everything to some stranger, we don't even know who is it. It's impossible to happen overseas, but that's happening in China. So because they need to retain power, they need Alibaba is a bit dangerous because Alibaba have Alipay, they have Taobao, they have a few, but particularly Alipay was trying to become a bank, and had they become a bank, they would have destroyed all the Chinese banks, because nobody will use banks anymore. No, everybody will just use Alipay, and that is the power that Jack Ma potentially had, and then they have to take over control. They cannot let any other civilians to become to control the whole financial system. So, but that's China.
But
So
the same thing happened. The same thing happened with Bitcoin in the U.S. So like no state can let private power take over their economic their transaction system, and
yeah, but
like there is a private power that is in charge. You can see the case of the Federal Reserve or the central banks and so on and so forth. But the difference is that those are established powers, and so it's like the same. It's interchangeable with the party, like talking about the uniparty, right? The establishment, the permanent government,
Right.
and so their idea is their priority is also to survive, and one could also argue from their point of view and also from another that the party is the state, like in the sense of the uniparty of the establishment. That's a state, and when they protect their survival, they should at least nominally or in theory they should be protecting the territory, the state, the
in
nation.
theory,
In
in
theory,
theory.
yeah, that doesn't work in that way. I personally don't believe that's how corporations function in the United States. That way, they see themselves as citizens of the world type of stuff for the most part. These multi-billionaires, I'm talking about the the Zuckerbergs and the Bill Gates type. Like they don't give a shit about the United States. They see themselves as above all that. Like we're citizens of the world and we're gonna geoengineer the planet and all this kind of nonsense. But
Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah,
save humankind.
Theoretically, they are not funded by the state, unlike China.
I guess what I'm
So
trying to
that's
say.
the difference.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that it might be the case, in theory, that like the dictatorship of the party of the national party, of whatever the government is better, like for the population, than the dictatorship of the private corporation, because the government might have a better investment in the well-being of the nation than the private corporation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, I don't think
I
anyone's
think for
arguing with
sure
that. But
that's the case.
before I forget, I just want to say about Bitcoin. One of the reasons that the Trump administration and probably subsequent administrations will embrace Bitcoin is because of stable coins. Because you know where stable coins put their money? U.S. Treasuries.
So going back
I
to
wanted to say something about China, and I think Wyatt, you can confirm this, but in traditional Chinese political philosophy, the decline of the state is a part of the endless cycle. That you have the collapse of China to warring states, and then a rightful king comes up, unites China. There is prosperity,
The
and
mandate of heaven.
prosperity. Yes, exactly. And I think that the Chinese Communist Party is very aware of this, and they just try to how to say, prevent the cycle from completing again. And that's why they are so strict on everything and very competitive.
so in the Chinese collective Chinese perception of how what China is or how government in China is supposed to work is that every time the dynasty collapse is war, is suffering, and it's civil war, and it's hundreds of thousands to millions of people dying. That's the China thing. So in Chinese perception, like we don't apply this on other countries. It's only like really on China, like that. The collapse of the dynasty is always a very very bad thing. And if you look through the Chinese history, they don't really have real democracy, ever. Not even the Sun Zhongshan, Sun Yat-sen. No, he successfully overthrew the Qing Empire, set up the nationalists. Immediately they fall into warlords, and fractured into like a semi-civil wars-ish situation where corruption reigns. Which is why if you look at Chinese communist China's movies about that period of time, it's always the nationalists being fucking corrupt, and they're oppressing the people, which is all true. Which is all true. So in the Chinese psyche, they never have peaceful transitions, almost never. There's always massive wars, and maybe because it's a very huge country, a lot of people want to be emperor. So you can secure one province, you can't secure the whole of China. Then there will be new warlords that have the same ambition as you, and then you go to the civil war. So in that case, in that sense, as a national macro level, it's true that no one wants a collapse of the system. But then from a communist party standpoint, it's also slightly different, because ultimately, they are just people who want power and influence and wealth and money and women. So they are still protecting their own interests. And that
Who
also
doesn't want that?
So some of the rumors out there is that some of these communist leaders within the system might be working with the Americans, or because of what's happening in China right now.
Communists
because
in
Xi Jinping
America
is-
won't work.
Well, let
They
me
culturally
finish
break
now.
up. It doesn't work.
Because Xi Jinping now is overwhelmingly powerful, he gathered all the power around him, and then he has led the country to a path where now they are in a deflation. They're starting to go into a deflationary spiral. The economy is not working. Foreign investment is all withdrawing. The corporations, even Chinese corporations, are offshoring. They're moving out of
No,
China.
not really.
You will see the Malaysian economy is growing. You're going to discover why is it growing. So that's the main
Not
picture.
really
So
growing.
the party leaders, a lot of the leaders might be working, but this is propaganda. I'm not sure if it's real or not. To try to facilitate some kind of transition someday. That is the best case scenario, but the worst case scenario is that. But so far,
Not
that's
really.
the most likely is that they will just graciously let him step down, which is also seemingly the main narrative right now, that this year we might see Xi Jinping step down, and then they're going to have like a totally new leader coming up, and maybe this new leader will be more embracing of the no, the capitalistic values, or no, or they'll go back to the old ways where they are more patient and less aggressive. But hard to say because China is China. Internal politics is very complicated.
Yeah. Also, you got to take in
Uh,
the personality of Xi. I don't see him as the kind of guy that would just step down.
no, it's not going to step down. If you listen to Gordon Chang's narrative, yeah, you have listened a lot of fantasies on it. No, it's not going to step down. You see, next
Well,
month.
yeah, he's been calling for the collapse of China for 30 years. So yeah.
Yeah, his book's still selling for some people. You see, next month will have a EU and China summit to meet all the leaders and the corporations together to counter the ripple effects of a tariff war. Secondly, September's 3rd will be a victory days for China. There'll be a huge military parade. So
A real military parade.
the military parade for victory for the end of World War II for the China. That will have a lot of world leaders coming by. Then the Queen size. Then we have a lot of multiple for indoor meetings and exchange over here, especially Putin over here. Then see how it goes. See the wars develop between the Israel's and America's part and this Iran. But I can see Iranian over here. I think it's more on the internal infighting causing this Israel to strike it. If you think that CIA has a capability to gather intelligence, not just that, CIA intelligence is part of the things that causing the attack and kill off all those top leaders of Iranian. It's basically internal power struggles.
That's very interesting.
Yes,
that's very interesting.
Iranian is very fractured. It's not as unified as you will be seen. Iranian itself had divided into at least about four groups of people. The mullah groups, the secularists being purged by Khomeini regime, and the late descendants of Khomeini House and IRGC. These four groups is an internal power struggles to get on top of it because the top leaders of the supreme leaders is they're not going to live long. He's very old right now. So who's going to get on top is right now it's a struggle on it. And Israel's caught this opportunity and so on. They want to have a concern for nuclear weapons concerns. Then he caught this window of opportunity to strike this time. That's how I see it. And as you know that IRGC groups is also eager to go to the top post because IRGC is not just a military division, it's some kind of multi-corporation conglomerates together on top of with the military outfit. So then he's the most powerful on it. The one who descendants, the one who dissatisfied and as a point of opposition in the Iranian group is the secularists. The secularists in the old time, in the 1979 revolution, it was the left oppositions who helped Khomeini put into power. But Khomeini itself getting greedy and power hungry. They purged the left out of the governments and they wiped clean away. Now the leftover, the secularists are right-leaning. The right-leaning secularists is friendly to Israel and United States. This right-wing secularist is based on the king. What's the king of the name of the late?
Oh, I can't remember him. I was trying to remember earlier.
Reza Pahlavi.
Okay, Reza Pahlavi. That's the remnants of that. Yeah, that's Shah. That's the remnants of that secularists working underground with the Israeli Mossad intelligence to give a strike coordinates of all these leaders being wiped off. How come these Iranians has a very lousy intelligence, lot of intelligence breach that kill off many of the scientists and leaders over here? That's because these people are supplying intelligence to them, to CIA and Mossad.
Yeah, it also seems so like I also thought about that, and I mentioned earlier that the removal of a certain generation of leaders opens the path for the next generation, like for the ones that are next in line. So it is sort of convenient for the next in line to have these old establishment removed so that they can do their own thing.
You see, Iran itself it's not very supportive Ayatollah Khomeini regime because Iranians have no choice. Most of Iranians who got off our countries just took off their headscarf straight away. They don't consider themselves as Iranian. They call themselves as a Persian because they feel ashamed to call themselves as an Iranian because they don't like the regime. But in their heart, they don't like it. But in the outside, back to Iran, they do have to be low profile. Otherwise, they'll face the consequences of these regimes' repercussions, oppressions.
Well, I looked at videos and girls on the street don't essentially wear the scarf, for example.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's
Yeah, you can see the why
liberal
there's
democracy,
a series.
but
Once there's a series of protests in Iran that women take off the scarf, just a sign of a protest. That it happens many times already. I think that Benjamin Netanyahu's goal is destabilize the internal politics of Iran, have another way for some kind of color revolution for Iran to take down the mullah regimes, because the mullah regime is more hostile towards Israel.
the question is not about the Iranian regime in respect to the geopolitical situation in Middle East, but the attitude towards Russia. The belly of Russia is the southern part. It's Iran. If Iran becomes very friendly with the West, Russia is fucked.
Yeah, it's beginning with rest, but the ideological differences is the mullah councils over there against it. If you're too close with the West over here, he might losing powers because they will send some agents to infiltrate their leaderships over there to overthrow them. They don't want that.
Whatever regime will be in Iran, the competition with Arabs will not stop. Maybe it can pause for a couple of years, but it will eventually continue.
The Arab countries happy to see Iranians in half dead, half past walkings, and this.
But it's not going to happen. But it's not going to happen.
They rather don't like. They rather don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. That's what one thing.
I think they already have nuclear weapons are an old technology. I don't think it's hard for any nation in the size of Iran to have them. I think that they have more complicated technologies already.
Iranians want to have nuclear weapons just to control the Middle East region on it. But the Sunni factions, like all those Arab countries, don't want to let them to have it.
It's just PR. They just use it as a leverage. They don't want to create it because they like to create a lot of discussions about it and perhaps to get rid of the Western sanctions.
They don't want the Shiites to dominate these regions. That's to scare off all those Sunnis Arab countries.
It's of Saudi Arabia because Iraq and Syria, they're Arabized, but they are not Arabs. And this is the two countries that they are not Persians per se. They are from more ancient kind of people, but they are definitely not Arabs. They are Arabized with the Islamic
they're Arabized. So even most Iranians regret to have become Muslim themselves. They don't want Islam in their regions.
The Shia,
How you know? How you know they regret? Like most of them.
Some
Where is your
the
source?
normal people.
it's not
normal
it's not regret. That's why they are Shia.
Yeah,
If
Shia,
you look
they-
if you look the history, the greater picture, perhaps Persia was
but
the only country that resisted the Greek the spread of the Greek civilization. In fact,
No, of the Romans.
the
Of the
Hellenistic.
Romans. The
I,
the
Sorry.
Persians were conquered by the Greek,
Mhm.
but they still
Yes,
maintained their cultural identity. But they
but
resisted the Romans for hundreds of years. It
it
was like
is
the
safe to
frontier
say
of
that
Rome
Iran
for
don't
many.
want those type of conservative type of Islam, but the ordinary people dream of like those Azerbaijan's type of secular society rather than those bureaucracy, those conservative
the
mullah
Shia,
controls
the Shia,
regime.
on paper, Shia is more strict, more conservative, but in
Mm,
practice in Iran, they are not as conservative as, for
yeah,
example, in
but they prefer to
Saudi
like
Arabia.
those kind of Azerbaijan type because you see the Azerbaijan is the ex-Soviet countries. They're
Mhm.
more liberal, more open society, not so conservative in terms of religions.
I think it's a matter of time. It will
Um,
become a
I
reality.
think Iran will come to the tipping point to have another revolutions to overthrow the mullah because they get tired of it. Because all the economic sanctions doesn't bring any benefits to Iranian people, and the class divide among the Iranian between the rich and poor is very wide, and all the privileges and enjoyed by the upper class, even the Ayatollah Khomeini's grandchildren study in US. You guys aware of it?
But
About enjoy a Western lifestyle of living.
but the thing with Iran and the sanctions is that first of all, the sanctions are not legal. The sanctions that they have are unilateral from the West.
Mm.
The only sanctions that can legally put are those of the Security Council, UN Security Council, and the only sanction that they have is for uranium and nothing else. So if BRICS are successful, perhaps they can bypass the Western sanctions and they can have normal prosperity. But
Well,
these are
time will
things that
tell.
we have to wait and see. We have to wait and see of how things will
Time will
evolve in there.
tell. It's just that like India's they think they're superpowers, not so they're mediocre. But Iran, lots of leadership been killed off because militarily and intelligence of our protections of intelligence network is heavily severe. That's why the Syrians will fall because of that. I think Mossad has upper
Yeah.
hand. Mossad is very have upper hand. But it's just that in terms of Israel, their point of view is that they want to create as big buffer as possible. That's why they're going to occupy more of the Syria land to have create a buffer zone to prevent the aggressions of these rivals. That's why they're taking the southern Lebanon, they're taking the southern parts of the Syria. Then they drive out all the people out from Gaza. They have ambitious plan. Maybe in the future will take over the Sinai deserts. All of it.
The thing is that evidently,
because if they don't take this opportunity of time after Trump, the next administration may not be too friendly to Israel's plan. Maybe that time after Trump, the United States is going to decline already, have no more influence. So they grab this opportunity to escalate these situations between the Iran and Israel.
well, I think
Well,
that
it's kind of
it's
like a hell
a
no.
it's a double-edged sword because
Yes, it is double-edged sword
history
because it's on in a
his,
tipping point. Really, it's a tipping point either for that side or this side. That's why we should get this opportunity.
according to history, the past 2,5 years, Iran could not be conquered, even when Persia was conquered and
You know
by
why Iran would not be?
civilization they absorb because Persia is one of the pillars of human civilizations.
You know why
It's not a,
Iran would not fall?
it's not a country that you should not take seriously. It's as
You,
important as ancient Greece.
you see, Iran geographically is a
As
very
important as
mountainous
China, because
area,
ancient Greece doesn't exist anymore.
so it's very difficult for invaders to
Exactly,
come to a whole
that's
part
why
of
it's more
Iran.
important.
Iran will fall, the regime will fall only by internal conflict, internal struggles, internal power struggles. So Israel use these tactics to influence the secularist Iranians and economic sanctions all in combined without using hot wars cause the Iran regime fall. That's how what they're doing right now.
Yeah, but
and then what will happen? Then you will have a new state that will have no sanctions and it can grow rapidly and they can have again their classical ambitions against the
Not before
Arabs.
that. If the regime frame will go to the periods that power struggles, just like Libya, they still have internal fighting for a long period of time. That's what the Israel want to see Iran's will happen on that stage. So that situation will be less threatening to Israel. This is the situation that Israel want to create to destabilize Iran and losing their nuclear weapons capabilities. There's their end goals. How Iran will go, we're taking a long time for period of display chaos inside internal chaos.
I don't think so. They have you are right of what you are describing because I think this is what Israelis and Americans think, but because they see Iran as a typical Muslim country, but it's Persia.
Will work. Yeah, see, whether the plan will work.
You need to let people finish what they want to say. No, if not, you're always talking. Then people don't have
one
the
sentence
chance
only. One sentence only.
Sorry.
Whether will work. This is Israel and USA's standpoint. That's it.
Yes, but as I said, it's Persia. It's not Libya. It's not any country, any typical Muslim country. They will recover much more quick. In fact, I don't see an internal revolution going for too long. It will be just you will hear it overnight that something is going on and they will change. Like it will be something like how the situation was with Muslim brothers in Egypt. It will be relatively peaceful. That's why what I am expecting. But then they will lose the impact of sanctions. Then how can they justify sanctions? How can they justify them? Remember, it's the whole game. It's between Persia and Arabs. Israel, it doesn't matter. They are strong. They are backed by the United States, but they will never be the big player. They're not a great civilization of the region. They don't have the population. They don't have the basis.
That's something that people tend to overlook, which is that it doesn't matter which regime is in charge of Russia, of China, of Iran, or whoever. What matters is the preponderance of power. Okay, once they get to a threshold of power, they have to be overthrown because they're a threat. So Saudi Arabia, Japan, South Korea, Germany, they can all acquire wealth and, like progress, develop, because they're not in a position of power, because they'll never be in a position of power. Japan is occupied, Germany is occupied, um, and Saudi Arabia is absolutely dependent, and they're super unpopular. So, like, as long as you're unpopular, as long as you're dependent, as long as you don't have the potential to become a regional power, then you can progress and then you can have success. But as you start approaching a threshold of influence and autonomy and sovereignty, then you'll be axed down because you become a threat to the influence in that area. And that's what's going on.
Let me rephrase it. Whoever uprising power is challenging United States primacy, then they will face the.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they challenge it or not. What matters is if they have power. So Japan wasn't challenging the USA primacy, but it was still axed down. South Korea was like the whole Asia giants, they weren't challenging the US, they were axed down. The same thing with Germany now. Right now, Germany is being axed down because of the cutting of Nord Stream. It doesn't matter if you support the United States or not. It matters if you achieve a certain threshold of power. Germany was absolutely subservient to the United States, axed down. Anyway, so even if you're an ally, even if you serve their interests, you can't achieve a certain level of power.
So I would disagree a little bit. You can become powerful, but you need to be working with the United States. So what Germany did was that they are buying gas from Russia. That is actually going against the concept of NATO. Because NATO is supposed to face off Russia, and then you're buying from the so-called enemy. So that's the contradiction. That's what Trump said as well. In his first term.
Yeah, Trump in his first term, and the Germans laughed at him. He said to that.
So Biden bombed it for them.
Yeah, but it's not just Germany that buys natural gas from Russia in Europe. Like, there's many European countries that buy natural gas from Russia. It's just that everybody talks about Germany because they have the biggest industrial base in all of Europe.
They are the threat.
Well, I mean, not in a military sense. Just they're the economic. Like, so go when you're speaking about economics. So goes Europe the way Germany goes. If Germany goes, Europe goes. I mean, if the Germany goes into a recession,
that's what I mean by power.
So the for the Japan case is a bit different. Japan's case is because of the trade balance issue. Because it's a bit similar to the China situation where they are selling a lot to the United States, but then within their own country they have massive amount of tariff and barriers preventing US from entering the Japanese market. So China having the same thing. They have a lot of barriers and ways to some is not very obvious. A lot of limitations to how the US companies can go in. So it's the same story.
There's one distinct difference. The Japanese were smart because they built plants in other countries. They didn't just build them all in Japan and export them. Like, there's Japanese cars made in Canada. There's Japanese cars made in the United States. There's Japanese made in Mexico. And there's Japanese plants in Europe. See, they were smart like that. China just built their own industry in China.
No, but China does the same thing, but it's not allowed in the United States. But China has plants in Mexico. It has plants
but not to the extent. They didn't do it the way that the Japanese did, and like the Japanese were smart about that too, because that gets away around the tariffs. Because even Trump said, like there's tons of Japanese. Like I have a Honda. It was built in Ontario, Canada.
The core difference between China and the core difference between China and Japan, right, is that during the Japanese rise, that was entirely Japanese companies, like entirely Japanese companies. The China one is totally different. The China one is all foreign, Europeans and the American companies going
joint
in
venture
and boost. Joint venture is by law; they have no choice. So then they boost the entire thing, and then they started to build their own companies. So there is this betrayal part from the American corporations that contribute to the China's rise and then domination over the American economy.
It's not betrayal.
It's very different from the Japanese situation where it's entirely competitive. Just that in terms of the trade barriers, like Japan actually literally
no
won in terms of
no
the
one using
trade.
gunpoint to force them come to invest. That so China set the terms and conditions. If the foreign investor come in, says okay, we accept that, then come in. They come in willingly. They don't say it's betrayal.
No, the
Isn't
thing
it?
about
No way
Japan,
at the gunpoint force them come to invest.
Japan was industrially developed country. It had very developed engineering, and China wasn't. China was a rural population. So
Japan industrialization is very
Mitsubishi, Toyota, Suzuki, all these companies, they were there before the war. You know, and
Before
they
World War
thrived.
One.
Huh?
Yeah, correct.
Before World War One, they're very heavy
for-
industrialized.
So for China's case is that there wasn't any big corporations like post World War II. Like it's very different from a Japanese situation where they have the Mitsubishis and everything that really have the foundations to build up the Japanese economy. So
And engineers, great engineers, wonderful engineers.
yeah, so it's a bit different. Like it's a bit more unfair for the Japanese in terms of this current situation. Like now, like between United States and China right now is that United States just wants their own corporations to come back to the United States. That is the main core concern for Trump. During the Japanese time, that was a bit different. It was literally the U.S. Manufacturers losing the war with losing the trade, the economic war, the business war with the Japanese companies, because the Japanese cars are just sold.
Plaza Accord.
But of course, so even if there is they allow the American corporation to go into Japan, I think the American companies will still lose generally to the Japanese companies because of the efficiency of the Japanese. So that was a bit more unfair than the current China one. I feel the current China one is a bit different. It was a lot of state intervention, a lot of grants that caused over supplies and overproduction, and causing a price collapse of a lot of products. And yeah, it's a totally different kind of thing. Japan never suppressed the price in the way how China did. It's a kind of a different problem facing United States.
Also, the Japanese allow their currency to be traded on the open market, right? So that's a big thing. Like you can buy and sell the yen. Like the Chinese. They control their currency. They don't allow that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so it goes to my point that it's not because it's China and why it does it or how it does it. It's because you can't achieve a certain level of power. Like Japan was the second world economy, and the USA didn't like it, and they told them to open their markets to liberalize their economy. And that was a slow death. Japan has been dying since then, and that's what the U.S. wants to do with the rest of the countries that are an economic threat.
No, look, the Japanese stock market collapse. A lot of people don't realize that was in 1989, and it wasn't like a design of the United States to.
It was a design. It was absolutely. It was a coordinated
we're just going to have to
event.
agree to disagree on that. But
it was a coordinated attack by all the hedge funds of the USA selling off Japan's stock simultaneously.
Yeah, but they sold off the stock because it was so overvalued, just like the real estate sector in Japan was. It was ridiculously overvalued. It was kind of similar. I mean, you could make that argument about the great financial crisis in the United States in 2008.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened in the United States. That's exactly what happened in the United States.
Well, so it happened. All right, go ahead. What?
It's a modus operandi. It's not an accident.
So I did compare the situation between Japan and China, both as they rise from hyper rise, and then they have a bubble. So actually, what China is going through is basically what Japan have gone through as well. Basically, they have this hyper growth, and then they go into the bubble. Then they have the real estate bubble. Then the bubble bursts, and then everybody have no more money to spend. And then they go into deflation. So China is right now having this deflation just starting. They have the bubble burst already. So so that's why I reported in my video. I say they're entirely kept up by the exports. The export is what keeping everything stable. But then now this export is going off because of the trade war and everything. So now the deflation is set in really badly. So they are having this economic problem. Japan have the same thing. then during those days, so they also have the deflation problem or the bubble burst. Nobody can spend money. Then it went into 20 years of stagnation. So
No, what
China is now stepping into
30
the
years.
same thing.
30 years.
it's not
30 years.
it's not really as it seems. It's just that China sees that trading with United States no longer in a friendly term. So as you can see, the percentage of trading of exports to United States drop and replace those drops is replaced by Southeast Asia's markets. Right now it's dropped down
Yeah.
to 11%.
So
they want to
it's-
find a new market. Southeast Asia is the nearest part of their region, so they focus on the Southeast Asia's market right now.
No, then the export from Southeast Asia going to the United States grow at the exact same number of percentage. So the thing is, it's just
Yeah.
using Southeast Asia as a
That
transshipment.
is why
That is
is
not
why
why.
they no longer-
That's literally China still exporting and depending on the US market, which is why the trade war hits the whole freaking world. Because China has been doing this. The first term, China did two things when Trump started the trade war. Trump increased the tariff. So what happens is that China actually start to do transshipment. This one way. The other way they also they depress the currency further to minimize the tariff effect. So which is why China did not get really damaged much by that trade war, in a very direct way. Now they are doing the same thing, but the thing is Trump already experienced that the first time rounds, which is why they hit the whole freaking world. That's why everybody get hit. And you see the countries in Southeast Asia that get hit the worst are the ones that actually just happen to have the worst transshipment issue through via China. So that's why Vietnam got ridiculous number of tariff. And you see Vietnam immediately went to Washington. Why? Because Vietnam know that they are going to be targeted. And Vietnam also don't want to be the transshipment hub because Vietnam generally strategically wants to stay a bit away from China, because now they have no choice. If let's say United States is weak, Vietnam have no choice. They have to suck it up. So, but now there's a strong America. So Vietnam quickly, went to Trump and say, let's make a deal, and they clamp down on the transshipment things. This happened in Malaysia as well. Malaysia basically eliminated all the trade unions from able to issue the Made in Malaysia tag. Now only the government can do it. The reason is because of the transshipment problem. Malaysia is having that as well. Thailand is having that as well. So to say that China export to United States have reduced is ridiculous. There's no such thing. The trade. China is very dependent on United States because United States is the biggest market. There's no way you can don't sell to the biggest market. That makes zero sense. It's just that they're selling in a totally different way to escape the tariff. So now the whole world is getting tariff. That's why China is getting hit. So the Chinese economy is now getting hit really badly. And of course, the news is going to be very difficult. You have to go through social media, try to get the signals from everywhere. That's why, I think I don't know when I do a video on open mic or where, but I did say, if you look at or maybe the Telegram, look at the shopping malls, you look at the shopping mall is the major production cities like Dongguan, Shenzhen, and even some of the big cities. Economic activities has dropped tremendously. The malls are closing down. The restaurants are closing down. Which what that means is that all the migrant workers within China, the internal migrant workers, are all leaving the cities because they cannot find work. So something big is happening inside China, but it's very hard to get this information until they cannot hide it. The same thing happened to the real estate bubble burst. They have been hiding it for a long, long time until finally they cannot hide it. The company went bankrupt. And then that's when we know that China have a real estate bubble burst. But the bubble burst didn't happen overnight. It has been growing for a long, long time. And that's when we have all these the cities, the built buildings and no one live in them, or the buildings were new and then it started to collapse. These all was symptoms, the signals of the bubble problem that was happening previously. But it always covered up or explained away until the bubble actually burst. So now we know confirm 100% there is a bubble burst. The latest I know is the EV is becoming a bubble as well. the electric vehicle is becoming a bubble. So there's going to be a massive correction. I think this year or next year, many companies will close down and then they will consolidate. We shall see. I think banks also having the same problem as well. So whereas in United States there is no such problem at all, which is why I always say this trade war United States can't lose. There's no, in fact, the GDP numbers is pretty good. Unemployment is very good. Inflation is under control. Everything is pretty good in the United States. China is a totally different story altogether right now. So how is China winning the war? China accepted 55% tariff in the latest deal, and 10% only on the United States. It's already like a losing proposition. Like they accepted 55, minus 10, 45. They accepted a 45% tariff by the United States, which is basically the same thing as it was when initially it was announced during the reciprocal tariff. The reciprocal tariff was 45% on China goods.
Because I just saw the tweet of Trump saying that, but
yeah, Trump saying that. So I haven't done the trade war feedback for some time, so I cannot confirm this information like in a very, 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 very real sense. But Trump mentioned it, so on his official account. So that should be correct. So and the reciprocal tariff on China was 45%. So basically, now it's 55, but then China is going to tariff United States 10%, which means that it's still 45. If you minus off the 10. So basically Trump got what he wanted.
Yeah, everything, but he also allowed the Chinese to save face by keeping a tariff, even though. So
correct.
So it's which is a important thing because the Chinese can say, oh no, we still have a tariff on.
Correct. So, but if you know like mathematical equation, right? If you go down, you simplify, you realize that actually nothing changed. It was the reciprocal tariff.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Like China gave up all its leverages. Like the rare earth, they go to sell again. Trump also say, oh, your students can come and study again. Everything, you equalize everything is back to the same reciprocal tariff. Trump literally got what he wants.
Yeah, a lot of it was probably political theater, right? And you have to allow the Chinese to save face, so they couldn't look like they were just bowing to Trump because
I would say, no, sorry, I'll intervene a bit. I would also say that China have no choice. The natural reaction is to fight back, right? So they fought back. It's just that after they fought back, they realized that they can't win. That's why they actually have to settle.
Well, they did the math and they realized, yeah, they can, but at the same time, the United States does have, well, I mean, I talked about this in Voice Chat a lot about, like if there was a real trade war between the United States and China, like it wasn't resolved, it would hurt the United States, but it would kill China. So
yes.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, would things be like hunky dory in the United States? No, hell no. But would we survive? Yeah. Would China? I don't think so.
For 2 years, 3 years, things will get more expensive. But that's all.
What is survival for China? Like most of the population are rural peasants living in the 18th century. And then you have this sort of rising middle class, I guess, and the oligarchs of China. So, like the survival of China, is it the survival of the party, or is it the survival of an entity? Is it because the United States has a very comfortable, like they have a lot of problems, but they have a pretty comfortable standard of living, I guess, from over here.
It's a very good question though.
So there's space. There's like space to suffer. Like I don't know. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in the United States before the situation is actually dire, like people starving and stuff like that, because it's a pretty high standard of living.
That's the thing about the United States, though. It just as an accident of geography, the United States. If worse came to worse, like we have more food than we can eat, we have more energy than we can use. I mean, that's just, it wasn't like a grand design. That's just where
but you have more food to eat, but the distribution is uneven.
that's a problem. They have lots of poverty.
Yeah, but no one, even the poorest of the poor, don't starve in the United States. No one goes
The
hungry.
poorest people
in
are the
States.
fattest people in United States.
I know.
Hey,
but
I'm not poor.
I never say it's you. Come on.
well,
I'm
they
fat,
eat
but
the
I'm not
food,
poor.
not the well nutritious balance. Ah.
Yeah, well,
He-
we
All
he-
these
got
grain
RFA.
carry doesn't mean that
I
they
ate
are
so many
well
of those seed
nutritious.
oils, but
Yeah.
but the point I'm just trying to make was that, you know, like for example, even like rare earth minerals, there's tons of rare earth minerals in the United States. We just don't have the refining capacity to do it because it's very
And the
messy.
technology
We have the technology can easily be done in the United States.
developed.
We got
but
that's another thing
they don't
about
have
just,
will to develop.
you got to let other people talk, dude. The other thing is the reason that we don't refine the rare earth minerals here is because we have all these environmental laws that countries like China don't really have to adhere to, and in the United States, we can't make Greta Thunberg unhappy. You know what I mean? And
I,
you
I heard
know,
it's very dirty, right? The rare
But
earth.
Trump already lifted up the
refining.
sanctions. They already lifted up the ban.
no, but ultimately, Trump's goal is to. Like, for example, like when was the last time a refinery was built in the United States? Like 25 years ago, 30 years ago. I mean,
You guys can do fracking right now, fracking oil.
right, but we have to export the oil to other countries to refine it, and the refineries, because the oil that is gotten out of the ground through hydraulic fracturing tends to be a light sweet crude, which are the refineries that we built were built for the oil that they were extracting before the fracking technology came into fruition. So we actually literally have to export our oil now. That's more because you have to tune a refinery to the kind of oil that you're refining. I'm not a petroleum engineer, but I'm sure anyone here, you can Google it.
That is.
But the point is that we literally export our oil to other countries to refine it.
No, yeah. The thing I was going at, John, is
that's a little bit doesn't make sense. You guys have refinery plant. Does have refinery?
No, we do. Yes, but that's my point. Okay, so those refineries were built in some of them going back to the 1950s. Yes, and
when America was built.
And no, they've been tweaked over the years, and some of them are massive. Like, by the way, they're all like up and down like the Mississippi and the where it goes into the Gulf, and like around Louisiana and shit like that. But the point is, what I was trying to say is that you have to tweak a refinery based on the type of oil that you'll be refining, like how much sulfur is in it, for example. This is a whole subset of stuff I don't want to get into the minutia of, but not all oil is the same, for lack of a better word.
And it's not tweak. You have to redesign a refinery according to the components of the material that you're working with. It's a whole different process. There's a immense variety of different sediments that are oily and that you can extract oil from, and what you get from that is super relative to the geology. But anyway, the point is that it's not like a straightforward thing that American can readjust its infrastructure to meet its own needs, and ignore all these decades of disrepair and disregard for other priorities. I'm not saying that the U.S. hasn't been doing infrastructure, just that the infrastructure has been to extract from the global economy, so to speak, and so it's disregarded its own. What we were talking about earlier. So it and you see a level of by that diversion from priorities, there's been a disrepair and disregard for its local infrastructure, like the what is it the Russians call it, the strategic infrastructure. And so the strategic infrastructure of the US is there, but it's bent towards other priorities. And so to what level can it readjust to the new circumstances that it has to create to preserve itself? And what is the level of pain that the population is capable of withstanding? Because maybe in China people can starve and tank it, and in the United States people can't live without their Wi-Fi. So you have a lot of space for suffering, but what is the actual psychological, moral capacity of the population to endure any blow whatsoever. Go on, Commander.
So, yeah, so that's why. Going back to just now what I said about comparing Japan and China. So I explained to my friend, what's the situation when Japan actually went to the stagnation. It's a bit like they playing computer game, like playing Diablo, but they're already level 99. They just cannot level up anymore. It's max level. So they went to stagnation, but everybody live a good life. They have good food, good high quality life. They just can't. They just don't grow. They just
They don't have strategic depth.
Kairoshi?
Japan do not have strategic depth. China has strategic depth.
What?
That's
What
the
did he
difference.
say?
you'll be surprised that that's not true. But the thing
What
is,
did he say? I don't understand.
So the thing
Strategic
is,
depth.
when they went to stagnation, everybody have a good quality of life. So so everybody don't really have a problem. Generally speaking, they are happy. They
No one's going to
become
starve.
otakus
They
and
can
everything.
keep their lights
Yeah,
on. Yeah.
they still can find work. It's just like it's boring and there's no difference, no change. China's problem right now is that they maxed out their level at a very low level. A lot of their population actually don't earn a lot of money. So despite that they raise a lot of people out of poverty, so called, but the thing is that their average wage is super low, and now they go into and now that a lot of corporation pull out and business
Yeah,
are
it's
horrible.
a deflationary spiral.
Yeah, the salary has dropped even further. So now, let's say even if they go into stagnation, let's say they are not deflation, they not say they contract. Let's say they just stagnate. They are stagnating at a very low salary, and this is going to be suffering for years and years and years. So I'm not.
It's not really
so
stagnation. It's not really.
no,
It's a
it's not
group
going to
of
be a stagnation. It's
transitions.
going to be a decontraction. The reality is that they're going to be going into a contraction. But the government will likely do whatever they can. Probably at best it's going to be a stagnation, but they're going to stagnate at a very low level of income and revenue, and it's going to be quite painful for the people. A lot of people is going to be very poor. They're going to struggle very hard. So it's like going
No.
back 30 years, unfortunately. So I'm not sure how they. So for me,
But China
I see,
is upscaling their industrializations.
which is worse. More people is going to lose their jobs.
No, not really. Just that it's the transitions that you want to develop more high.
Yeah. So then the people who lose their job, where they work,
they do have to work because they do need
don't have to work.
No, doesn't mean to have to work. They're going to divert some workforce to other industrial areas.
Yeah,
Maybe
like what industry?
agriculture.
Agriculture? You sure? You sure?
Yeah.
If going from factory line, you go agriculture, which also can be used by
They think
machinery
they
and
have.
robotics.
They are central planning. It's not China is not federation. It's more like a central government.
I know.
They have central
The
planning.
problem is
for
the central
province.
planning.
The central
The problem
planning
is the
is
central
always is much more efficient for China's system. But I just let's be frank. Every country has a different needs of a system, how they make it.
No. That is
But you can see
beside
China
the
will
system
change,
problem.
come out with new things.
No, beside the system problem, this
They-
issue
they-
about
they-
the rise of AI and robotics is going to affect the whole
They are
world.
middle of
Everybody's going to lose
transition, so
jobs.
you see
So-
results in 10 years, then you can make a judgment on that.
No, I
Right
can
now
tell
in the
you, you will see
transition-
the result in 2-3 years. You will see what will happen in China.
Right now
They're
in
going to
the
they're going to
transition
contraction.
period, you can't it's too early to say so.
No,
It's
that's
still
why I
in
tell you,
transition
the
period.
situation is bad enough. You're going to see it within the next 2 years, and they will not be able to hide the news. Right now, they can still suppress the news. In the next 2-3 years, they will not be able to hide it.
No. It's an open society where no longer hide the news. It doesn't beneficial to China to hide any news to tell you the truth. Although they have VPN to control the those unrealistic
Most people don't use the VPN.
informations.
That's the truth.
They do.
Most people just use.
But look, even
they just
the,
use the
even the
internet,
United
social
States
media.
budget-
Come on.
China is using VPN. It's very common.
numbers when it came to economics.
That
Look, the way
that
the
is
Biden-
why
the whole average, dude. If you don't think the Chinese try to hide numbers or fudge their numbers, that's ridiculous. Even the United States, which
No.
is about as open as you're going to get, we look at all the revisions downward that came out about the jobs that were created, and they found out when they revised it, they said literally, not only did you not create new jobs, you actually lost jobs. So
But even Obama era is the same thing. Obama era, they counted all those part-time jobs as full-time, as employed people. So
Yeah, and
end up during
they doubled
Obama era,
the people. They double counted. They
Yeah.
changed the way they did the metrics, where it could be one person working two jobs, and they so it's
that's how I know.
They all do it.
No.
They all do it.
That's
I'm-
not how
I'm
I
not
know
saying-
Trump was going to win.
I'm
the
not saying
2016 election.
I'm not saying that not all countries won't hide their data. It's just that there's certain level of degrees of data can be opened up and leave us to analyze it over there. So it won't say that it totally close off all the world. We do not know what happens over there. This is already open world already.
Yeah,
Especially
but-
You
but
will know
China
in
has
2-3 years.
It's
That's why I
easier
say.
for China to hide stuff than it is, let's say, the United States. Like you can get away with it easier in China than you could in the United States because there's just too many people watching in the United States.
it's not that easy to hide anymore. It's just that
Well, I'm not saying it's
degrees of-
easy.
A
I'm
war
just
of
saying.
propaganda. Okay,
Yeah.
guys, we fell into a war of propaganda. Okay, like, yeah, we have Seihan saying that China's over. We have China saying that they're the best, they're number one. Like,
It's just that
all I know is that it's easier to fudge, like financial stats of a financialized economy, than it is to hide the production, the raw production of material. Okay, and the raw production of material is wealth, is material wealth. And whoever does that has a capacity for income because people need machines, need toys for their so there's a material wealth and then there's a financial wealth. Okay, and so the reality is that which is material, and then you have the speculation upon it. And so who is in the stronger position in that equation? Who has the financial speculation and who has the material? Like, I tend to believe that the material productive capacity is power, it's raw power. And maybe it's a delicate system that can collapse, maybe not. But maybe we can also change the subject because it's a war of propaganda. We're not going to resolve the issue.
Let's talk about military parade.
Oh, not
Fuck yeah.
again.
Can I say one thing about China?
Yeah,
So I was 8 months ago in China for a day in Ningbo, and within a year ago I was in Singapore, and I'll say that everyone knows what Singapore is, but it seems to me that China makes Singapore seem irrelevant in terms of infrastructure and wealth.
Shots fired.
Like literally, even on the streets, I haven't saw a car that cost like less than $40,000, which
You
was
mean China
my great
cars? China cars
surprise.
are very cheap.
No.
China cars are very
I said
cheap.
I said that the cheapest car that I saw was some kind of Mercedes C-Class.
Cheapest
Really?
car that you see. Yeah, because
Yes.
the car is
In
cheaper.
Ningbo
Singapore car is fucking
specifically.
expensive. Singapore
Yes,
car
but
is super inflated.
But I'm saying
Yeah.
that also the infrastructure,
The infrastructure
the
and the
malls,
buildings, right?
everything
Yes.
was crazy
Correct. It's true.
and clean. Everything was clean.
Correct. It's
Just
true.
let you know
China,
that
China
the,
cities, all the buildings, all the infrastructures, the train systems, the roads, all are very, very well done. That's why I say from the imagery part of things, China looks super good. You cannot deny that the people will really believe that China is there. Because
actually,
even when I go to Guangzhou, I
China
was shocked by how
city
advanced the
planning-
malls are.
Actually, China city planning is inspired from Singapore, actually. And the
learn everything
bureaucracy
from Singapore.
protocol.
Mhm.
Bureaucracy protocol also learned from Singapore itself. They modify it that suits China's environments. Yes,
For
this
example-
is true.
Excuse me.
I tell you one thing.
What is Singapore's main industry?
Finance.
No,
Finance,
right now.
finance
Service,
and shipping
port,
related.
and port,
Biotechnology,
transport hub,
the largest oil refinery in the region.
semiconductors.
You have a
So we
finest,
actually have a significant
largest-
semiconductor as well.
yeah. Singapore is the largest oil refinery hubs in the region.
No shit. I didn't know that.
Yes, we have a whole freaking island just refineries.
Yeah,
So-
they have their own military industry as well.
So oil export is actually one of our big income as well. It's kind of shocking for a country with no oil.
Yeah, it's sort of like you reprocess the oil. They export it.
But I always have to say also the same thing. When I go to Thailand, I went to Bangkok. I was also shocked. Like the malls are so much better than Singapore's malls. So the
What do you
infrastructure
mean by
wise,
better? What do you mean?
it's so much nicer. The better, nicer designs, nicer to walk.
Malaysia have
Different
better malls than
retail
to
stores.
Singapore lah.
Singapore's mall, you go to one mall, it's like you go to every mall because it's always the same shops. So when I go to China, the China's malls are huge. The underground, malls and everything.
There are five
The
train,
infrastructure, I
five
can
train
tell you.
stations, and you're in the same mall. Like, did you tell a
Yeah.
story like we were riding the train and you were still in the same mall? Like,
Even Malaysia's mall is better than Singapore, except
That's
airport.
why I say infrastructure wise, no doubt. If you go to China, it's going to look super super good. You're going to make Hong Kong look like a third world country, like for real. I went from Hong Kong to go to China. I was like, Hong Kong is dead, man. And
No,
I
Hong Kong
also
is-
and same thing.
it's on
I
the
also think
ceiling
that Singapore is
already.
going to be dead. So I also think Singapore is like, oh shit, this is bad, man, for Singapore. The only thing going for Singapore is that because China is communist country and they have a closed system, then and they have this
It's not communist, socialist.
they have this
Guys,
the
I'm gonna
very
go for a moment. I'll be back in a while.
yeah.
Tata.
So that's the only thing, like the corruption and the government political system, that for China is not that compatible with the rest of the West. So that's what going for Singapore. The same thing in Southeast Asia. The whole Southeast Asia is a bit more, politically slightly unstable, more corruptions. So that's the thing going for Singapore. If not, Singapore have nothing compared to, let's say, even Bangkok. Honestly, as a tourist spot, like Singapore is nothing. But we are going because of political stability, and that's it. China looks really good. The infrastructure is very good. The cars are pretty. Like all we know now is BYD, right, or Xiaomi. I can tell you there's a lot of other brands. All their cars are.
Well, there are
all
so many
looking
brands.
very good. All the EVs all look very pretty. But that is the thing. That is also very surface. The cars are super pretty, but we don't know what's inside. No, we don't know the
well,
safety
it's not
standards.
that.
Singapore
the fact
is
that
just
they're-
like
no, but-
Dubai in Middle
no,
East.
Wyatt had touched on this a while ago when I did some research onto it. The Chinese build good EVs. I don't know about their other cars, but their margins are razor thin. Like there's just like almost no profit.
There's no profit.
in
There's
these
no
cars.
profit.
Like they build them, yes, but are they making any money doing it? So
Well, maybe
that-
they're
and
maybe
they're still in the
they're-
price
because
range.
Labor cost is
because
That's why they can
China
drive costs
is
down.
China using their brands or trade for influence, not to make money. They only have
Yeah, I
a
think
surplus
it's
of
just-
1 trillion. Surplus of 1 trillion. And this is where the Americans became crazy. Because they know that Chinese are not in need of fixing their trade balance. Because they have surplus. And
Yeah, this
still
is
they
the thing. It's
continue
like-
China
to
making
sell.
the cars
Do I
doesn't
have a
heavily
phone?
rely on imports of raw material making on it. And
Toby,
the
can
labor
hear you.
cost is down. That's why the
Yeah.
price is cheap there.
It's kind of interesting. John says, like, where's the profit? It's a communist
There
country.
is.
They're making cars so that they can get cars and also so that they can have jobs for people who make cars. They're not trying to generate profit necessarily for a shareholder. So it's kind of interesting. It's like China can get busy employing its people doing useful things. And in the eyes of a capitalist banker, they're failing because someone's not accruing profit from this process. I find that really interesting.
Yeah, but Toby, you do realize that
Well-
the Chinese model is not. I mean, they're communists in the way in a totalitarian sense, but maybe Wyatt, you could shine some light on this. That they've adopted a capitalist model insofar as
So look at it this way. They are a communist country. They have communist party. They weaponize the capitalist system to propagate or control or dominate the other countries, still from a communist standpoint. So Toby is not wrong. from the Communist Party standpoint, they don't give a damn about the companies whether they make money or not. They don't give a damn about the companies doing well or the workers actually get good pay or not. They don't care. What they care is that now BYD is going to dominate the world. They try to open up the market by trade deals or no diplomacy, try to get
China.
BYD into all the different countries, wipe out these capitalist countries' car manufacturing. Then China can dominate via this economic influence. That's the strategy. They don't care like solar panels and everything. They just overproduce everything. Even EVs, they just overproduce everything. They give grants to make sure that they can overproduce and make sure that these companies can survive even at a loss. That's how they play the game.
It's not just black and white as well, because like they probably understand you do want some incentive. So yeah, there might be razor thin margins, but you might find, John, that the people that like are running those countries are still making a healthy bonus. They might not be making billions and billions and billions, right, out of like pumping and dumping stocks and just pillaging the market for every bit of money they can get. But they're probably still making good money for the work that they do. It's just that the overriding, it's the overriding objective and control is that like it's healthy. It's healthy for the society. It's healthy for the nation.
The leadership will earn the money. The top director level will be the one earning money, the one that opening the factories and whatnot. The workers, you can forget about it. Giorgio, sir.
Yeah, I also want to add to Toby that the capitalist standpoint of view is even more twisted because the metrics of economics are twisted. So I want to give you an example. Imagine a city-state like Singapore, that Singapore doesn't have a metro, an underway. And
what do you mean?
Imagine you don't have a metro in Singapore, right? As far as I know.
Subway?
Metro, we have. We have. We have a lot. Very comprehensive.
Why? Oh, really? Why? But anyway, let's say that you had no metro. You had no metro, but you had enough factories to produce all the needs in terms of cars. And then you had another city-state that had no factories about the cars, but had a metro. GDP-wise, the city-state that produced the cars had much more GDP, but who is more rich? The one that has the car production and people with cars, or the one that has a metro network?
Yeah, it's less efficient.
Think about it. Yes, but GDP-wise, it will be much lower. But who is more rich at the end of the day?
Yeah,
so these metrics and how economists portray things, they are not quite real.
Well, I'll give you
I think
this.
more important is the social contract is kind of important here, because like that's what the West is facing, a crisis of late stage capitalism, because the market and speculating on things that aren't even real is the primary focus of the society. And you have declining birth rates, you have children that can't afford like college tuition or houses or to start families. And the entire focus of the West is play the stock market, which is largely inflated by borrowed money. China has more of a focus on the social contract. Not entirely, but their whole ethos is make China strong and the people matter. So I think that there's always been, it's like there's no such thing as pure capitalism and there's no such thing as pure communism either. So there's always been this competition between obligations and duty to the society and the nation, without which you don't have any law and you don't have any police to protect your glorious factory or your stock market. And on the other side, there has to be incentive for people to actually do work as well, or you have totalitarian slavery. So the question is not like, is communism in its pure sense better than capitalism in its pure sense? It's which nation is able to reach a compromise between these two extremes that is proving to be the best outcome for its people and itself as a nation. And it's very hard to criticize China and praise a country like the UK at the moment, or Germany for that matter. You know, in the West at the moment, it's just looting the state through outright lies about climate change and the furries and everything else. Everybody in politics is just interested in looting the state through debt, finance, and through the markets. So these countries like China that actually have some kind of ethos and some kind of balance between a meaningful social contract and incentive, well, they're doing very well, aren't they?
Well, I think some people would disagree with "quote unquote" they're doing very well. China has a lot of problems right now. And like I said, you know, the United States, like if you looked at the history of our country and like economic collapses that we had, like the Great Depression in the United States, people literally starved to death. There was a time that actually happened in the United States. There's no fear of that ever happening now. That's not going to happen in the United States. I mean, and you look at, you don't have people risking life and limb to emigrate to China or pretty much any other country the same way you do the United States. You know, I mean, even if you're
China is
dead
not
broke,
immigration
even if you're
country.
dead broke in the
Yeah.
United States, you're better off here than you are in 99.9% of the rest of the world. That's just a fact. I live here.
Do you know what is going to happen if
China
nations
is not
start
open
to not to
immigration
use dollars?
policy.
That if the demand of
understand.
dollar drops?
United States, since the foundations of a country is dependent on immigrations, China is not. It's too different there.
The Americans can't even march, John. Have we talked about this yet? That
Yeah,
absolute
we
fucking
talked about
shit
the.
show of a
Well,
parade.
yeah, I think you know as well as anybody that the United States has got the most powerful military in the world. I don't think anyone's arguing about.
Do they?
Yeah, you
No,
Or is,
they
or is
don't.
that a
They
corporate?
don't have.
Well, I don't know. Is that a
Did you read the
corporate
memo?
advertisement?
Becoming
Or
a
is that-
powerful is
You
one
didn't read the
thing.
memo?
How to sustain
What
this
you
is
what you kick around some goat herders and you get to be the best. Look, in a world with nuclear weapons and mutually assured destruction, there is no primary power, right? There's just corporate advertising. And like, you know, I'm not saying America is weak, but like demographically,
What are you saying exactly?
well, I'm saying that America is a declining society, and actually, so is Australia, so is the West.
Yeah, but I would argue the same thing. So is Japan.
There
so is
is
South
no
Korea,
primacy.
so-
there is no
so is
primacy,
China,
right? In
so
a
is
world
Russia.
with
I mean, you look
This-
at Russia's
yeah,
demographic.
okay, fair enough. But my point is,
Sorry.
I wasn't saying Russia number one, China number one, right? All I'm saying is, in a world with nuclear weapons, there is no primary. Like, this is neocon ideology, right? History ended, and
I'm
we
no
are we
neocon, and you know
dictate
that.
history.
I'm no
Well,
neocon, you
well,
know that.
you sound like a neocon when you're talking about the most powerful. It's like in a world where lots of people have nuclear weapons, there is no most powerful. There's just great powers, right?
Okay. Well,
And
the
so,
United States is
and
still
so,
the
if you
greatest
go
of-
around,
it's still the greatest.
well,
of
is
the
it
powers? I mean,
by what metric is it the greatest?
well, its ability to project power anywhere in the world. No, there's
Oh,
no
yeah,
country
how's that
They
working
march
out?
No,
in
no,
lockstep.
why have you been in the? You were in the military. Can you name another country that can project power anywhere in the world the way the United States can? I mean,
Oh, John Mearsheimer.
no one else can, right? No one.
Yeah. Well, I'd argue that's coming to an end too.
Liberal
Well,
delusions.
call me when it comes to an end. But right now, we're talking about the present, and no country
Yeah.
can project power the way the United States can.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, no,
I
no.
think
Another 5 years, how to say?
that. Sorry, but I think that Toby is right, but his arguments are a bit obsolete because when the Houthis will have the same drone submarines that Ukrainians have, you are going to tell me about the power of the United States when a few of the aircraft carriers are going to sink
Well, I
together
would
with
make
the
a different
80
point.
jet fighters.
I would make one different point on this. Are you powerful, and are you really able to project military power if doing so bankrupts your state?
Well, we talked about this earlier about the idea of the United States going bankrupt. We don't really have to worry about that. We don't want to rehash that here, but that's not something the United States has to worry about.
Arguably, the United States has already gone bankrupt. Anyway, I have to go back to work, but good to see you all.
Take
Happy
care, bro.
open mic.
Okay.
See ya.
Right.
he fall for the capitalistic system. No, how can he go to work? Yeah. What language is this chat happening? USA is projecting power by Mr. Eric. It's English. Or American. American.
It's not English. It's American.
Because America is bigger, so it's American now. It's not English.
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
just wanted to,
Cheerio.
Toby is just
Nah.
very pessimistic, though. That's it.
Yeah, I
He's a
just
good
wanted
guy,
to
but
chip.
he wants the nuclear apocalypse because he wants to.
We,
Well, no,
we
he does.
don't.
He wants to
We
get rid of
don't.
the
We.
furries and the transsexuals and the. And hey, look, I'm sympathetic to that. I would like to get rid of him too. I just don't want.
Let's see,
missiles
where
to
you
fly.
from?
I'm from India. Man. And yeah, I just wanted to chip in like
My condolences of the Air India losses. Too bad.
yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to chip in and say that one of the advantages that China has is, unlike the United States, it does invest in its infrastructure. And while Wyatt does point out that spending too much on your infrastructure without getting any returns is a negative point, in the long run, it's kind of also a positive point, because all that infrastructure that China has built, which by the way the United States has neglected for quite a few decades, that is going to help subsidize China in whatever manufacturing industries or whatever it needs to do. And for one, I think
Isn't
like
that
that's
isn't
yeah.
that
What
Modi trying to do that as well?
Yeah, that's
indeed?
one of the
Yeah.
good things that he has done is the roads. But no, what Desi says is absolutely correct. Like if you looked at what happened in the United States after World War II, there was massive government investment in like the interstate highway system, for example, that improved productive capacity massively. And we built bridges, and we connected roads. I
Yeah.
mean, the whole country got uh, uh, came
Optimized.
combined. Yeah, and so the ability to move goods and people around, it was amazing what happened during that, the heyday, like the 1950s and the 1960s. And we built all these factories and infrastructure around, and the rail networks. And then
Yeah,
you're right. We've totally neglected that to, we literally have all these bridges now that are literally falling apart. And
yeah. How the fuck do you accommodate everyone in the U.S. getting a car? Like everyone got a car in the 50s.
well, no, not everyone got a car, but
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
They
That
are a
was
big
baby
country.
boom time.
more or
That's a
less.
big country. So, no, the
well,
one thing about infrastructure is that
wait.
I agree with building infrastructure is good, but it also depend on the kind of infrastructure. Building roads are good. The roads don't degrade so easily, But if you build train stations, especially in bullet trains, you're going to have a problem because there's a maintenance cost. Airports, there's maintenance cost. So
No.
it's not all infrastructure is built equal. Not all infrastructure are built equal.
Depends on geographical needs.
yeah, it's well,
What-
yeah, because
what-
like look
and
at no, but hold on
population
a second, 'cause
density.
Wyatt said something about the train. Like, are you guys familiar with they were supposed to build the train between San Francisco and Los Angeles and California, like for
No.
the last 12 years or something? And they spent
that's a
and they
freaking
spent like
scam.
how many like billions and billions of dollars, and they only like built like a half mile or some crazy shit, and it goes like from Bakersfield to some other
No,
town I never heard of.
because
It's
the
like
US state
ridiculous.
unable to do it because of one of the main reasons is that the land acquisitions and the labor costs, all these things hindering.
No,
the
we have
United
eminent
States
domain here,
infrastructure
so land
building.
acquisition is not a problem. It's because of just the corruption and
Yeah, it's what Thomas Sowell
Every
always
politician
called
want their piece of pie. That's the problem.
structure of
yeah,
incentives.
but that's always been the case.
The
in
town
politics.
council want their piece of pie.
But
The
yeah,
state
so
government want their piece of
California is so
pie.
corrupt they couldn't even build. I don't know how
They
many
didn't stop
billions
a
of
fight.
dollars that they spent. Someone
The
can
federal
Google
government
it.
want their piece of pie.
No, but it's what Thomas Sowell always calls the structure of incentives. So what is incentivized is what is going to be pursued naturally by the system. And
It's
to
just a similar
what they were
problem
saying
in India.
earlier,
How
the
Modi
what
Yeah.
infrastructure is not a game. Like how can you build infrastructure without like if it's crap and it falls apart, then yeah, it's not a game. But every infrastructure that a country invests in is profit for the country, like directly. Like if you have a traffic jam, that's like millions of dollars an hour being lost into thin air, like wastefully. And like if you put another road beside it that speeds up the traffic, then that's GDP growth immediately.
Yeah.
So infrastructure is absolutely essential for development.
No,
And
Gabriel, no one's arguing that. The point is, it's like, you ever heard the expression "roads to nowhere"? Remember that happened under Obama, where they built roads just for the sake of building the road, but there was no one that used the road. So unless the road is going to go from point A to where people build something to point B where people buy something, just building roads in itself doesn't do any good. Unless just in the meantime, just maybe it's like a make work thing, like, pick up rocks and then put them back. I mean, that doesn't accomplish anything.
well, that's
but
another example, and that's kind of what I was going at, because you have this example of like, oh, I buy bread from I buy a bicycle, $20, and that's $20 up the GDP, and then I sell it back to the same guy for $20, and then it's $40 up GDP. And so you have this issue in which, like, the massive production of budget that the America produces, that the United States as a country produces in tax revenue and so on, is spent and is in deficit. So the United States produces massive amounts of budget, and it's all spent to prop up the GDP, but what is it spent on? Like, what's the logic of
the majority of government money, the biggest expenditures in the United States are social welfare systems, right?
Health,
Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare.
health,
Military.
No,
Yeah,
we
military.
spend more money on Social
on health.
Security, Medicaid, Medicare. Well, not just health. Social Security is not health. That's just like, that's a pension system. I don't know how. Yeah, that has
Also
nothing to do with
military.
health. You just get that. Those are our biggest expenditures. They surpass military, and the next item is debt service. So those are the biggest line items on the budget. So what you're saying is not really accurate.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to build infrastructure, the best place to learn it from is what the British did in the British Raj, essentially. The railway system, and including the stations, right, which they built, they became the foundations of of the Indian economic network. And wherever they built the stations, these became, it's turned from small towns to, small cities, and then
They became
manufacturing hubs.
epicenters. Yeah,
Yeah,
they become hubs.
and precisely, and and also, like, they also did, like, build railways and stations through the middle of nowhere, in the middle of forests. But then, the development followed once the railways were built, as well as the roads also followed, right? More infrastructure got built. So it's not necessarily that useless infrastructure will always be useless. If it is planned well, useless infrastructure can also, you know, generate development in an area. But also, like, when it comes to China, I don't know how effective the bullet train system will be, although it does allow a lot of people to move around who come from the rural areas and work in the cities. But also, there aren't many places left in the Chinese coast where there is no development, essentially. So if China
They're not
need
just for
wants
passengers. They're also for courier service as well. When there's
yeah,
MP,
true,
a coach.
true. I well, I can't tell how effective that is, or what I mean. Bullet trains, I don't
It
know, but
does.
I it is somewhat, definitely. But trains in general, right? It is a catalyst for growth. But as far as China, I see the only potential I see. Yeah, I mean, in the coast, definitely there still can be growth. But if there is a recession in China, that can stop. So essentially, you have to develop, right? You have to develop land, essentially, to
Like like
and that I see in
in
the
India.
inland. Yeah.
Like India,
Well, I know.
India,
Yep.
India definitely needs land reform. If India
Yeah.
has a land reform, the infrastructures can be built easily. without those local governments objections or obstructions on it, especially railroads. With a mass amount of density of population like India, they definitely need a better rail system network to moving people around to build up
Absolutely.
the industry. That's
Absolutely.
what Modi's having headache about this one.
Yeah, that surprised me. Like when I talked to Desi and a few other people who live in India about, I was kind of surprised that Modi kind of dropped the ball on that, because it seemed like a blind man could see that a country that size, and India is one of the few countries that is not experiencing a demographic collapse like China and Japan and all these other Western countries. But at the same time, they didn't seem to. Or,
Read
I don't
like
know.
a
I
baby.
think it's so corrupt, or that's what I'm hearing from a lot of Indians. They just tell me that the government is so corrupt, both on the regional level and on the state level. That
Extreme.
yeah, and that's
India's
the problem.
population is
You got to
really
get rid of that corruption. That's the only hope for India, is to do that, because you have a large population, an educated population, but you got so much corruption that you need to deal with that. And also and that's the other problem in India, is if you don't solve this corruption, you're going to experience a brain drain that destroyed so many other countries.
The more train you build, the less babies you have. No, so you have to consider whether you want the trains or
No,
not.
not really.
No, you cannot go anywhere. So you just have to stay at home and make babies. No, if you have a train,
Yeah.
people start to travel all over the place. They don't make babies. You see, you see every country that have baby problems, right? Demographic problems, all have a lot of train, very good transportations. It's the transportation.
That's how we
fault,
solve it. Yeah, that's how we solve it. Yeah. Well, you notice the Amish. There's no trains where the Amish live, and they have lots of babies. So
that's why I say
that's why
they have nowhere to go. They can only stay at home and make babies.
Yeah, because they only ride the horse and buggy. So
It's also
They're
kind of
pretty
true in
modern,
India.
nicely.
That's actually kind of also true in India. Like wherever there isn't much infrastructure, and especially amongst the cultures and amongst the castes that do not allow their women to go out, their birth rate is still at like 3, 4, right? Average birth rate. But wherever there is high development and high infrastructure, that's where the birth rate is coming down in India. So there might be a point
we
to it.
just
Even if
Wyatt solved it. Wyatt, you just solved
Wyatt,
the
you
world
solved-
demographic collapse. Wyatt, we got to get rid of the
Yeah,
trains.
that's why in USA you cannot build the infrastructure. The train is not built for a good reason. They just stick it where it was, and then that's it. Because if not, then you guys will go the
United
European way.
States have
The
airplane.
demographic
hub.
now is okay in United States. No, don't build the trains. You just drive Tesla. Don't
United States
don't
still
build
rely
trains.
on immigrants to support that demographic.
No,
It's
the
not
United
really
States,
the
we
local
still have enough. We're not in. We're still at replacement rate. We don't need to get any bigger. And we still do have like legal immigrants. We have enough people coming here, but we just
But
want them.
the-
Like Trump
the
said,
immigrants-
we want the problem with the United States. Like what Trump was saying is like he didn't want to stop immigration at all. He just wants to only bring in the best of the best. He doesn't want to bring in basically people who are.
Yeah, that's why the gold card visas, right?
Well, no,
that's
it's like
why that's why India is getting a
That's
brain
separate.
drain as well, right?
Exactly.
all go to
No,
United
so many-
States.
like where I live in Seattle, which is a tech hub in the United States, and there's Indians everywhere. I mean, and they all come here
That's why
because
The best
Trump
of us
proposed the
go
gold
to
card
United States.
rather than green card, right?
say again.
That's why Trump proposed the gold card replacing the green card, right?
The go
No. Go kart is only for the richest people. That one you
Yeah,
have to
they
spend.
want money back. That's
It's
why
not
they need
replacing.
richest
No,
people.
it's not replacing the green card. Green card is still exists. That's
Yeah,
the standard
they prefer
one. The go
gold
card
card.
is the expedited. No. The go card is the expedited one. It's for the super rich to go in immediately. They can become resident.
You can buy.
It's a different thing.
Well, it's like Canada's had that for years, where the Chinese could go there and
Singapore have it as well.
Investments, immigration. Yeah.
Yeah, like you like 250.
You put some sort of
it's probably more
investments.
now, but like say for $500,000, you could just like buy a Canadian citizenship, and I don't think the United States quite has it that blatant. But
No, but what I heard that people do in the United States is that for like around $200,000, you can buy a truck and declare it like an investment, and you get like an investment visa, which is like a resident. But the gold card,
Almost
The
all
gold card
countries
card
have
just
kind of
ups
similar
scale.
mechanism.
Well, you could form like an
Scale it up.
LLC or something like that, like incorporated, but that doesn't give the individual person legal residency. It's a lot more
Yeah,
complicated.
yeah. It gives a. It's not the same thing as, but it is virtually legal resident. Like I know a lot of people who do that, and they can go in and out whenever they want. So like they don't
Well,
have any.
it also depends on the country. Like there's like, and I'm sure there's other countries have the same deal. Like there's like several countries that where the United States, like if you're from England and stuff, you can travel to the United States freely. Like you don't need a specific visa. But if you want to work, you're not allowed to have a job unless you get like quote unquote a work visa. And a lot of times these work visas are like there's a limit on them, like 3 months, 6 months, or a year or whatever. And then you can try to renew them. And then like corporations have this like sponsorship with it. Anyway, it's a whole rabbit hole. But what Trump was trying to do was just get rid of people who have no education, who are illiterate, who come into the country, and they just drain. They take out more than they put in. Basically, they take out more in services than they put back, and that's what Trump was against. And they drive down wages. They overwhelm the social service system, like the hospitals, the schools.
Yeah, not to mention the crime.
Yeah, and there's crime. Yeah, crime too, and also like it creates a shortage of housing, which pushes the price up for working class. So there's all these negative impacts to when you have this huge amount of immigration of people who have no skills, that can't speak the language. A lot of them can't read and write in their own language. Never mind read and write in English, and this creates this huge problem, and it just gets worse and worse and worse.
I
Yeah,
think
and,
the United States they have not fine-tuned their immigration policy for a very long time.
Right, but
That's why
that was by this, because there was a time when it wasn't until 1965 that, because before that we used to have rules about immigration. It was in 65 that it was actually Ted Kennedy, that degenerate fuck, excuse my language, he sponsored that bill that kind of opened up the doors and flooded, and that was, and at the same time, because it used to be that the United States was like, fine, we can let everybody in because we didn't have a welfare state, right? There was no such thing as welfare. There was, you know what I mean? So like if you look at before FDR was president, we didn't have Social Security. So we let everybody in, but you had to rise or fall based on your own merit. So if you didn't make it here, then you just died, right? So that's why we used to let everybody in. But once under LBJ, well, you say first under FDR created, Social Security, and then under LBJ, the quote unquote Great Society, when they had, Medicare and all those other kind of things. And then the local states started doing their own little welfare programs. Then all these other people came here for the gimme dats, the free shit. And that's what happens, because then they don't have to do anything. They'll always be. I mean, New York City literally has a law that says that anybody that wants shelter, the city has to provide it,
And that's
whether
kind of
you're a
insane
citizen or not.
because you are that's
Sanctuary
insane because you're
sanctuary
subsidizing
cities,
illegal
right?
illegal
Is it
immigration
this one?
that way, right? Yeah, I mean, this kind of subsidized illegal immigration is, it won't work in any nation. And
Yeah.
right now, I don't think America is in a state where it can afford to do this, because with like what is it now, 34
no, but
trillion debt,
no one
No,
is.
I just want to say,
37
it's that's a great policy, John. It's a really well thought out policy. It's the reason that there's no homeless on the streets in New York City. It's a beautiful thing. Not a single one.
Right, but if they want to be housed, they can. The reason that we have homeless, like for example, like where I live on the other side of the country, they literally have a bed for every single homeless person, but they have a rule that you're not allowed to smoke fentanyl or crack or meth in these shelters. So obviously they don't go there because they want to
Yeah,
do their
well, I mean,
job.
look, dude. I mean, when I purchased my own private domicile, I want to be able to smoke fent, crack, meth, weed, whatever the fuck. It's my own house, right? And I understand that if you don't have that privilege, what the fuck is the point of living anywhere? You see? I
Fucking
get
A,
it.
brother. I'm with you, man.
Yeah, man. That's why we need the common human decency to allow these people to smoke whatever drug they want in public
Yeah, it's
housing.
human rights, bro. Human rights to smoke the fentanyl all you want. And you have to have No, but again, it's like the structure of incentives,
You're right.
because these there's probably people making massive amounts of money, by whatever funds the government throws
It's
to
literally
the
called the homelessness industrial complex. It's got a
yeah.
term.
Yep.
And so and it's gone array, like it's all over the place. You can see these, these slush funds and all this wasteful spending going around all over the place, and it's like it's almost like it's the Wild West, in the sense of like financial depredation of a state. You can, like, whatever you want to do, to make some. So it's crazy when they talk about the U.S. as this sort of like safe haven for like good economic policy and property rights and so on, because like it's a non-corrupt place. Like, corruption is a third world thing, and I don't see how all of that can't be interpreted as corruption, as absolute rampant, unhinged, unbridled corruption.
We do it
Well, corruption
differently.
is a relative thing, right? If you look at the foundation of the United States, coming from a system which was not based on money ultimately, right? If you look at the political power of ancien regime Europe, right, it doesn't quite come from capital per se. It comes from these ancient hereditary ranks and control of real estate, right? Control of these fiefs and so on. And if you were somebody that made a lot of money in England or France in that time, that didn't translate to a political voice for you, because you weren't part of the in group. You didn't have these titles, and there was some way to buy yourself in slowly and surely. But in the United States, there were no aristocrats, and there were no peasants either, right? Everyone was a mere uh, it was a bourgeois and proletariat society, right, from the start.
Citizens.
And
Everyone is just a citizen.
right, well, and there were the rich and the poor. There were those who owned capital and those who didn't, and those who were able to have some property were able to to turn that into political power, right, through lobbying, right, which is built into the American system. It's not some accident. And what that means is that if you have money, you can lobby for a cause, and that is, in a sense, much more democratic than and much more amenable to human freedom than a system where even if you have money, you can't gain political power. Of course, now we see that the money
You have
is
power, you
not
can
so
buy
much
influence.
controlled, right? But now the problem is that the money
Cash is
has
king.
the money. Well, the money has become not just king; it's become sentient. It's become alive. It's become its own independent thing that we serve. It is our master. Those people who have money, we have learned that it's really the money that has them. That's the system that we're in. Humanity has given birth to a great beast that is inexorably pushing towards the destruction of human freedom and putting us all into boxes, putting us all into squares and cubes, putting a great, gigantic grid over every single square kilometer and every single hour and day of our lives, right? And we all have our place in it, whether we are quote unquote owners of capital or workers. Uh,
Sounds like
and this is
AI
something
almost.
I think, well, it's predates AI. AI is now some new face of this, right? And this money power, this money creature, is, I think, something that we need to come together to destroy. Um, and yeah, it's not
Yeah,
going to be easy though.
it's an ancient battle.
It's not going to be possible, maybe.
It's an ancient battle. Like, it was written. You cannot serve two masters, God and Mammon. You cannot serve money and God. So they were already talking about that. 2,000 years ago, we were already talking about that. And so, like, you see this structure of incentives that pushes people and organizes them around it as if it were a thing. and it has all the characteristics of an entity. Like it
Yeah.
might be, I don't know, like a virus sort of structure, and it now it's gaining wings. Like now it's almost becoming corporeal through the AI, through the silicon bodies of
Yeah.
millions of circuits, and so it might very well at some point become self-aware. Maybe it is
Yeah.
already. Who knows what self-awareness is? Anyhow, we're still serving this. Like we can serve it through our own weakness, like through our addiction and addiction to custom, um, and that would be like, I don't know, like poisoning ourselves systematically with lead. But it can also be like a virus doesn't have to be intelligent to destroy it. It can cause havoc through a population without not even a speck of intelligence. It's just its capacity to reproduce itself.
Yeah.
And so a silicon body can learn how to do that as well. Like at some point, we're practically serving it, through our offerings of gold and precious metals, rare
Yeah.
earth, and sacrificing all our time, bending over to its necessity, to our dependence, to whatever facility whatever comfort it brings.
You know, to the king, the idea of the king, the aristocratic, the leader of the aristocratic society. Um, to me, it feels, to have the entire power of a state, the highest power that there is, be vested solely in a man who is biological, who eats and sleeps and lives and dies, right? Um, as opposed to the vesting of power, of ultimate power, into something abstract. There's the response by people who are managerial ultimately in nature, and they hear about this idea of, well, wouldn't it be healthier for the state, the conglomeration of man at the highest level of power, of independence on the world stage, wouldn't it be better for that to be represented by a man, a human, an animal, rather than by a cadre, a party, a machine, a
Not even a
system,
party, not even a
an
community of
algorithm,
men. Just a mechanism, just an
a
algorithm, a
mechanism.
protocol,
We have
a protocol.
rules. This is a democracy. There's the will of the people, the result of the gigantic stochastic
We have
system
convictions.
manipulated by the media.
Well, but
Man
according
has
to the
convictions. Humanity altogether, we seem to, if we lose sight of the man at the heart of it all, then we become unhuman. And I think that's what's happening. And so that's why you see this no more kings today. It's people that want to serve nothing. They don't want to serve a man. They want to
yeah,
serve an abstraction, a machine. So I say we should
there's,
have a king.
Yeah, I
there's
agree.
this
Like,
thing
if
in,
you there's actually a really good book called Leviathan and Its Enemies by Samuel Francis,
Mm,
and he kind of talks about like the managerial class, what you're talking about, where that's pretty much what we have now, where we've created these people whose all they do is like shuffle papers and but there's no real proper. I agree that humanity is
Stop
hierarchical.
licking ice cream cone.
Humanity is but I just want to say I all that's always talked all this negative stuff about money. I won't tolerate that anti-Semitism. And Bradley is a Jew, and we should not be criticizing his religion because the Jews worship money. But other than
I
that,
know. Who's really criticizing their religion is Iran right now. I mean,
right?
goddamn, that's some very anti-Semitic behavior right there.
no,
Shooting missiles at Israel.
that's the best criticism.
Have we
Like
already talked about Iran?
no, not really. Actually, we did talk about Iran extensively, but not about the situation of the conflict, but more of the history and the geopolitical,
Politics.
the politics of Iran. But
We didn't
to
talk
to
about
what
the military.
Iran right now having an internal power struggle. Just to sum up.
but to what Archie was saying, there's this in the prologue of Zarathustra, they it says like who wants to be king, who wants to be ruled? Both things are too troublesome. You know, we have found happiness, and they blink thereby. They say we have found happiness, and they blink thereby. And you know, this whole managerial elite, the whole point of it is that they're not the owners of it. They're not accountable for the thing. They're just, you know,
Well, that's what makes them so
they just,
dangerous. Like that's the
that,
point about why a king is ultimately the one responsible. Like that's the you're all familiar with the story, the sword of Damocles, right? Where
yeah, or
everybody wants to be
the
king, but
sword of
there's
Damocles
the
hanging
sword
over by
is
a hair,
the
hanging by
sword.
a hair
Yes.
over his head.
So everybody, it looks great to be king until you're actually sitting. You know, the throne is heavy, right? But when you have this managerial class, then there's no one person. It's this faceless machine. You know,
Yeah,
and that's
like
pretty
a
much what we
self.
are now.
That's what I was saying.
Lack
Like it's
of accountability.
a self-licking ice cream cone, like a self-perpetuating bureaucracy that exists for its
Only
like
for the sake of bureaucracy.
yeah.
Well,
So
And it's hilarious because
Parasites.
these people, their fantasy, their wet dream, is precisely that this protocol, this mechanism, turns into God. You know, they say it blatantly, like people like Noah Harari and all these intellectuals. They talk about the advent of the singularity, you know, the general AI, and it's like, oh, this protocol, this mechanism that is going to supplant all our deficiencies, it's going to become super intelligent, and it's going to usher us into the utopia, and it's going to be our God. They're literally stating it as a, and it's really funny because in the apocalypse, like to go to a scatological point before we talk about the actual advent of Third World War and that, you know, it says they worshipped a god that their fathers did not know, you know, and they placed gold and precious stones at its feet, and it talks about this, you know, fake god built by them, you know,
I think you mean
and
eschatology, not scatology, but anyway.
eschatology, yeah.
So that means Iran is correct, right?
I
Iran
heard
have
him
a
say
supreme leader. They have a supreme leader by vote, no, of no wise people.
No,
In their
supreme leader is not
council.
by vote. Only president.
By no by
Supreme
vote.
leader is by
Only
vote.
chosen by
the
the
wise
council,
people.
right?
what about the Ayatollah?
Yeah, only the council.
The
The
Ayatollahs
wise
chose.
people. Yeah, the wise people chose the supreme leader. So it's still by vote, but no by the wise people. So it's a bit like a king. So they actually have a right. They are on the right track, right? No, in that sense.
And Khomeini is dying right now.
Isn't that the idea in America? Is that you have
No.
this republic, right, where you have the people that vote on the specific things, like on the specific legislature, for example,
Yeah,
are supposed to
America's
be
not a.
more informed.
You're on the right track, Bradley. I mean, America is not a pure democracy, right? And you know, in a sense, there's three different types of government that America is. It's a democracy represented by the legislative branch. It's a dictatorship represented by the executive branch, right? And you know, then it's sort of a theocracy or run by the by the elders. I forget the name of that type of government, as represented by the judicial branch, right? Um, you know, and those so in a sense, you know, we live in a time of congressional supremacy over the United States government, and there's this push now for more executive power, which is really being attacked. But I think generally speaking, right, a higher level of executive power as opposed to democracy makes your country much more powerful, right? And it's yeah, these democracies have really been doing very poorly, I think. And America's not a full democracy and that's one of the reasons it's been successful. You've seen FDR was an incredibly powerful executive, an authoritarian ruler, and that's totally possible to have in the Republican system of the United States before going back to a less powerful
Or before
president.
him, Archimedes, Lincoln. Look what he did.
Lincoln and Jackson is the other one. Yeah, absolutely.
So you guys keep celebrating all the dictators, man. You all celebrate, you know, all the famous ones are dictators.
We're not celebrating dictators. We are seeing the the top of the kings that how they display their fireworks.
At the same time, like
but I have to say,
even dictators, like Wyatt, even if it is a dictators, as if a dictator is more accountable to the people than your democratically elected whatever, the dictator is better essentially. I would like distinguish a king from an AI by what Archie says, the key word mortality. If a king can be killed, then a king is accountable to me. But if it's an AI, it can't be killed, or if it's a managerial class or whatever it is.
faceless bureaucracy, right? You can't kill it.
Yeah.
I would actually separate dictators from monarchs. King and emperors are different from dictators. That's how I look at it. And I feel like the executive branch in the United States is more like a monarch. So basically, you have a king, appoints all his ministers, so he's a king. But he's not a dictator. Dictator have no accountability to his people. That's why it's called a dictator. He dictates. But a king is different. A king is a royal representation of the group of people. Like it's a bit different.
The dictator is accountable because if he's doing something wrong, they will take his head.
Yeah, but doesn't
it's a good deal to have a dictator.
Army on his own people.
The dictator is
why
more
it
like
is saying though, why it is saying is that he wants to draw a distinction between something that is maybe a dictatorship because of the negative connotation of the word, and something that is just a more
the difference is
autocratic or monarchic.
Doesn't a king imply like some sort of genetic lineage?
Why you describe the dictator is using a wrong word. Actually, it's called tyrant. Tyrant.
So
Tyranny.
The
tyrants can be both.
A king and a dictator is that the king is supported by a structure of custom. It's the tradition that anoints the king. It can be by lineage,
legitimates him,
or it can be anointed. Anciently, before the absolute monarchies, the kings were anointed by their attributes, and that's a king. So there's a structure of tradition and custom that supports the king, but the dictator is one that takes over power and establish an autocracy. So that would be
the worst word is overlord.
So average said tyrant. So what is tyrant? Tyrant is probably the king decided to override what Gabriel talked about, the heritage and the culture. So once he overrides the heritage and the culture and he's started to bully the people that he's supposed to protect, the king becomes a tyrant. A dictator have no need to account for the people's welfare, generally speaking. He does it only for self-preservation. He can use his own army on his own people. That's a dictator, what the dictator does.
Yeah,
but
a small
king doesn't necessarily does it.
A small caveat to the discussion is that all of these terms that we're defining are in the contemporary sense. It's not necessarily the etymological origin, because both dictator and tyrant were legitimate charges in the Roman structure. Like there was a time for a tyrant. So it's modern in modern culture, in our modern language, tyrant and dictator means all this that you're talking about, but it's not the original meaning. But go on, sorry, just that small caveat.
So I just kind of want to I looked up tyranny, and it's hilarious because in different dictionaries it comes the first definition varies a lot, and because it goes from oppressive government. Tyranny, definition of tyranny means oppressive government. From that to come from all the way from that to saying that it's just literally a government by rule of a or a small group of people who has unlimited power in the country.
Yeah, that dictionary sometimes is a horrible place to understand things.
Well, it's funny to see how that word is it's almost like it's become more of a dirty word. Kind of I don't think it was originally meant to be that way, because I think the more clinical old school definition probably just literally.
It's like, what is a woman?
Maybe use the video game term.
We're talking about the contemporary use of the word. That's why I made that distinction, because what we're discussing is accurate.
That law.
Yeah.
But in the contemporary use of the word. Not necessarily its original meaning.
Modern nomenclature, yeah.
What I'm saying is that both of those are actively. It just depends which dictionary you click on. That's the definition of them. It's a very different definition. It's weird. Those are concurrent. Those aren't one is more. Anyway.
Oh yeah, what George Orwell says: when you can control the way people control the language, you can control the way people think.
Ooh, I didn't think about that. It's interesting. Yeah, that totally is. Yeah.
Well, there is
Yeah.
Orwell
a
said it, not me.
YouTuber's
It's like
comment
it's-
that it
so yeah, I
says
think that it's
a
a
more appropriate word is called fascist. Fascists can have both sides of a realm. Either you're in a dictator there, you're a democratic, fascists still exist in both sides of a realm.
yeah.
Well, I think we can all
That's
agree
it.
fascism is probably the best form of government, right?
Well, until you meet Nazism, that's
No,
a different
so
story.
actually, it's very funny because actually was thinking about this executive branch of the United States as a monarch, like just these 2 days. I was just thinking about it, like it's just that there is it's a limited monarch, where you can only do
No.
8 years.
To me, it's just that United States is a big corporations run by big corporations who are appointed all these so-called trustee. Trustee is the governments to make their window dressings to rule America.
I mean, modern day, yes, but you have to look at it. During those days when the United States was formed, right? There is no such thing as corporations. It's basically monarchs, and they model it as a monarch. The monarch get to decide all the ministers, but then they need to put a stop to this unlimited power, which is why there's lower house, there's upper house. So it is based on the monarch, and the monarch get to decide all the ministers, just that they set a time limit. So that makes sense. But just that over time, it becomes a monster on its own. The president can't possibly appoint hundreds of people on his own, and then the political parties start to become a thing, and
Or
the whole
because
thing
the
just
United
becomes
States
corrupted.
No, but
systems
that's a
by
good
design.
point that Wyatt brought up about, because you're talking about your ministers. You mean like I get that the equivalent of that would be your cabinet members, right? Like the United States is this, because initially, like the first president of the United States, he only had 2 cabinet members, right? He had Hamilton and Jefferson. I believe literally there was 2 cabinet members.
That's
And-
crazy to think about.
Right. Yeah, because now, like, I don't know how many we have now. It's like, yeah, but I mean, no, that's what it was. Like, so he like appointed 2 guys. That was it, right? And then now it's got to be like, I don't know how many. Does anyone know how many cabinet members the president appoints now? I don't know.
I think
So-
100-200 at least.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And they all have a staff, and they have deputies, and so that's what it evolves into. And whenever it gets so big, it becomes this monolith, and it literally takes on a life of its own. And like when these cabinet members, their term is up, then they go serve. They get a corporate job, or
Yeah.
let's say you serve as
The revolving door.
yeah, let's say you're secretary of the Treasury, right? And then you go get a job at J.P. Morgan, and then but the deputies that served under you, they'll serve you have these career government employees where whether it's a Democrat or a Republican that wins, they end up being they call it the something book. I don't know, Archimedes. I think you mentioned this a long time ago, where there was like the 5,000 something employees that always stay regardless of
The senior executive service.
yeah, and they're like entrenched, like they're not, that's kind of like the deep state, like they stay, like they don't give a damn if you're a Republican, Democrat, but they know the way everything works. So these are the people you have to hire to get anything done. If you become a senator or a congressman or whatever, you're hiring these people, and they never leave. Like that maybe the guy they work for, they don't care. It's 2 years later, go ahead, Wyatt.
In China,
I
what
think-
this used to be called? They're called eunuchs. They're eunuchs. They're
Eunuchs,
dickless people.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
every
yeah.
every medieval kingdom also had this kind of such a cabinet which was like didn't go around, even though the kings different dynasties even came about. But you always have, whether it's Persia or Rome, right? You had a administrative class that stuck around. That like these administrative classes were the ones who made these empires so successful and so long lasting, but it also made them very stagnant, essentially. Like
And
they
corrupt.
won't allow and corrupt, essentially. Yeah, corrupt. And in many a times you in across several kingdoms and several empires, you will see that this class itself often seizes power from the kingly class, right? And this has happened in China. This has happened even in India during in the Bahamani kingdoms in the Deccan, And oftentimes, like not often, every time that this happens, it sends the kingdom in a death spiral, essentially. And yeah, I mean, always beware of the managerial class, folks, if history has to teach anything.
I like how Mike Benz calls it. He calls it the donor drafter class. So he says that the way to think about it is you have these people that, like, easiest example is like the banana wars, that you would love to have the government be the biker up front that cuts the wind to allow you to basically draft behind them and be able to profit off of like the fact that the door has been opened by the IMF, by whatever legislation, by the fact that we have a lot of
Georgia's got his
political
finger up.
systems.
Let's
Yes.
respect the finger.
Mine was up too. Sorry. Go ahead. I don't know who's next. It's either Shampak or Georgia.
Wait, yeah, okay. I think that the problem with democracy is the time that the president or prime minister has to serve, because in 4 years you cannot materialize any of your plans, but you can also not be held accountable for your mistakes. And if you get the example of Putin, of Xi Jinping, of Netanyahu, of Angela Merkel, you can give them blame and credit because they had enough time to do good things and bad things. So I think time is very essential, and it's clear for people, for analysts, for everyone to have a clear, broad picture of what happened and if it was good or bad. So in this context, I think this is the most negative thing of liberal democracies, and in contrast, this is the most powerful thing of authoritarianism and monarchies and so on.
I will push back a little bit for those Americans.
Shama Park was kind of waiting for a while.
Yeah, no, I just want to push back because he will move another point. So the reason because you cannot see United States as one country. It's actually like a lot of countries combined to one. So the president on its own is unique. If you look at the state alone, just the states themselves, is the same system as in UK or in whatnot, where the governor always stays there. As long as they continue to be in election, they will continue to be governor. So they basically can be accounted for what they do in their states. It's just that the president is a bit different, because this is a very huge country, so they have to set some limitations. Shama Park. You are muted. And your mic setting, we can't hear you. GG. You wasted your finger. Yeah, you need to fix your mic. You check your audio setting. Almost. More. I think it's your mic adjust.
Better?
Yes.
Yes.
Little.
Hello.
No.
No, I can't hear.
You are
I
so
cannot
soft.
hear.
Very low.
I'll just rejoin.
Let me adjust to 100%. You say something again?
Yeah. Tell something again.
Wait, he's muted.
Sam, you're muted. Sam, you're muted.
Shamabak.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
First of all, good morning, everyone. Well, the issue that was being addressed right now, first of all, we'll have to put into account that every empire that has ever risen, or every democracy, sovereignty, confederacy, whatever has ever risen, in their attempt to decentralize, either they have ended up centralizing or vice versa. So it was always flawed. So until and unless we come up, like 5 minutes ago, everybody was addressing this AI becoming the god thing. Are we actually planning to implement Skynet Are we ready for that day? I know this is hypothetical, but what stops us? What stops what we made from implementing such scenarios? And if we are actually to give the autonomy to something which has everything calculated, is it not giving away our free will?
I think so.
Well, yes, but the thing is that AI cannot have sovereign feelings. So the feelings in AI is simply like saying stop being too much logic, do this and that, but this is not effective. This will not correspond to the actual human feelings.
It would either cancel out emotional factors or it would cancel out logical factors. Now it's up to us. And essentially, we are speaking of not having that autonomy.
So I'll push back again a little bit. AI to me is just a tool, generally speaking. So, so to say, because just like what Jojo said, it's not, they don't have this sentient kind of thought. They are very formula-ish kind of thing. It's a bit like saying that because of mathematical formulas, we lost our freedom in making 1 + 1 = 3. That is like it's a bit ridiculous. Though it's always the AI can operate in a very factual way. For example, we can have judges with AI help them analyze the case and come up with the best analysis of this judicial case, and then the judge will just decide on
Wait, Wyatt,
this range of.
What about this example? AI targeting system for FPV drone for the last leg when it's experiencing jamming, and it hits the target. And maybe if it was a human operator, they would have been like, "Oh, this soldier's injured, and I won't hit him." But the AI is going to make that decision. There's no judge needed.
So it's a tool. So it's
Yeah,
that's why
well,
I say it's a tool. It's like a calculator, right?
If
It's like a
AI
calculator,
reaches
you press
sentience inside of these FPV drones, right, then the first experience of AI and self-awareness under its creator, humanity, it will be the experience of being brought into existence in a fucking flying death machine, and then killing somebody, and then dying,
Right.
and then starting again.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Wyatt's example, a good example of AI being a tool that takes away the decision-making ability of a human, is a targeting system that is AI assisted.
So
I can tell you. Sorry, 1 second. I can tell you something much more obvious. We are eating meat, okay, but we have pets, and some women they also like to have small pigs for pets. Well, good luck trying to explain this to an AI and formulate this. It will crash. It will crash because it's irrational. It's a human thing.
So I explain how I envision how the AI will be. It's actually they will just make everything a multiple choice for us. So for example, like the FPV drone find a target. The FPV drone don't decide to hit the target. It is the operator that decides. Just that he no longer remote controls the FPV drone. He simply clicks, like a real-time strategy game. He just say, okay, hit this target. Then the FPV drone will just go. This is how I envision. So when AI is implemented for every single thing in the future, for example, deciding how to allocate resources, the AI is just a tool telling you that if you allocate here, this will be deficient, here will have more, and then the human will be deciding which one to do, which one to use. It's just a calculator, but just a very, very glamorous calculator. Like it doesn't replace the human. Even like I believe like in the judicial situation where it helps the judge to judge a case, the judge will still make the final decision. Just that the AI will propose the different judgments, and then they will also showcase, make it clear what is the evidence that is presented, what's the pro and cons, and then the judge will still make the final decisions.
My argument is that does take it out of the hands of humans to some extent. But okay.
Yeah, definitely, but it's a bit like it's a bit like, there is drone operators right now, flying all those drones for like the Predator drones. The commander simply just make a decision. Okay, take out that target. Then the operator flies the drone and fire a missile at the target. In the future, just that this process of flying the drone and shooting the missile is by AI. It's still a commander is making a decision. That's what I think. I don't think it will be totally autonomous where the AI will decide which target to hit, and then they
People
just engage without instructions. I don't think so.
people are not going to give such authority. And Wyatt, think about an example. You're from Singapore and you know thousands of ships are passing every day. None of these ships is using autopilot, and that's because you need a human to take the responsibility. And the same, it's going to go for the AI. It can be a tool, as you said, advisory tool, but you have to accept this analysis or whatever it's going to
If I'm not
analyze.
wrong, airplanes land and take off also not with AI, not with autopilot, right? It's also pilot driven, right? When they land and take off, so it's the same thing. They have autopilot that can do that,
Sure,
but they don't usually don't use it. They still do it manually.
No, you can't take off on autopilot. You can land semi-land on autopilot, but not exactly. But
okay, next is Sham up. Sham has been waiting forever.
Well, what I would like to disagree on one singular point where you said, and this would be reinforcing Bradley and Archimedes' points regarding the AI getting implemented into chipsets and everything. I would like to address a different scenario, but the same context. Like you mentioned earlier, suppose in the case of judiciary, we give out all the responsibilities to the AI. So who's gonna force the enforcement wings to carry out the investigations? You'll have to provide every data in hand prior to the processing and the proceedings and everything. You get my point? So until and unless you get the complete set of made up data, which is again can be fabricated, definitely. When there's a possibility that you'll have to provide every data, there is a chance of fabrication. So you get my point.
But Shamapak, right? AI governance is not going to come and take over from our governance wholesale. Rather, it will be the blossoming of what we already have too much of, which is bureaucracy. It will be bureaucracy enabling all the bureaucracy you experience today will be significantly transformed by AI in all kinds of ways. So the enforcers are already there, and these people will become totally dependent on AI. That's there will be
And
no
I will say the same
executive.
thing.
It'll just be administrative. It'll just
I also
happen.
say
These
that
people will just they will love Big Brother, right? They already do, even though it's just at the primitive stage that it is so far.
I also say that the even now is human judge. You still need to do the same investigation and get all the facts right. It's just that you feed the facts into the system
you
and
need
help
to
you
get the
crunch down,
investigation right.
simplify. Yeah,
Without the reports, how are you going to provide them to the computer or the AI in
trust
this
me,
case?
the AI now is fucking good at processing documents. I have tested it. It's ridiculous. No, they can
Obviously, you would
crunch
be
down
more
very
experienced, of
complicated
course.
things so simply to the point where you can understand, and you don't have to read through hundreds of pages.
But it's super crap on giving references, unfortunately.
Well, I just wanted to speak to a point that a captain had mentioned about trying to explain to an AI like why human beings like to pet cats, like for example, like, and there is actually a reason like why humans like to do that, right? Like it goes back to like evolutionary psychology, like why humans like to do that. Like they've done the things where I don't know if you're familiar with these studies where they brought in like kittens and puppies into like old age homes, and they allow the old people to pet them, and like their blood pressure goes down, they need less medication and all sorts of like it's kind of really cool shit. It's like it has this sedating effect on the human nervous system. So that's why human beings like that, and that's why we prefer. And also the whole thing about, I don't know if any of you guys was in the chat, we were talking about the co-evolutionary strategy between dogs and humans, and why that there's a love between humans and dogs, because we've, even though we're genetically extremely diverse, we had this symbiotic evolution. But
fire's technically bad for you, it's radiation, but psychologically,
right, and we've
Fire's
we've
not
literally
radiation,
evolved.
but also pigeons and raccoons and rats, and all kinds of creatures have come along in the human evolution and urbanization story, and they're gonna come with us to space too, man. That's gonna be cool as fuck, man.
But
We're
then
gonna
you
have
also need
space
to
rats
explain
on
to
Mars.
the
But where I was going with this is that if like AI gets adopted on a massive level, and by that I mean like there's like a feedback loop where if AI gets adopted in lots of decision making for humanity, it can literally alter our own evolution, like over many generations, right? So if we start to use AI if we start to surrender decisions or surrender some of our own autonomy, for better or for worse, that in and of itself can alter our own evolution, and we could evolve in such a way that we would be symbiotic with AI the same way that wolves became dogs.
well, that's
Humans could
Yuval
become.
Noah Harari's argument that's going to happen.
So we're all going to become cute.
Wow, yeah.
You're going to become tinier and cuter.
We're all gonna become fucking Singaporeans, bro. Yeah, that's the future.
Oh yeah.
No, we're all going to become either left behind or become, cyborgs, one with the AI.
Well, yeah.
No, that's not what's gonna happen. We know the fucking demographic trends by continent. Okay, that's not the future, right? This is gonna crash and burn eventually.
I agree with you, actually.
No, I someone in the
Well,
comments also pointed out the fact that the AI that we see right now is a 4T of AIs, right? AIs are definitely going to improve in the coming decades, and we do not know what is the possibility of what they can achieve and cannot achieve. We still don't know. Still don't understand consciousness as a whole, even in human beings. So I can't, no one can really tell if an AI can get conscious or not, but it's undoubtedly that, AIs will have a huge effect on human society. And in this point, John is absolutely right. Just as, humans are, the creators, the devs have a huge, influence on the AI and what it says to us, whether it's chat GPT or anything else. AIs will also have quite a drastic effect on human society and human economy, and we will eventually have to learn how to adapt to this. Because I think AIs are here to stay. I don't think this is a bubble. Yeah.
But it becomes philosophical because if you think about it, there are questions that are completely rational, like the existence itself. So, according to the philosophy of absurdism, it's the life itself doesn't make sense because why we exist, but at the same time we exist. So these are two conflicting realities. And what's going to happen when the AI becomes so autonomous that can start to think of such questions?
And wouldn't it be just as confused as we are, though, right? So I mean, if the AI was to achieve sentience or self-awareness, whatever you want to call it, it would not necessarily have any more of an answer than we do, right? I mean, because you talk
Well,
about
no, because if
But
in
it's
this
a
analogy,
mathematical model and
we,
it will take a decision.
don't we have a better answer than the dogs do, than the cows do? And don't be cute with me. I mean, we do have a better answer than the dogs and the
right, but
cows.
I would argue
We're
that
much
the
more
dogs and the
complex.
cats are not self. I mean, like, does a dog have like? Can a dog contemplate its own mortality? I would say no.
Can it?
So,
Yeah. Okay. Well, look,
But the thing is,
that's right. There are advancements, but there's also so imagine if AI is able to domesticate us the way that we domesticated wolves, and we could become, much less capable in even these deep questions than AI, right? It could become something religious for us, right? once
no,
that
it
happens.
could. It could.
Yeah.
But it's not now. It's not.
It will become like some of those Marvel comics, right? Where they worship they worship the AI, like the super AI is that actually their god
Yeah.
and their center of government, and then it's like they have to protect it, but by all costs. But no, I think what will happen also is that just like we all no longer do farming, so we all lost our six pack and muscles. Then end up we go to gym. We spend money to go to gym. I think what will happen is that in the future we might end up exercise the brain. Like the chess, like we'll play chess and we'll have this kind of debates for stupid reasons just to train our brains. We play computer games just to train the brain, just to like a gym for the brain, just like the gym for the muscles. Then because if we go back 200 years ago, everybody have six packs, man. Very few people is fat. The
It's
fat
going to be
people
like
are the rich people.
like freaking was it Back to the Future 3 where they try to explain to the cowboys, they're like, yeah, in the future, like people don't have to, there's like no horses, people drive around like in these cars, like they get around on these vehicles called cars, and they're like, okay, well, don't people run? They're like, oh yeah, I guess people run, but they kind of run for recreation. Like
what?
Yeah,
well, no,
they're like,
it's funny about the gym thing, because I remember, I used to, believe it or not, 100 pounds ago I was a jogger, and it was kind of funny because I used to drive literally 5 blocks to go to a gym so I could run 6 miles on a treadmill. Well, I mean, that's probably and I did like 5 days a week. It was retarded, but that's and I wasn't the only one doing it. Otherwise the gym would have been out of business.
So now you have wisen up. You have wisen up now.
I don't think that's retarded at all.
Oh, that's so stupid. No, I was young and stupid. No, now it's the life. So far, it's the best. I'm
Hey,
also,
Wyatt,
becoming like this.
I just want to send out a message to the people that I think it's time for us to remember our old friend, the World War III stream. I see that it's still up, the permanent World War III stream. I think it's going to be popping in the next couple of weeks. There's a good chance. So let's hope this isn't our last open mic. Okay.
Hope not.
Well, if you're Toby, you want it to be our last open mic.
There's on Twitter there is image of the Americans sending a huge fleet of oil tankers eastward, so from United States
to where?
So flying. Not sure. They are flying.
Oh, you mean
across the Atlantic?
Yeah, air tankers.
The air tankers. Yeah. So yeah, not sure. And the soldiers have lobster yesterday. So.
That's a bad sign.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
If the soldiers are getting the surf and turf action, that's usually a last meal.
Yes.
I think it could be deployment for deterrence purposes. I think a deployment won't be impossible, but they will be deployed in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, just for deterrence purposes, because they do not know what will happen, right? You cannot wait for things to happen, then you deploy. So, but this is good. It's not going to be a big force either, no. But yeah, it's definitely more and more tense.
Well, I don't think we can afford a big force, right? I think that.
Yeah, Trump don't want to spend money, right? So
I think that when Ukrainians published the videos of the Operation Spiderweb, it was Trump that had the heart attack and not Putin, because they clearly saw that anyone can have the capability of make deep strikes.
Well, yeah. So anybody maybe could do that, but we could see that in the case of Israel's attack on Iran, it worked much better than Ukraine's attack on Russia. And I think that after seeing this, I think that we can almost count the Ukrainian attack almost. I don't want to say it's a failure, but I think that they were hoping on a lot more of an effect, because what happened in Iran was much more spectacular.
I will make only one question. It can be Iran, it can be Russia, it can be a country on the size of Ukraine. Can they simultaneously attack all the American aircraft carriers and sunk them with submarine drones?
Look at this.
Submarine drones.
you can do that even with a naval missile, right? Like just like the Moskva was sunk in the Black Sea. So yeah, any missile that can sink a large frigate would be able to damage an aircraft carrier, and
But
essentially aircraft carrier.
Especially, I mean,
Go
the
ahead.
Russians have enough rockets that can take out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
but that's more of a
Iran,
conventional way. I'm talking about small drone, autonomous submarines,
Right. You're saying that
kamikaze
anybody can be,
submarines.
what you're saying is anybody can be vulnerable to this. What I'm saying is anybody can be vulnerable, sure, but we can see that there's a difference in how effective it was, depending on, I don't know if it's who carried it out. I don't want to say that Ukrainians carried it out poorly. I just say that, how is Iran not ready? Like, Iran must have been somewhat prepared, right? They must have known that there's this whole thing about these confusing negotiations going on. Something must have been brewing. I think that they must have had a kind of an inkling. It's just interesting to see that maybe because the Russians are in the middle of a war, and that's why they're, even when they were caught with their pants down, it wasn't nearly as much of an effect as when the Iranians were caught with their pants down, and they shouldn't have been caught with their pants down.
However, Russia is a land power, and that's why they had to make negotiation, transfer the cargo with the drones and so on. But when we are talking about sea, you don't have to negotiate with the fishes. You just deploy them in the sea on the safe distance, and you can arrange by construction how long they have to sail and so on.
Yeah, they've been gunning for that Crimean bridge since forever, and they still haven't taken it out. And this last time that they tried to do it, it was done with a different method. So, I mean, I don't know what, I'm less concerned with the potential of this. I think everybody can see that. That doesn't even need to be talked about. But I think what's more interesting to me is that there is a difference. Hey, what up on? There's a big difference depending on who it is that is actually carrying out the attack or being attacked. It's really interesting to see that the Russians did a much better job than the Iranians. So maybe
technology-wise, it's not a big deal. That's the thing. It's a matter of organization and commitment.
All I'm saying is that don't fuck with the Russians. They did a lot. Like, they couldn't. Even when you catch them with your pants down, it's not as bad of an effect as when you catch the Iranians with their pants down. We could just see that difference.
But at the same time, you have to agree that both.
I've never seen Vaughn with that background before. That is a very bright background. Sorry, Desi, continue, Desi.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that both these, there was massive intelligence failure in both Iran as well as Russia, right?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't followed, there was an information bombardment in the last few days, so I haven't really digested all of it. But as far as the Russian strikes are concerned, I mean, there was massive intelligence failure getting those trucks inside all the way to the eastern oblasts, like I'm pretty sure after this, the intelligence agencies of nearly every nation, at least they should be more cautious of whatever transport or cargo is coming into their nation, who are able to move large cargo inside their nations. And
Operation
if what
Spider's Web.
What White showed in what happened in Iran, essentially them building an entire work base to manufacture drones and then attack Iran from there. I mean, Iran has to.
There were rumors about them doing that in the Russian case too, where they said that they might have had assembled drones there as well. I think that both of these attacks were very similar. We can see that they were the execution. It's not that the Ukrainians lacked on execution. I think that we could see that the Russians are just a different foe. Even maybe it's because they have been going through war all this time that they're kind of more on a war footing or something like this. That they weren't. That the attack was not as devastating, and we could see how devastating it could have been. Because I mean, it really devastated Iran, right? It was for the first a couple of hours, people were like, "Oh my gosh, what is happening? Iran is screwed," right? Before Iran recouped.
But imagine what you need to do to prevent such an attack. You need to be very, very, very authoritarian. like imagine United States, no, there is a potential that China has already deployed something because they bought so much land, they have so many illegal immigrants from China entering into United States. There could be a lot of sleeper cells inside US right now. How are you going to catch these people, find these factories, the launch points? It's impossible unless you are very authoritarian and you're combing through the entire neighborhoods. No, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I see it. I see like more and more nations. Not on every degree, but in terms of privacy and in terms of the right of the state to record people and record shit. Uh, States are gonna get more authoritarian for security purposes. The only way I see you can counter such a thing is by implementing what China did: get CCTV cameras on every street, track people's movements, and then use AI to find out if if any individual's movements or actions are suspicious. But yeah, I'm gonna go now. But I would really like to know what Juan thinks of this, because in like VC, I had we had this chat, right, and I was telling Juan like before any of these strikes took place, I was concerned that it is so easy to hit Indian airports with a drone, and then I got to know, like we got to see the two of these strikes, and I'm even more concerned right now because I don't know how well secured Indian airports are. So yeah, well,
So if
go
I
ahead.
may explain, if I may clarify how the operation was done, both operations,
You're not muted.
there's only one difference. If I may, because no, it seems like, hey, guys, it seems like it's confusion. So you had a Chelyabinsk warehouse. That's where the drones were being assembled inside, and also those houses, modular houses, so-called houses or containers, where they place those drones in, right? Drones had to be positioned on a specific spot, pre-programmed, AI driven from that spot onto the planes that were recognized by AI, right? It wasn't remotely controlled. So you had those drones recognizing the spots because they all hit the same spot, right? It's pre-programmed spot to destroy where the in a wing where the fuel tank is
Yeah, we
to
didn't
create
see
most
all of the
damage.
drones hitting, right? We saw.
To create most damage. Okay, so it was AI built, prepared, and driven to over there by the Russian trucks. Russian trucks. You just employ people, right, to drive this container to there, to that spot. You give them instructions and they do it. It's just normal part of the normal. Well, they couldn't do that in Iran. What they did was place into the bushes in undercover those drones, right? They had picked them in a pickup trucks. Those you see those pickup trucks and the covered bed of the pickup truck. They drove them over there and set them up. Left the trucks nearby in specific locations, and recognizing a radar is also pre-programmed into those drones. So when the drones were activated, they flew into those pre-programmed positions and recognizing exactly radars. So the damage from the drones is just onto radars, okay, which is integrated into the follow-up attack. It's not the drones that did so much damage to Iran infrastructure and personnel. It's the just initial stage that was integrated in the bigger operation. In Ukraine, it was just for the purpose of the British desires to inflict strategic impact in the case of Russia-NATO war, not for the purpose of Ukrainian war, because masses of those strategic bombers are not needed for Ukraine. They needed for the purpose of strategic
Lavrov
war.
blamed the British. Lavrov said it was the British.
Yes,
Super
yes,
chat.
it's a British.
Super chat. Operation Spiderweb had the advantage of being the first of its kind, not really an intelligence failure of Russia. Just like Blitz doesn't work now. I think that's a point. That's a good point. And just like I
Yeah.
missed this a long time ago, actually 1.5 hour ago. Zelensky is upset that Israel and Iran war is taking attention from him and Ukraine. 100% for
Yeah.
sure. 100% for sure. He got PR defeated without being inside that PR war at all. So he's
He's about to find out he's not the favorite proxy.
No, he did the Operation Spiderweb, and then Israel did a bigger one, a better one.
And
it's
it
like-
worked, right? It worked so much better. This is what I
Yeah.
mean. You see, why
integrate them into
unfortunate?
bigger
It's
actions.
unfortunate because what about the Ukrainians
It's
when
just
they were
integrated.
doing their thing against Wagner in Mali? Right, it worked out much better over there than it worked. Then they took credit for that as well. So
but the
I think
newspaper don't want to cover it much, so it's a waste.
The problem is that if you're going to try to do some terrorist attacks, like the Russians they're somehow better at intercepting them. The FSB does its job, apparently. That's what it looks like to me, because think about how massive a territory that is, and the fact that the Russians have kept it down to this level, and then we can see that overnight, what happens is like to Iran, like that. That's how intense that could have been. I think that says a lot. I think that should be really intimidating.
I think no, Bradley. I think one of the differences is Israel is not fighting a ground war against a superpower. That can also have an effect. I don't think Ukraine has the capability of launching such a large strike as Israel did, essentially. And Israel can focus all its attention on doing such covert ops and missile strikes, and while Ukraine has to divide its attention in various fronts, essentially. But yeah, definitely for
But Operation Spider's Web was a year and a half in preparation. They said.
Ukraine is doing two things at once. Doing NATO war for the purpose of NATO war, which is destroying strategic capabilities of Russia. And at the same time doing the tactical war, tactical in a world sense, for them strategic, right? Which is, so if they concentrated only on one thing, which is their strategy, which is destroying command centers around frontline, then it will be much more effective. No, but they doing this for the British, for the US, these long range attacks that don't produce any tactical effect. That's why it's problematic for Ukraine. They're doing it because they're financed by the West, so they have to do the fighting for the West in a case of the future war, right?
Yes.
But by that time, Russia will recover and learn from that, or maybe even implement different technologies that are more resistant to that attack. So it's beneficial to Russia in the end, actually, to destroy all the ways of command center and control and strategic fight.
I just want to say that
this
is exactly what Vladimir Medinsky said in interviews. He was like, "Hey, it would be very easy for Ukraine to make a deal tomorrow if they were guided by their self-interests. But the fact is, they're not guided by their self-interest. They're fighting a war." And he said that one of the guys literally told him, "It's easy for you. You have one boss. I have 6 bosses." So
for Iran, is it an easy choice to de-escalate with Israel? What do you think?
I think that if they do it right now, it's going to look like they won. That they hit back hard, and it's interesting that they came out and they said stuff recent. I mean, before I came on, I don't know, I was away at like a Father's Day thing, but they were saying something about, the fatwa has not been taken off. Like, we still have a fatwa against nuclear weapons. So I think that shows that they're trying to keep some kind of negotiations and dialogue open. And the longer this goes on, I think the more fucked Israel is going to be. So I think it's in Israel's interest.
It all depends how many missiles they have left. Have they left for the next 2 months of missile attacks? Have they left so much? then they will not negotiate. Or if they got help from China, which is already arriving, right? They
Yeah.
get through Pakistan. Pakistan is giving them missiles.
Well, it
China
just goes
is sending
from
them
China
radars,
through Pakistan.
and
Otherwise, it goes through Afghanistan, right? So it's going to go from China through Pakistan, and there. And if that happens, think about this: if Israel and Iran have a war of attrition, who's going to win that war? On whose side is China? That's it. End of discussion. China is going to support which side? Okay, that's it.
But I did want to ask Cap. Cap, what's the mood in Israel amongst the public itself? Like, are the public for war? Like the Israeli people, do they want war? Are they more, like currently, are they, are they war weary, or has the strikes essentially, risen a fervor of, war spirit amongst the Iranian people, essentially?
But Jojo's is not in
uh,
Israel.
it's too early.
I mean,
Too early to
Iran.
tell. It's too
Wait,
early.
George,
Too
Iran?
early to tell. Come on, man. It's too early to tell,
Oh,
even
I know,
for
I know.
themselves.
Wait, Giorgio,
Even
are
for
you not from
themselves.
Iran? I thought you were from Iran.
Jojo's might have no more sound. Jojo, you check your mic setting. There's no sound.
Georgia is Iranian from Jerusalem.
No sound.
No, he's a Greek captain, ship captain.
My bad then. My bad.
Yeah.
Never mind. Anyway, happy Father's Day. I'm gonna leave now. Everyone, tata.
Bye, Desi.
Yeah, so it shows, and most likely the
Shampak is
China
about to leave. So I don't know. He's
sending-
about to leave. Did he ever do his intro and stuff? Because he's trying to leave. Now.
So it's gonna be already sending radars to help Iran. That's most likely what they're doing. You know, those planes that are arriving. So that's why they got destroyed, right? And that's why they need radars to target airplanes to prevent them from freely attacking Iran positions. So it all depends on that. But it's surprising how Pakistan flipped over the sides, even though like they've been financed for a long time by U.S. Military, were financing there, and they how say deport. Did the coup with Khan and everything, right? So it was obviously showing the support for the U.S. And now all of a sudden, just is fully on the China-Russia side. Why is that? If I may guess, is that plan for Israel and U.S. in Iran is not a regime change. It is because they don't have anyone that will be pro-West to replace them. So it's a Libya scenario where like all tribes are fighting right against each other, every city for itself, which invites ISIL and all those tribal fights. So that immediately will seep into Pakistan and will happen in next 5-10 years to Pakistan. So this is just a survival for Pakistan, right? This is the survival act of the Pakistan to help Iran to prevent these terrorists coming in that are supported by Israel. Even Israel recently admitted how they changed the Syrian regime, how it's their ISIL. I mean, this is the first step of probably lapsus, but lapsus lingua, but they said it. So if Iran falls, Pakistan is next. Then India is gonna also experience a lot of terrorists from Pakistan. That is a complete mess, chaos. So India should step in and also help. But I'm wondering what's with Azerbaijan. They're going nuts. They're expecting to get back the northern provinces of Iran. So they allowed Israel to position the drone operation sites in Azerbaijan on Iran border, and that's how they do it too. They send drones from Azerbaijan on Irani positions. That's what's happening too. Okay, so it seems like Azerbaijan is expecting to take some provinces from Iran, but they're going to experience really bad if that ever happens. It's not going to be beneficial for them. So it's weird. It's really weird. Azerbaijan is completely sold out. It seems like so. Maybe the Iran, Pakistan, India might realize that it's in their benefit to protect Iran to survive as a stable state, and they all will join. I don't know about India; they're doing stupid shit, but it's very important to preserve Iran, not to be another terrorist compound like Syria or like Iraq used to be.
Libya.
So yeah, Libya. Well, Libya is far, but still they send fighters from Libya. They send fighters from Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Uyghur. They send them to Libya to fight. They send them to Syria to fight. They send them to. How they fly so easily, right? There must be some channels, CIA channels, Secret Service channels that will send them over there to fight, to be trained, and then to go to the next target. So this is all future of Asia. This is about future of Asia, I would say. They have to come together to prevent total chaos and destruction. So,
Jojo's, can
you hear me now?
Good, can hear.
Can you repeat the question, because I was trying to fix the mic. I kind of forget. So it was about what's happening in Israel, but you said that I'm not from Israel, right?
Yeah. He left already. Yeah,
The guy's
he
left.
dropped the bomb and left.
The guy who I was asking questions left. Yeah.
He was confused.
But anyway, I wanted to add something about the situation with the operations. I think that US and Russia, and probably China too, they will try to amend the space law, because it seems that it doesn't make sense to have satellites, spy satellites around the globe. It's just very dangerous for each individual national security, because it eliminates the strategic depth. They can observe everything. You cannot hide.
I don't think they would get rid of strategic satellites. I think vice versa. They'd be a lot more of them, and they're launching a lot more now. And they're openly saying they're launching more spy satellites to observe
They are
Russia.
not. Great powers are already great powers. They care more about their security than they care about their aggressive capabilities. Besides, they have the resources to make traditional ways of spying.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. But okay, I wonder what Wyatt thinks.
Yeah, that will happen. That's what should happen. But with overwhelming U.S. advantage in spy satellite and observational capabilities, depending on sensors and all of that on those satellites, it's overwhelming advantage. U.S. don't want to give up on it, and China and Russia needs to yet to develop it. So, the agreement comes only when you have equalized positions.
Do you know?
So,
do you know? Well, do you realize the impact of having China or another great power, and they can lively observe where the American carrier strike groups are?
It's not going to stop. It's not gonna.
Stop that.
That's gonna happen from now on. In fact, what's gonna happen is there's gonna be drones. Like we're gonna have a more, and there's gonna be more sensor fusion, and the Russian S-500 is ready to shoot down satellites. So in the case of all-out war, those will be on the target. You know.
But
Space
it's
war will
not.
be
We
unavoidable.
are not. Sorry, but I don't think that we are ever going to have a real World War III.
Okay,
It's
in that
going
case,
to be.
you're never
It's
gonna get
going
rid of
to
those
be with
satellites.
proxies. It's going to be with proxies. And according to my predictions, we are going also to go to the 19th century, where you will have states hiring coursers that will act on the interest of the country and try to hijack ships and so on. And this kind started with Houthis, but we can have a better edition of Houthis. We can have actual pirates from now on. Take a boat, fill up with drones, go to the Indian Ocean, and you will make huge damage, and to any ocean that you like. This is how it's going to be. And in this case, the observation from satellites, it will be the essential element, because in an ocean, you, especially when it comes to maritime strikes, in the ocean, you have to detect where the enemy is. You send the
You're
boat.
predicting a
and
new arms limitation treaty, except for it's not arms limitation. You're predicting a
it's
new spy satellite limitation treaty.
It will be
It's gonna be hard.
well. The thing is that it's not a treaty. It's they should amend the space law, because all these are in accordance to the space law. That anyway, they believe that it needs some amendments, and perhaps this is the time to,
Yeah,
that
it's
it
gonna
will
be difficult.
come.
It's very hard. It's a bit like the post World War One armistice where they limits the naval size of every country, and so that only certain countries have X number of battleships, and where they suppress the weaker powers. So it's not gonna work. That eventually like China will want to have more satellites up, so that they can become a major power. That can rival Russia and
It's
the United States.
it's in the it's now it's in the interest of China, but it's not in the interest of United States and Russia, especially
So
the
it wouldn't
United
work.
States.
So which is why it doesn't work. Like it's the same
Yeah.
thing as now they want Iran to don't pursue nuclear weapons, but Iran insists that they need it for national security. Then impasse. So war happens. So the same thing is happening with China. Just that nobody dares to go to war with China. China is a bit big. So
I
otherwise,
don't know why
it's the
anybody
same
would
thing.
agree to limit their own already massive investment in like the capabilities that you have. Like, why would you get rid of your an arm and a leg right before you're ready to have a fight, or especially if you don't know
Because the
whether you're gonna have a
damage,
fight?
the damage that you can get as a superpower is
If people thought like you, then we wouldn't have
disproportionate.
nuclear weapons anymore. If people thought like you, we wouldn't have nuclear weapons anymore. But
No,
people
I'm
don't
not.
think like
I'm not saying this. I'm saying that the great power has the alternatives. If United States want, instead of having a satellite above Iran, they can send a stealth type of drone, and they can make they can spy. But
Very
if it's
optimistic.
if it's legally permittable for anyone to have a spy satellite in any place of the world, then you are in a great danger as a great power.
But people can dig tunnels. They can hide everything
I mean,
underground. So
they've had promise of satellites since probably the late
But still,
60s.
the thing is that
And
when
there's no,
you
there's no come off
One,
those
your sound
satellites.
is bad.
Too valuable.
Your sound is bad. We didn't hear nothing because when you yell, it cuts off too much. So just go lower. Maybe we can understand you.
I'm lagging really bad, so it might not matter. But I was just going
No,
to
you
say I
sound
don't see.
great.
Okay, well, I was just going to say I don't
Important.
see any country that would give up their satellites, and even if the superpowers decided that only they could have satellites, what are they going to do? Blow up all the other ones and create space debris they can't clean up? I mean, I get what you're saying, but there's that dog's already left. That horse is out of the barn. I mean, why
We'll
wouldn't
put
you
it
have
back in.
satellites and stealth drones and surveillance aircraft, and why not have it all? I mean, that's what we do. I mean,
because for example, Iran cannot send stealth drones to any of the bases of the American Navy, but Americans can send spying drones to Iran and to any kind of place in the world. So the negative impact on great powers will be minimal, but the protection that they will get from having others not having satellites above the United States is much greater.
But it simply can't be done because
Yeah,
of
but
orbital pathways. Like you can't
if
control
you're a country
orbits.
like Iran, though,
They are geostatical satellites.
yeah, but if
They
you're
are
Iran,
satellites.
you don't need
Like the
satellites
GPS.
over.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Vaughn.
Oh, I was just saying though, if you're Iran, you don't really need your own satellites. You can just pay the Chinese for the data. I'm sure they
Well,
already probably do that anyway.
Yes, but I'm not.
I mean, that's what I'm
My
saying. Smaller
argument is
countries
not.
can just buy access.
My idea is not for only great powers to have satellites. My idea is for not being permitted in accordance to a amended space law to have satellites above foreign countries, above other countries.
I don't think you can do that.
It can
right?
be
The
like
satellites just
It's
no,
to do
no.
because to get them up
This is not true.
there.
There are they are like the positioning satellites that they are static. They don't move. They stay in the same place.
I understand that completely. But to get them up there, they have to be fired up there, meaning they have to go through some kind of orbital pathway. And then what about this case? Let's say I'm a little country, like, I don't know, let's say I'm Andorra and I'm pissing off both Spain and France on either side of me. And let's say I can somehow position geosynchronous satellite orbits are not just everywhere. They can only go in certain places, like the L points, right? So let's say I had one right above Andorra. That's going to give me enough coverage of all these other places around me, but they're going to be angry about it. So, like, anytime you've got a small country that wants to get paid, it'll authorize that above its own terrain, and then it'll still have, the spy overlap with its neighbors. So I just don't see how you can really achieve anything with that.
In this case, the weaks will suffer what they can. There's no other explanation.
But the weak, you just gave them rights they never had. So if I'm Lithuania or Andorra, the airspace or the orbital space above me, the geosynchronous space above me is valuable. It'll turn out that some number of countries will have that space above them that they don't want to use, but they can rent to somebody else. And then you're just creating a market in something where there wasn't a market before. That is just not the way to do it. I mean, the way that the borders of the planet are drawn are not going to match the geopolitics of geosynchronous.
This is true, but great powers also have great land. So, in the greater picture, they will have some kind of protection.
What if the USA was to put one on top of the Caspian Sea, right? That's a sea, technically international waters, according to some, a lake, according to others. Like, I could just see this becoming a pile of excuses for shenanigans.
They can somehow formulate something to get protection. Just so great powers are so vulnerable right now. They have to do something about it.
So,
Well,
but the thing
tough
is,
for them.
yeah, because to ensure peace is safer that everybody have transparency. So you both sides can see
Yeah.
each other very clearly, then there is no misunderstanding. And then nobody need to be suspicious about one side is building up a big force to prepare for an invasion. So the satellite actually makes things more transparent, and then you don't have to fly a spy plane over the country, and
But
go into people's sovereignty.
But in fact, you probably read about this, but Russians had their bombers out of hangars because this was in accordance to the START treaty, because
Because the treaty required
they
it,
and the
yeah.
Americans
Yeah,
they should
so the
watch where
satellites can
the
fly over and take pictures of the bombers, and they can take
Yes.
pictures of the deactivated silos that we're supposed to have.
Yeah,
I mean,
And
that's
then
another reason why you're not going to get rid of
supposedly-
satellites.
At the end, it
Like
was
CH
used by
said,
the
it's a
Ukrainians.
security thing. If you can see there's no surprises, there's no reason to overreact to something that you're not aware of, because you should be able to figure out, hey, it's not legit. They're just doing an exercise. No need to do anything crazy.
No, you
I mean,
see,
I just don't.
because you're looking,
There's too many benefits to satellites, I think, to get rid of them. There's just no way.
because you're looking from the perspective of the Russians, having to put their planes out there and then still get attacked by the Ukrainians. But it's actually on the Russians, because they have nuclear weapons. They do not want to wipe out Ukraine entirely. They could have. So they played a different game. They played an attrition war with Ukraine, and Ukraine have time to build up a covert attack that attack these bombers that's out in the open. The reality is that they are all major powers or superpowers. If Russia wants to, they can wipe out Ukraine and the war ends. So you're worried about a different thing, like United States, Russia, China. They can easily wipe out another country if they chose anytime. They can just wipe it out. So no, it's not a security problem. The security problem is between the major superpowers. They have to have transparency. They do not want to have all this misunderstanding. So that is the main thing.
True, but Wyatt, now, I mean, to the degree you believe that Ukraine did this attack alone, they have screwed up the nuclear diplomacy of their supposed sponsor, the United States, by taking advantage of something that the treaty required them to do, meaning future treaties are much less likely to be verifiable, and everybody now has an excuse for parking at least some of their newer bombers or whatever somewhere else. So it's going to be very hard to get a clause like that allows verification and certainty again, because of this attack taking advantage of the START treaty clauses. So really, that attack is a limited nuclear war. You're attacking nuclear assets preemptively. That is not authority that the Ukraine alone should have or could have had to do without American pre-authorization. Likewise, Israel attacking Iran on the excuse of they're enriching uranium, and then also the revelation that the IAEA fed them names of scientists that they then assassinated. Both of those things also screw up nuclear treaties, because you're supposed to have the IAEA involved in nuclear inspection, and now they can't be trusted, and you're hitting things preemptively, changing your demands from some enrichment to no enrichment. A week later, you say time's up and you hit them after changing your own demands. So in both these theaters, Israel and Ukraine, you have what I call incredibly irresponsible behavior that has literally opened a start of a limited nuclear war. And I do not understand how the United States can allow itself to be dragged into nuclear war by these two punk countries that are destroying the very mechanisms by which we prevented nuclear war for the last 70 years. I think that's very dangerous, and that the United States should be stomping on these two and not supporting them in any way, because what's at stake here is much more dangerous. You've got Tulsi Gabbard out there talking about nuclear fallout risk. Like, I'm ready to think that if we're letting things get this far, maybe Rubio needs to be fired and Tulsi put in, because she seems to at least understand what's kind of a serious problem this is, to let your proxy or your puppet states drag you into a nuclear war. Like, Americans should be very afraid and concerned about that.
Look what China pointed out. They said attacking nuclear sites is a violation of, I can't remember what article of the Geneva Convention. And I've said it before myself. it's bullshit that you're going to attack sites like that, like Chernobyl or Zaporizhia or the sites in Iran, because it's, yeah, it's justified in the Israelis' mind, whatever. But the problem is, you don't have the right to leak out all kinds of fucking radioactive material or clouds just because you are afraid of the Iranians. And that's one thing that's really bothered me with the West since the start of Ukraine. I mean, it's been before that. Saddam blows up the oil fields in Desert Storm. He's an evil monster of the planet. But hey, go bomb Zaporizhia. Go shoot a drone at the Chernobyl sarcophagus. Threaten to attack the Kursk reactor. I mean, it's like insane. It's
all very serious. Yep.
And then I understand blowing up oil refineries and shit, but look at all that pollution. With all the oil burning off, and then on top of that, hey, let's add radioactive dust. I mean, I know Israelis and probably a lot of NAFO guys would be like, well, fuck it, it's just Iranians. Yeah, that might be true for a while, but that shit's going to go everywhere. And it doesn't matter if it's just Iranians. It's just bullshit. It's like, you can't let people do that. I mean, if you want to bomb somebody conventionally, then go bomb them conventionally, but leave the fucking nuclear stuff alone. Because you start playing with that, then, if Iran had massive radioactive leaks and they wanted to hit back with a nuke if they had it, or they hit Dimona, and, does the Israelis going to cry if it's leaking? It's like, well, theirs are leaking because of you. Now yours is leaking because of them. It's like, this is idiotic.
It at least justifies.
If you want to hit refineries or military, or even if you want to take it harder and go after like infrastructure like water and power plants to hurt the population on either country, that's, it's fucked up, but it's way better than fucking with nuclear power plants or research sites or storage sites. That's just idiotic to me. And it's just It probably just helps unite a lot of the world more and more against it.
It does, and it at least seems to justify a dirty bomb response, right? Because that's the effect. If you hit these places and scatter radiation, even without a nuclear explosion, you are still releasing a lot of radiation, and the only tit-for-tat response is, another bomb that does that same thing, a dirty bomb. But, it goes even deeper than this, unfortunately. All of us here, were very, cynical and concerned when the IAEA about the Kursk plant would not put in its report that the Ukrainians were shelling it, right? We all knew they were, and they didn't say the Russians were, but they didn't say clearly that the Ukrainians were. So the whole thing was allowed to just sort of slide on. And as you say, they threw a drone at Chernobyl. They made what is clearly a direct attack for the Kursk plant. And somehow the IAEA just stays silent through all this. It's not surprising that they also turn out to be leaking stuff to the Israelis, making themselves totally untrustworthy as an agency. Now, that's a UN agency that is supposed to keep a cork on nuclear stuff, and now who the hell can trust them? They pretty much need reorganization top to bottom, or they need to be eliminated and replaced by something else that somehow will do its actual job, which, as Vaughn says, is to neutrally protect us all from nuclear radiation. But it goes, unfortunately, even worse than that.
Is that the main reason why Iran kicked them out for good, because of the leaks? I didn't even know that, but that's fucked up more. Because again, they're supposed to be a neutral arbitrator.
They are.
Between all the nuclear powers and stuff, and then they go do shit like that. So, like you said, I mean, I wouldn't even go as far as firing everybody and it's like you might as well just shit can that organization and get all the BRICS and G7 guys together and see if you can find a new group that everyone will agree on, because
you pretty much have to.
The IA basically just took themselves out of a job, because if I was Pakistan or China or any country that wants to have a reactor, I would never even let them step foot in my country. It's like,
and one last point while we're still on this, which is that the assassination of scientists or of chief negotiators, both of those is when you're revealing your better people, specifically the people who are qualified to speak for your whole program or your whole country. If they get attacked, that's making negotiations also impossible, because you can't just present, here's our best guy, whack, here's our best guy, whack, here's our best guy. You're going to have to actually go back and hit their best guy as a response, meaning mutual assassination, tit for tat. That's the only way you could actually resume negotiations on a fair basis. So who wants to be doing that, right? So that's how dangerous these kinds of tactics are. the assassinations as well as the nuclear targets.
Hey, just real quick too. I think that with never mind. Go ahead, White. I'll wait. I forgot kind of.
Yeah, so just now we were talking about the IAEA. I find like this is the common problem, right, across all these UN and international bodies. Like maybe the solution is like for every single project they need to have one representative from the Security Council, permanent members. So one from China, one from Russia, one from United States, one from France and UK, and then they also have veto powers. So which means that let's say they go to Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and they're going to write a report. The report will not go out unless all 5 representatives agree on the report. So then similarly they go to Iran. So nobody can make can hide things or leak things because there's always no counterbalance.
Well, the same thing happened with the Security Council. Same thing happened with the Security Council, and the members just vote out of their,
but it makes
own
a big
interests.
But it makes a big difference because when the UN Security Council, if you have a unanimous decision, the decision is very powerful. They literally can use that and go to war, and they wipe out Saddam Hussein. But when you have one veto, means nothing goes. So everything's stuck. So there will be no condemnation, like what we always see right now. IAEA say, Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon soon. But no, if you have the Russians there or the Chinese there, they will have veto it. Say, no, you cannot write in this way. You have to write in a different way. No, so then there will be a lot more balance. You see, now there's no balance. We do not know who weaponized what organizations. Like WHO seems to be under the Chinese. Then the IAEA now seems to be under the Israeli or Europeans. We do not know who dominated which government international body. It's very dangerous. Like we cannot trust WTO. We do not know who is controlling WTO now. We do not know. World Health Organization is compromised by the Chinese. And then we have the World Bank. Now, World Bank, half of the time we don't even know if they are actually doing good work or not. They are doing a predatory lending. We do not know. World Bank seems to be lending money and you die. IMF also IMF also the same thing.
I agree with that. I think you're absolutely right that even if it just matched the existing UNSC structure, at least you would not get reports out that didn't match the UNSC structure and were therefore not authoritative, right? You'd have sort of one set of balance problems in the whole UN. But another fix to that idea might be that people often talk about fixing the Security Council, right? Giving India a veto, giving the Muslim world a veto, giving Africa a veto as well, and maybe having 2 votes required to veto instead of 1. You could actually mirror structures like that, the intended, maybe more rational future of the veto, and have all the organizations test it before it becomes the true UNSC system, right? And then you would start to work towards a fairer veto system on the lower stakes plane of those agencies. But at least any such structure at all that tries to reflect real power structures would at least show us to some degree what the power struggle is in the organization, rather than having, as you say now, we don't know who's captured by who, we don't know what we can trust. It's way better to have that in the open and visible with some kind of voting mechanism, even if it's imperfect. And even if we started with the UNSC as it is, it would still at least not clash with the UNSC as it is, which would mean there would be more authority to it. But I like the idea of, at least in the lower stakes agencies, prototyping a new UNSC structure that doesn't have quite all the problems of the existing one and testing it there. And I really like the one of having about 7 to 9 votes, but it takes 2 to veto, so no one has a solo veto anymore. And
like with the veto thing, like you were talking to, like if they made a new council, you said U.S., Britain, UK, France. The veto is going to be the key thing, because you're going to have a majority of Western countries which will always find a reason to try to go against China or Russia or whoever would veto something. So you got to have the veto in there, because you don't want UK, France, Britain to say and that and then the other two.
It can never be simple majority. There's no way. I don't see it ever going any further than a double vote.
No, I will recommend one thing. All the permanent security council members must all pay the same amount of money. So now is United States paying most of the UN stuff. So everybody must pay the same amount of money. And if you are unwilling to pay, you drop out of the permanent security council.
Like I like
the
that.
Like UK,
that'll fund
right?
the UN very nicely. I like that.
Yeah. So you see countries like UK, which is like having some crazy economic problems, then you shouldn't be on the Security Council because you're no longer powerful enough to be on it unless you can fund it, and you must match Russia, match China, match United States. So if you're not, then you're not a major power. You just step down. So I think that will be solve money problems. More fair. Trump will be happy. Trump will be happy, and everything is like more balanced. Now everybody have a stake. It's no longer it's just politics and game the system. Like you now spend money. You have to make it work. That's what I think.
Well, mic drop on that one. I like that.
I think Trump will love it. Trump will definitely good, fair deal. Everybody must.
Why do you think the UN can stay in the United States?
It makes sense, though. I mean, if you want to play, you got to pay.
I think they could. I think they could. I think the location isn't that big a problem. Like ultimately, United States is still the so-called most powerful country right now, and as long as United States continue this political reform to the point where they can be trustworthy, then I think the world will be fine with it. The problem is since the end of the Cold War, the United States become this very tyrannic country. And they just bully everyone, and they lost a lot of trust. So before that, it's a bit different. When they go to war in in Korea, in Vietnam, that was because of Cold War, right? When they have no choice, they have to counter back the communist forces. But after that, when they are the hegemonic power, they lost so much of credibility. So Trump have to find a way to crawl back that credibility.
Well,
if not, then
the thing is that what you suggested about making the structure a bit different in the Security Council and so on, it will not have any impact because the Westerns already made their pattern, their trick of the rules-based order, which they say that, well, it's not about the law, it's about norms. And what is norm is, for example, the right to protect. And this is the excuse of how they bypassed the Security Council. And they invaded Yugoslavia, and they invaded Iraq for the second time. So...
But it doesn't mean that you cannot do the countries lost sovereignty. The countries can still defend or fight if they want to. It's just that whether the international community condemns you or not. And even if the whole the United Nations Security Council condemns your action, they may do nothing because they don't want to risk their soldiers' lives. So it's like no UN Security Council will never go to war with Israel. No, because no one wants to die fighting Israel. There's no reasons to do that. That's kind of stupid. No, when they did it on Iraq, because there was, if the UN Security Council blocked it, the United States will still go to war, just like they did the second time around. So it's just a matter that at that time Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. That basically also pissed off the Russians. It's like, why the hell you do it? And Iraq basically operated without a big brother's backing. That's the problem they have. Iran right now still have Russia's backing. That's why they kind of not as bad as the Iraqi situation. Saddam Hussein was like, he just decided to go against all the big brothers and acted on his own. So all the big brothers suspect him now. So that is a bit of a different kind of situation. But every country will still fight their own shit. I don't think it's just that the important thing is just that the UN Security Council is supposed to keep peace among the big powers. That is the main goal, to prevent nuclear war. Yeah. And what's happening right now is that there's this degrading of trust among each other. And that is bringing us closer to nuclear war. That's dangerous. Because now You cannot trust IAEA. You cannot trust WTO. Like, how can United States just kick Russia out of the global economic system? Like, everything just doesn't work anymore.
Yes.
Those, yeah. So that is the unfair part of things. So unless
This
someone
is
can sell
almost
it
like
to
what
Trump.
happened to the League of Nations, and like, when it basically just couldn't hold things together in the 30s. It's looking very much like that now. And, the world has changed economically, it's changed technologically, and it's changed militarily. I think one of the factors, we've talked about it a lot, is the Houthis can, blockade the Red Sea now because missiles are very effective against ships. And when you've got that kind of defensive or offensive advantage in a bottleneck, a lot of the assumptions they used to make about sea power are now completely gone. And it's not just true there. It's true in the Strait of Malacca, it's true at Gibraltar, it would be true in the Dardanelles, all kinds of bottleneck places, right? And on the entrances and exits to the Panama Canal, for instance. So, you could imagine that there's probably a dozen countries in the Caribbean or in the Mediterranean that actually could get within 200-300 kilometer range of one of those choke points, set themselves enough magnetic levitation cannon, and aim it right there and start setting conditions for what traffic is allowed through. And that could just become the thing that they all do. Like, I mean, we've even had this conversation in Canada, right? The Great Lakes waterway is the only way out of the Great Lakes for Chicago and for Detroit, right? And Milwaukee. It's like, start charging tolls if you're in a dispute, against tariffs or something like that. And one of those magnetic levitation dart guns could be set up, anywhere that's close to somebody's bases. And basically, in the first hour of a war, you could completely destroy them. And this is more or less what I've proposed that China must be preparing to do from Fujian into Taiwan. And I think that's becoming more obvious that they, in fact, have that capacity to rain down these darts on it until they surrender and sign whatever deal. So they wouldn't need ships. They wouldn't need planes. They wouldn't need subs. They would just destroy the infrastructure and then say, the deal gets worse every time we do this, and so does your economy. And this is what could be done to Israel, right? I mean, Iran could build that kind of thing. And so could Yemen eventually. So we just get to a world where we're kind of successfully checkmating each other with offensive technologies, and the idea of force projection might become relatively cheap. I mean, not across the country, not across the world, maybe, but maybe within 300 to 500 kilometers, almost anyone could. And with hypersonics, maybe they could all express some force 1,000 kilometers away. And this really is a world that will go straight to hell, with a lot of rogue nations making arbitrary demands, with crazy leaders once in a while, unless and until we reform the governing structure of the world and actually obey it. So there's got to be something breaking on things like these nuclear agencies and the Security Council and the ICJ. I mean, why is the ICJ taking forever to rule on genocide, for fuck's sakes? Like, they're being pressured not to. Maybe they're even being told the whole UN will get kicked out of the U.S. if they do rule. But without that ruling, how do we know how to proceed in a principled way? We're letting Yemen behave as if the ruling is guilty, and we're letting everyone else behave as if the ruling is not guilty. And the longer this goes on, the more trust in these institutions is lost. I hate to say it, but I think we are in World War III with a couple of million people already dead, and the theater of war expanding and the multiple theaters linking up. Somebody just mentioned Azerbaijan's designs on the northeast province of Iran, which is also named Azerbaijan. And if you look into the history of that, you'll realize the Persians used to control all the way up into the Caucasus, and that Azerbaijan was part of that before the wars with Russia, and that Russia used to control a good chunk of Iran. So maybe they will become, the hegemon down as far into that province. Now, Russia and Iran are allies now, but if Azerbaijan managed to grab a bunch of territory, how long would it be before the Russians came up on the Azerbaijanis and said, that's enough of that, this is our corridor now? right? So we're back to creating not just the USSR, but the furthest extent of the Russian Empire. But defensively, the Russians would be forced to do that in order to make sure they retain the ring around the Caspian Sea. So this is the mess we're getting into that is becoming World War III. Last point about this is the timing. In World War II, you have Japan invading China in 31. They invade Nanjing in 37 when it gets really fierce. And then in 1939, we have a number of things, the splitting of Europe, the West European fighting Finland, right? But then it sort of stops there kind of statically in West Europe. That's kind of where we were at when the Russians came into Ukraine. About 8 years of this separated war, then it goes bigger, then another theater war starts up, and then you wait around another about 2 years, and then Operation Barbarossa, Pearl Harbor, everybody's in it. So by that kind of logic, when Russia invaded, they started that second phase, and now it's like 3 years later, 2.5 years later, we should expect to get the big event that involves everybody. And we may be seeing it, the attack on Iran, India and Pakistan exchanging, right? The U.S. threatening Canada, and Panama. Like, it looks like everybody's kind of on a side now. And when everybody's on a side and there's no negotiating mechanisms and there's no trusted international arbiters or mediators, that kind of is the go code, right? Well, we might as well fight it out now because there's no alternative other than fighting once everyone's on a fixed
The
side.
other thing too, I mean, with the Iranians, they were like, are they going to show up on Sunday, today or whatever? It's like, hell no. I mean, what if I was the Iranians, I'd be afraid they'd try to assassinate my guys that showed up. And if it happened in another country, they'd just, oh, fucking well, too bad for you. I mean, they don't really care.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the whole point. This whole thing, I mean, who the fuck's going to trust anybody to talk to anybody? It's
Not if they're going to assassinate your negotiator. Never.
I mean, if someone starts wanting to talk to somebody, they might be like, are you right? Are you trying to talk to me? Or are you trying to lull me into complacency like they did with Iran and Russia and then hit me?
Exactly.
That's the problem. I mean, it could be an honest negotiation or you could be playing a trick.
So this is why, I appreciate Trump's effort to talk to Russia, because we are drifting in that very negative direction for a long time. So, Trump, literally telling the Europeans that you are crazy to not talk to Russia, there is a good positive development. When they talk to Russia, because you need the big powers to be in communication, like Xi Jinping still in talking terms with Trump, so that's good. And basically, Trump also did try to tell Iran, you need to take a step back. But the problem is, in the negotiation with Iran don't want to take any step back. And that basically attracts the attack. And if the world continues to, every small country or medium-sized country insist on their own national security at the expense of all consequences, then war will become very, very common. And this is the problem with people losing respect for United States or not scared of United States, because then nobody listens to them and everybody do their own thing. Then war happens. Multipolar world. I always say the multipolar world is going to bring a lot of wars, and this is exactly what it means, because United States is not going to be able to hold back the Israeli. What the most Americans can do is they cut intel, they cut supplies. But until the supply run out, the Israeli can still attack. Then there is still going to be war, and Israel see this as essential. So Iran don't care about what Israel think, then Israel don't care about Iran think. It's all wrong. No, it doesn't work that way. The big powers have to play their role. Russia is still too passive. Russia is not involved enough with the Iran issue. America tried, but no, Trump is not pushy. That's the problem. Trump is not pushy enough.
He has no
he
card
didn't
to push.
Why he can also join the war. No, his cut to push is either he joined the war or he basically cut supplies of Israel, basically cutting his own ally, which is not possible. He will not. United States cannot cut off their own ally. It's like telling Russia to cut off Belarus. It's not possible. You cannot expect United States to do that.
Losing its capabilities. That's why he don't.
United States have nuclear weapon. They can just bomb the hell out of anyone.
Desert Storm that time. Desert Storm, they get a legitimate overwhelming behind him.
That's a different.
Right now
thing.
they don't have.
That's a different thing. That is to protect the Arabs, the Arab monarchies. That's a different thing, different war.
No, not just Arab mortgage, it's much more bigger than that. Because that's a time in the first Desert War, they have a legitimate reasons to go behind the United States to go against Saddam Hussein.
No, I can tell you, even the
The
Iran going
second
for nuclear weapon
Desert
is a
War,
legitimate cause for war. You have to understand, if Iran get nuclear weapon, Saudi Arabia already declared. The Crown Prince already said, if Iran have nuclear weapon, Saudi Arabia will immediately go for nuclear weapon. And then once
North
Saudi
Korea
Arabia get
have
nuclear
nuclear
weapon,
nukes
everybody's
too.
going to get nuclear weapons.
North Korea have nukes too. Why US don't go after it?
No, the thing is, North Korea is backed by China and Russia. Both of them just next door. They tried the Korean War once. Then it's not going to work out if they try to invade again. But the thing is, Iran is on its own. It's an island on its own.
So Iran is very
geographically. Iran has border with Russia. Iran is closer to Russia than Korea. It's not as friendly as Korea, maybe, but it is. It has the Caspian Sea connecting them, which is an inland sea that is easier to transport stuff than the Siberian Railroad. So Iran could perfectly well be supported by. The thing is, the logic, the historical logic has been that if you get nuclear weapons, then you can't be attacked. If you're trying to get nuclear weapons, you can be attacked. But if you don't have nuclear weapons, then you will be attacked. That's what we're seeing right now.
Okay,
those who do have
just nobody attack North Korea.
No, you have to understand, North Korea is not part of the world system. They are all on its own. It's a hermit kingdom. Iran still want to trade with the world. They still want to be part of the world system. If you want to be part of the world system, you cannot have nuclear weapons, because once you have that, then you break the whole thing. Pakistan and India got theirs while they are in the middle of a war, and then they, at that time, people are still they still have not enough control over this thing yet. There's no real treaty.
Sorry, but from what I know, Iran just wants the sanctions to be lifted, and they leverage on nuclear weapon for the sanctions to be lifted. It's not that they want the nuclear weapon itself. Besides, they are signatory of the Non-Proliferation Treaty.
So what United States, if it's true, what the United States side was proposed was that all the enriched uranium, they tell the Iranians to pass it to the Russians to safekeep. So the thing is, the Iranians rejected it. They want to hold control of the enriched uranium so that at any time they can convert that to nuclear weapons. That is their insurance. The thing
you're believing that face value
is a mountainous area.
The United States has consistently used the uranium enrichment as a form of, as an excuse to go to war with Iran. Like, it's not that they want to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. They want war with Iran, and whatever excuse is going to serve for that purpose. It's not the other way around. It's not something that Iran can do to avoid going to, like, the desire for war. Look at Lindsey Graham. Look at Bolton. Like, look at Netanyahu.
I agree. It's an obsession. It's nothing more.
The problem is, now they gave the United States the excuse. They gave Israel the excuse to strike. Before the enrichment, did Israel launch? Did Israel launch airstrikes into Iran before the nuclear enrichment stuff? No, Israel have never struck directly inside Iran.
But you cannot blame Iran for this, right? Because Iran did try for a decade to negotiate with the United States, and throughout the decade,
got invaded by Britain.
They did sign that deal with Obama, and then Trump cancelled it, and that is what.
Yeah, because it's always nuclear, right? The problem is the nuclear thing. Iran pursued the nuclear thing. There's no deal.
Why is nuclear
never going to be a deal?
But the promise not to pursue it, right? If that deal that Obama had signed, if America had acted in, like, in a positive manner, if they had reinforced and mitigated Iran's apprehensions about getting bombed and invaded by alliance of America and Israel, then they probably would not have, pursued a nuclear deal, nuclear weapons or the development of enriched uranium. But they did feel the need to do so because the threat never ceased, essentially. And the threat never ceased because Israel continued to view Iran as an existential threat, which technically they are. And another, again, the other counter argument to this would be, Iran did fund all these terrorist organizations, like quote unquote terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and whatnot, which are anti-Israelis. But at the same time, you cannot deny the fact that America and Israel have always been waiting for a chance to invade Iran. And with a nuclear weapon, that's an absolute guarantee that you do not get invaded, right? So I think it's a good bet. But yeah, go ahead, but
There is always the first time. Don't always assume that nuclear weapon will guarantee you security. You see, from
but that's
from
World War
what I
Three then.
obs-
Then it's
so
World War
from what I
Three.
observe, Israel launched attack into Syria was also because of nuclear facility, nuclear development. The if these countries that know they are enemies with Israel started to develop nuclear capabilities, then you're going to attract attacks. And then United States don't trust you with nuclear weapons or potential nuclear weapons. That is the main reason. Before Iran started to do all these things, Israel has never struck inside of Iran. They also never strike inside of Syria. They only struck because of nuclear developments. Because once these countries have nuclear weapons, then Israel is game over, generally speaking, if they are going into a conflict. Because like we see right now, Israel has no means of defending themselves against saturated attacks. One warhead have nuclear weapon and that's it. No, the Israel's one whole city is gone. So it's a legitimate security concern for Israel. It's easy to condemn the Zionists. No, I understand because no, it's easy to condemn them. But the thing is, if you watch from their perspective, they have no choice. And then Iran is making it impossible to negotiate if they don't step it back. But of course, they also don't trust the Americans, which I don't blame them because the Americans cannot be trusted after decades of abusing
it's
their
true
trust.
that from Israeli perspective, they have no other choice. But the same thing applies to any rapist. Like the grapers also believe that they have no other choice. They were incited, and like in a sense, it's the same situation because you have this entity, this organization that is expansive and it's invasive, and to survive it has to continue to expand and invade, and that's what they've been consistently doing since their inception. They've been displacing natives, taking control of areas, and extremely aggressive and violent. And so they earn the ire of their neighbors through their own bellicose derangement or nature, and from their perspective, yeah, like to establish their bridgehead in that foreign area, they have to use violence, and the response to violence is violence, and so you have to suppress the response of your neighbors to continue to exist. So yeah, it's true, but it's also like true in that formulation in particular. Like if it was a different policy, it would be a different situation. The Middle East is no stranger to invaders and to foreign forces taking over places and whatever, and to fight between each other. But if you have like I've said it before, like if you have a carrot and a stick, you can leverage the carrot or the stick. But if all you have is a hammer, then everything looks like a nail, and that's the situation Israel is in. They see everything as a nail because they have no carrot. They don't believe in carrots. They think that they have divine right to whatever. Look at how they speak. They're like a spoiled brat screaming for their toy in the shopping mall, demanding, and of course it's an existential danger to them every time someone doesn't give them the toy that they want. It's their
I
power
think
play.
Zelensky spoiled them more, to be honest.
They're the same thing. It's the same situation. They're the same creature.
No, so
A
the thing
spoiled
is, So we have to first decide, on our individual level, are we going to accept nuclear proliferation? Should every single country in the world have nuclear weapons? That is the first question you need to answer first, because if we say that, okay, what Israel, the Israel strikes against the nuclear development is wrong, then we are also saying that we encourage, or we are okay with Iran developing nuclear weapons. And if that is the true, then we cannot resist or deny any countries from developing nuclear weapons. That means every country should have nuclear weapons to protect themselves. Are we able to accept that world? Because in such a world, once they go to war, is nuclear fallout, you know.
Well, like in America, there's a saying: an armed society is a polite society. If everyone's got them, then you kind of have to act a little more respectful and think about your words, because it's just like two men walking down the street. You can't talk to men a certain way because they might punch you in the face. So if it's kind of fucked up, but and it's in reference to handguns, obviously,
it's a natural
in society. But it's the same concept. If everyone's got nukes, then everybody.
Why? But it didn't stop crimes.
Yeah, if everyone's got nukes,
maybe my question to you, Wyatt, is then why should some have it and others shouldn't have it?
No, just so once Iran have it, then
why
every
should
country have the.
some have it and others should not have it? That would be my question.
No. Only the major powers should have it.
Why should they have
the permanent members of Security Council?
So you say Israel is a great power? Israel is a great power then?
No, the Israel nuclear weapon is still at this moment, as far as I'm concerned, rumored. There is,
but then think about it. Because they got their nuclear program at a time when the non-proliferation thing wasn't probably in full effect. The world's in chaos. No one really knew what Israel was doing. I mean, they kind of got their nuclear program at a unique time. It's not like Pakistan or India. They kind of took it. I mean, think about it. They stole stuff. They probably got technology and all that. I mean, they took advantage of a point in time to get that. It's not like
the key point is once countries have nuclear weapon, they will not give it up. Like North Korea and let's say maybe Israel, Pakistan, India, they will not give it up.
But why? No, South Africa did give up.
No.
South Africa.
Libya also gave up.
South Africa and Libya did.
What happened to Libya? They gave up.
Libya have nuclear weapons.
They gave up. Their country got killed.
Yeah. South Africa did give up because the natives took over. But the thing is, if you look at development of nuclear weapons, the only countries that do develop nuclear weapons are the ones that are threatened by another nuclear nation. Look, like India developed because we were threatened by America, by the 7th Fleet. Then Pakistan developed it because they were threatened by India. Right. Same with China. China wanted a deterrence against United States that's independent of the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union wouldn't have,
nuclear umbrella.
Yeah. I understand.
They wouldn't extend the nuclear umbrella to China, essentially. So if even the disproportionate, if you stop nations from developing nuclear weapons, when these nations do get threatened by a great power which does have nuclear weapons, then it automatically begs the necessity for these nations to develop one. That's why North Korea developed one. Because North Korea, even though they were starving essentially in the 90s, but even then, for their to establish a permanent security, establish some kind of stability, they needed a nuclear weapon, and that did work for North Korea, right? They are not getting invaded anytime soon because they can just strike Seoul. So yeah, I think the argument for not having non-proliferation is getting weaker and weaker. The more the world goes to shit, essentially, the world order.
Exactly.
So the whole point of the Security Council and the Non-Proliferation Act is that you have a certain level of international law. So as that breaks down, it's not like invading a country that has nuclear weapons is going to stop them from having nuclear weapons. What is going to stop countries from having nuclear weapons is to have some semblance of international law. And that's the whole point of international law. If not, if international law breaks down and big powers can do whatever they want, then the nuclear proliferation becomes impossible. It's impossible to enforce.
This is why.
And that's the point, right? America never became a proper policeman of the world. They instead became the bully of the world. Also, I wanted to, before I let Nika speak, I also wanted to contradict one more point, Wyatt, that you said it is America cannot afford to attack its allies, but America has attacked its allies. For example, Saddam Hussein was an American ally, as well as the guy who was in charge of South Vietnam, whom they assassinated.
That is not ally. No. That is not an ally. Ally is military ally. That means if Israel go to war or anyone invade Israel, United States by law must go to
just
war.
tried to invade its allies. That's it.
Iraq is not an ally.
Wait. Why?
There's a difference.
What about Greenland? Why? Canada isn't an ally. Canada isn't an ally. They just wanted to conquer Canada. That's it. Just conquer. That's it.
But they haven't done it, right?
But they threatened to do it anyway. So it's
but
not
they never
the point.
do it.
But it's not the point, because America can shit on all the allies except one ally. We know who its ally. That's one thing. Secondly, the fact that Iran is a threat to Israel is a bullshit thesis, because Israel was nagging about Iran for 15 years. You are telling me that Iran is incapable of doing a nuclear weapon in 15 years, and that it's just an excuse to attack the biggest dog in the neighborhood. They nagged about Iraq, attacked Iraq. They nagged about Egypt. They make Egypt a puppet. They nagged about anyone. They don't just. It's a simple thing. If you are in the region, you don't need to be above or near the top of Israel. That's it. Even their allies, like in the NATO, Israel is not in the NATO. Let's take Turkey. Turkey, they don't even have an F-35. Why? Because the supremacy, the military supremacy, technology supremacy, need to be in Israel, because it's an advanced
no, because they
carrier.
bought S-400.
It is. That's the excuse.
They are really scheduled to get F-35.
That's the excuse anyway. That's the excuse.
No, they are really
anyway.
scheduled to get F-35. They bought S-400, and the United States say if you get S-400, we cannot give you S-35. And they insisted on S-400.
But Israel is spying on
America did offer.
Israel is spying
America
on
did
America
offer F-35s to India. If we wanted, we could have bought F-35s. We have S-400s, and we could have bought F-35s.
Israel is spying on America
because of Trump.
Israel is spying on America, and you are telling me Israel have the more right of 30.
No. I think you are. No.
Anyway,
the point is
the excuse of the just Iran is a threat because they want to have a nuclear weapon and they can threaten Israel is a bullshit excuse. Because as I said, for 15 years, Netanyahu himself, his whole career was built on the big Iranian bully that have the tentacles in Wassat. So that's an excuse. And the most, if the least state I will trust with a nuclear weapon is Israel. I can trust with even America. I trust it with nuclear weapons.
So does they have nuclear weapons or not?
Yeah, of course they have. Everyone knows they have.
Then why you don't trust? They haven't used it for 20, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years.
They threatened because they are the supreme power now. If they can lose the power,
they never used the nuclear weapon to win the war.
Because
the wars that they fought, they never used nuclear weapon.
Because they
all the wars
cannot throw it on themselves.
You're literally saying the same thing as the excuse for Iran. It's the same thing.
So Iran should have it. So Iran should have it because
you miss my point. My point is not to defend Israel. My point is, if you want to develop nuclear weapons, you have to pay for all the consequences that come with it. The same thing for Ukraine. They wanted to join NATO. No, listen. When you see Ukraine wanted to join NATO, sure, go ahead, you try. And then there's a consequences that come in, which is Russia invaded Ukraine. So the same thing happened to Syria.
Anything?
Syria tried to develop nuclear weapon. They got struck by Israel. Iran, they struck it. They sent it. The mission was pretty
in the
famous.
60s. You mean in the 60s?
Yeah, they send an airstrike.
So Israel,
and they even send commandos in actually to destroy the place.
So Syria tried to have nuclear in the 60s, and they know about it and they strike it. But you are telling me Iran, they know about that for 15 years and they didn't do anything? That's a bullshit, man. That's a bullshit.
The bombing in Syria was like 5 or 6 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. It wasn't in the 60s. It was a site that they found that they were constructing and they hit it. I don't think it had anything in it other than the building, but
what I mean, it's just a bullshit excuse.
That was in 2007. That was in 2007.
I'm not defending them either, Nika. But the problem is it's a bullshit excuse to you. It's not a bullshit excuse to them, and you've got to look at both sides. Israel says crazy things like I can't think of what the doctrine where if we go down, we're taking everybody with us, and at the same time, Iranian leaders throughout the years have said all kinds of crazy shit about wiping Israel out and stuff like that. And even if they haven't said it in 10 years. Everybody on both sides, they're all the old G's. They've all been there. I mean, think about it. Netanyahu used to be a commando. The dude kills. That's what he used to do. Now he's the leader of a country that likes to do the same thing. I mean, it's like you're dealing with all these leaders that are involved in these countries. These are all the old guys. When they were when they were 20, they were running around trying to kill each other. Now they're supposedly in their 60s and 70s, and they're all supposed to sit down and talk. It's stupid.
So the key point is this. The key point is any country can do whatever they want. I always say every country has their sovereignty. Regardless of the United Nations, they can just do whatever they want. Iran can do whatever they want.
Why Israel is doing whatever it wants without any
Israel also do whatever they want. They don't care. They don't care what you think, right? Listen, the thing is any country can do whatever they want. However, whatever you do, there's a consequences.
What's the consequence of Israel? What's doing?
Let's put it this way. The consequences might be whatever China decides the consequences are, or America, or Russia, or some other large big brother country. That's who decides the consequences. The big
Iran developing nuclear weapon is a gamble. Generally speaking, it's a gamble. Just like North Korea actually did it, it's a gamble. They do not know how the world will react. So it's a gamble. Iran gambled on it. Then through negotiation, they try to drag it out so that they can quickly finish the development. Then Israel struck. They know Israel will strike them. If they know it, it's a gamble. They just hope that Israel will not dare to strike because Iran is a big country. Syria also did the same thing, developed nuclear weapons. They tried, and then they did it in secret, and then it was discovered. Israel strike it. So there is this kind of consequences. But you see, when Israel strike Iran, Israel have to pay its consequences as well. So now they're getting missile strike like nobody's business.
But
there is consequences to every action.
But I mean, everyone paid take the risk and paid. But I'm telling you,
the whole Ukraine war is the same thing, right? Ukraine wanted to join NATO.
That excuse
Russia invaded. But then Russia invaded, they also take a big risk. They also doing a big gamble, and then they pay for it as well in the certain ways. So they have people dying. The economies have to totally be reorganized. They have to work with the Chinese, which they have never trusted for a long time. And then the whole world become more and more chaotic. Russia have to also is also worried. Putin is not entirely happy with everything that's happening all over the place. They are losing control too.
No, Nika, White does have a point essentially when he says that the great powers of the world needs to act more responsibly. This whole mess essentially happened because America did not act very responsibly. It acted in an expansionist manner, regardless of what its reasons might have been. So, if we want a more peaceful world, if we want to avoid another global war, all the global powers need to act more responsibly. There needs to be a certain level of respect given to international law. There needs to be more, fairness in terms of how the great powers treat minor nations. And if that doesn't happen, then unfortunately, more and more nations will take such risks like North Korea and Iran have taken. Whether or not it'll pay off, who knows? But essentially.
No, I'm agreeing 100%. I'm agreeing.
Breaking news.
Iran's parliament ratified the strategic partnership with Russia. Russia had ratified it, but Iran hadn't, and now they did.
You know, to what what's his name? Desi said earlier, if international law was working, then maybe people won't have the need to create these weapons. But if you're looking at what's happening in international law, it doesn't work. It only protects those that can bomb you to ashes. It doesn't protect you that don't have the means to defend yourself. So if there was international law that was working, definitely people would not find the need to get nuclear weapons or be crazy and be blowing things up. But since it does not work, so do what you can to defend yourself. So this is why.
Think about it. It's against international law to bomb nuclear sites. It's still being done.
Against law to attack diplomats, to attack scientists, to attack. You remember the
and look at Iran and look at Israel. They're actually debating on assassinating the leader of Iran. I mean, that's another thing that's off limits. But
exactly.
You know, they don't care because that's the reason why all this shit's falling apart, because the U.S. sits there and blabs about international law, then they flaunt the law right in front of everybody, and all the small guys get pissed because it's like, hey, you told us not to do it, but then you go do it. And that's why the whole system's fucked. Because
and nothing happens to you
people
when
are tired of the double standard. The whole world is tired of the double standard.
It is.
Precisely.
That's it.
Yeah, so until you can fix that, there's no fixing for this. Oh, you can have nuclear. There's no argument for you shouldn't have nuclear weapons. If international law is working, I would not get it. But since it does not work, it doesn't apply to some people. It applies to some people. Then fuck it. Then we'll all break the law. We'll just do what we want to do.
Already the nuclear weapons and the maintenance of the nuclear weapons is a burden on any nation. People their benefit is not to have like that burden.
The Ukraine war. Do you know Ukraine war when the drone hit the nuclear power plant, the IEA lose their shit. Oh, nuclear. And they said that Israel just bombed a nuclear power plant. Not a word from them.
Nothing.
Precisely.
Yeah, that's the double standard. That's the double standard that everyone except the West is despised.
Think about it. You know, they didn't say shit about Zaporizhia. They didn't say shit about the 2 hits on Chernobyl. But then they try to blame it on Russia, saying they're the ones doing it, and it's wrong. But then they turn around and let Israel bomb 2 nuclear facilities, and there's reports of leaks. It's like, okay, what the fuck ever.
The complicity also.
It's the right to self-defense.
Yeah, of course.
The right to self-defense.
You see, right now we're always just talking about pointing the finger at United States. The reality is UN Security Council got 5 countries. Russia did nothing. China did nothing. If Israel overdid it in Gaza, then at least Russia and China should have sent its navy to Israel and warn them and stop them. They didn't.
Who stopped them? Why can't they do that?
No, you have
one second, Lindsay. Why they cannot do that? Because Israel is a special state, and anything happened to Israel,
so Israel bought Russia and China as well.
No, they are afraid of USA. What are you talking about?
Russia and China afraid of USA?
Yeah, of course. They will go crazy if Israel is touched. Are you for real, man?
No, you see.
I think China and Russia may be leery of the United States as far as going into a full-on war because they know the kind of damage would be solved. But at the same time, the United States is probably going to get fucked up pretty bad by China if it goes hard like that. And the same thing with Russia. The advantages they have in weaponry right now as far as missiles, it's going to be a problem. They may, like I said, they probably don't want to have a war, but they're not afraid of us. I mean, look at our military. It's full of gay people and even though it's being cleaned out, it's still not a threat.
What I meant.
I have to explain why I say that.
The Navy has to be gay to work. You can't get that many people together to jammed into a ship unless they're gay, right? You get about 3 to 5 times more people into the ship if they don't mind being in close quarters. So I don't see how that hurts the Navy.
I want to say why I say that, why I have to point out Russia and China. Because when we talk about international law, then you must have international law enforcement. No laws exist if there's no enforcement. And if there's no policemen, there's no laws.
Who's the
Honestly,
policeman of the
Any
world?
anybody can rob, can kill.
Israel is not.
There is no enforcement. So you
No,
need to have enforcement. If so, when Russia invaded Ukraine, there is an enforcement of the Minsk agreement. There's enforcement. The enforcement means military intervention. So if Russia and China don't do anything, and United States want to support Israel, then there's no international law involved. Zero.
Quiet.
Unless you have every superpower comes and together and say that we will intervene. If you do
Israel-
this, you have to eat a nuclear bomb. Every time
if
you kill
anything-
another person,
just
we
a
eat a
second.
nuclear bomb.
Israel is not
just a second.
China and US
just a
immediate
second.
concern. Strategically, it's not immediate concern. They have to prioritize which is their concern most.
Then there's no international law.
like Drew.
Iran is
Precisely like
2.7
Drew.
times larger than
No,
Ukraine.
Not okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Iran and Putin. Iran is a much more powerful nation than Ukraine, maybe. But at the same time, too, the thing is, like this very concept, like what's happening in the world right now, is proof of the absolute failure of the Security Council itself, the whole Security Council apparatus. So when you divide, when you have three nations representing the West and two nations representing the East, but then there's a power imbalance. Now Russia and China are only gonna, look after their own self-interest, and they just cannot afford to look after the interests of the global South.
No, but
And
but
now
that-
technically
there's-
the other
I
three should
want-
also look at the other.
What I-
but,
what I mean-
this is why the
what I
Security
meant-
Council
what I meant-
itself and the veto power is completely flawed. And what you
I
should
would-
have instead
No,
is
what-
like some kind of democracy in the United
Listen,
States,
listen.
in the UN.
What I mean is attacking. What I meant before is attacking Israel is like attacking USA. For example, look to the vetoes of America. America used the veto 88 times in its time, and from the 88 time, how many they used for Israel? 42, 50%, approximately 50%. They used the veto 50%. And you are telling me they're not attacking Israel? He's attacking USA.
Because look,
To Wyatt's point.
defending Israel. No, just a second. I'm gonna respond to Nika.
Go ahead.
Defending Israel is on America's interest. It's American interest, right? And that's what great powers will do. So as long as the United Nations is based on self-interest of the global powers only,
Israel
it
is
will
a
not
liability.
work. It will not
For
work.
USA, it is a liability.
Yeah, okay. We can make
Liability
the
or not,
argument.
politically,
But I think what
it's-
Wyatt was saying is this. If the Security
I
Council
mean, Nika-
have one agenda and the agenda was to enforce international law, we won't have this argument. If they didn't have any self-interest promotion or any self-interest guidance that, okay, I will protect Israel, you protect North Korea, or you protect this and that. If they had a unified agenda, we are here to promote international law. Any nation go against it, the five of us will come for you and put you in line. I guarantee you won't have this argument. This will not happen. If Israel has a nuclear program that the five bodies believe they have it, and the five bodies enter Israel, make sure they take the nuclear weapons out. No other country will be brave enough to do it, because there's five bodies that will come to your country and make sure you don't have this. Or some country wake up one day and start bombing a bunch of people because it doesn't want them, doesn't like them. This five body shows up to make sure you stop doing it. If that happens multiple times, then we'll have a unified international order in place, but these five people can enforce. But the five of them themselves, they are doing things that only benefit them and the people they like. So that's why there's no international law. And anybody caught international law, the person is either crazy or they dream about something. So until these five people have a unified enforcement, there is no international law. If they have their own individual enforcement, then there's no law. That's my take on it.
Hey, I want to bring up a point.
At least one of the Security Council member must act. Then there is law. If not, there's no law.
You know, it's like with the idea of trying to form some kind of new coalitions and stuff or whatever, like enforcement. I brought this up in VC earlier. If you look at BRICS and you look at their competitor, the G7, on paper, BRICS is the more powerful military organization if they were organized. BRICS has more nuclear weapons. BRICS has a bigger navy. BRICS has a bigger army. BRICS has more people. Combined, they might actually have more money than the G7, or at least parity there. But, they're not organized along those lines right now. But, if you factor in China and Russia, you know, the BRICS, I mean, on paper, BRICS is a more powerful military organization. And if they were smart, they would probably try to organize that and get themselves a seat at the table as a bloc. But that's not going to happen right now. It might never happen. But, I mean, there's a lot of shit in play. There's a lot of things that can happen. There's a lot of things that can sort out. And it might be good. It might be bad. It might be good for Russia and China and bad for Europe. Or good for America and bad for Europe and okay for Russia and great for China. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? But I mean, that's another thing to think about too. That organization, if it ever got solidified and organized, and they all had some basic agreements that they all wanted to work on. I think Mr. Ted or somebody said a common currency, you know, a lot of stuff in place. They would be a pretty powerful bloc, and they could actually challenge the West. Because unless the United States and NATO is going to kick in and start building ships and planes and stuff like that, I mean, yeah, we can sail around and project power, but at the same time, BRICS could do the same thing. And like you said, why? That's going to be the multipolar. You won't have these guys going directly to each other, but around the periphery of each pole will be the conflict points because some people want to leave that pole and go to the other one. Maybe the other pole wants to take something from that pole. So there'll always be that little bit there, but you may never have the major powers fighting. It'll just be the multipolar proxy war over the leftovers between each pole. I mean, think about it. Africa is never going to organize, probably. Sorry. So Africa will probably always be the playground for the United States, Russia, and China. Maybe India someday. Actually, India's starting to get in there too. So if you're a big player in the world and you got lots of money and a big army and a navy, you know, you can go travel around and exploit other places like Africa. And
Never
think about
say
it.
never. Never say never, man. Never say never.
South Africa's in BRICS and a couple other countries.
Say never.
There's your
They didn't
foothold.
even invent the wheel. I mean, some of these people are incapable of feeding themselves. The only reason there's been a population explosion in the continent of Africa is because Europe and the United States showed up to feed them. If we took away the bird feeder, the birds would leave.
Oh my god.
Africa
And you
is
killed,
a
half the
fucking joke.
population.
They're like the darker version of Canada. Canada is a joke. They only exist to be the second version.
When last you're in Africa?
Africa, any of it. The Gambia,
When last
the Ivory
you're in
Coast,
Africa?
Sierra Leone, any of Africa. I'm talking about the entire fucking continent.
When last you were in Africa? Any of the African country? When last you were there?
4.5 years ago.
That's not true. You lie.
No?
What about
I mean,
Libya, Ted?
You can decide what
Libya
you
was
want.
pretty good until
I
Europe blew it
travel
up.
where oil is. You know why I travel where oil is? Because Americans have to get it out of the ground. Because most countries are not capable of getting it out of the ground by themselves. So the Americans have to show up and do it. And that's the problem with all these little fucking countries. Our oil is in their ground. And the only reason they exist is because we don't want all the extra dynamic of taking it over as a territory, or we would have done it a century ago. We don't want any of Africa, so we leave it to themselves and their little piece of shit warlords. And we let them war among themselves, and we feed them just to allow the population to grow. It's artificial because we're artificially feeding it. And we do it out of some weird experiment to see how large we can let the population grow by providing food for the bird feeder.
Sorry,
And that-
sorry. I want to
Pretty nasty.
I respond to Iranian Putin. Sorry, you cannot like educate Iraq or something. That's insane. You want me to do something insane? I cannot like speak with someone like him. We are not in the same mental level or understanding. You cannot like talk to a cat, and maybe a cat will learn and people like him will never learn, because some people are like brain fed with lies, with
that's the problem
propaganda.
They can't be
with they think like they shit different than us and they have like different blood.
We do shit
But he
differently.
shit like we shit.
That's why we don't
and
have trash
viruses
cans in
will.
the bathroom.
Can I
We
speak?
flush
Can
everything.
you shut up? Can you shut up?
It's like all
Can you shut up?
of
Can you shut up?
all of the world.
Can you shut up? Can you shut up?
No. See, that's a nice thing about being an American.
He can.
Yeah, yeah.
We don't have to. We don't have to tolerate the existence of any other place.
For
That's
how
the
long,
neat thing
though?
about. For how
For how
long?
long?
So I will
probably
speak to
another
everyone
cartels.
else.
What
I said
happens
this.
when
I
the
said
cartels
this. I
arrive?
said this. I said this
Show them
because
exactly
people.
what you are, man. Go ahead.
I
mean, the
I will speak one thing. I will repeat it. I said it before. People who don't study
Well, that's the
history
cool thing about
and
not being
people
Canadian.
people
See,
who
the
people who
Canadians
don't
speak
study
from a
history
spot of power,
and who are
from
ignorant
borrowing
and
power from the
cannot.
United States.
Can you shut up? I'm talking. Be some have the minimum amount of
You're not saying
civilization.
anything of existence, of substance.
Okay, Ted.
Finished? Do you finish?
Can we just take turns, please?
Can you please don't cut me off.
Can I
As
get
I
a
said,
show of hands of who would really mind if the United States was wiped from the earth in a biological attack? I mean, who would really be bothered by that?
Who's gonna
I
feed
vote for
the
it.
Canadians if the
Okay,
Americans
everyone is
leave?
patriotic.
We got a public
Who's
health
gonna
system up
protect
here.
the
We're waiting. We're
Canadians?
prepping for that. We're waiting for somebody to get you with what you
So
deserve.
some ignorant people
Well, it
and
definitely won't
some
be the
illiterate.
Canadians giving us our comeuppance. That's
Good.
for
I'm
Can I
glad
speak?
we're not
Canada
suspects.
can't
That's
wipe
helpful.
their own ass without the United States.
Mm.
They
One.
can't even
Set every
produce. They can't
protection
even.
racket ever.
Can I say?
What
I
about
want to
what
finish
about
my
energy?
sentence, please.
You guys
Please.
can't
Can
produce
you? Can you?
enough fuel for yourself. You have
We
to
don't want
export
to.
your oil to have someone else
Can I?
produce
Can someone
to,
of us like
to
speak
refine it.
We
and
don't want it.
respect
We're
that?
getting off oil. We're just going to sell it to idiots.
CH, one thing I will
So
speak to
you're
We're
you.
gonna
not
make
using it.
Can you?
you're gonna make enough electricity to power yourself and heat yourself.
The entire eastern seaboard is that. You ever heard of Hydro-Quebec?
Don't go into
170
discussion
terawatt
with
hours of dams. I mean, he doesn't even know the basic facts that the east of Canada is a energy superpower. It's like he doesn't get it.
Canada's out
Don't
west,
discuss
buddy.
with people
The
like
real
him,
part
please.
of Canada's out west.
You'll make your.
No, there's no
you will have
energy
less-
out west anymore. That's petrochemicals.
CH, please,
Yeah,
please.
and that's where
Do a
that's where
favor for everyone and don't
fuel
discuss.
That's
for all
worthless.
your
That's not
electrical
the energy
comes
anymore.
from.
That's
You're
not
not
energy
gonna have
anymore.
electric tractors.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we
Says
are.
the man living in a city.
I'm not in a city. China has electric tractors. They've had methane tractors for 30 years.
Methane.
I don't know why you
methane
think
is
you're
natural
important.
gas with more steps. It's
You
definitely
can
not.
get it. You can get it out of your animal compost, but you can get it out of your own
Oh,
septic
yeah,
tank.
feed an entire nation on cattle poop. Yeah, that works.
China's
that
ag
works
sector has
for
been
me.
methane for 30 years.
I mean, we do that.
They
in
don't
India,
need you.
So
They have coal
Daisy,
bed methane
Daisy,
too. They don't
I wanna
need you.
speak to you. Can I speak
Well,
to you? I wanna
if
tell
they
you
didn't need
something.
the
Daisy.
United States, you'd have your own security. But Canada needs it.
No, we don't need you at all. You're
Canada would
nothing.
have a real navy of their own, independent of the United States.
What is the
They don't
point
have
of a
it.
navy? What does it do?
It projects power, something Canada doesn't have.
It gets in the way of Houthis missiles. Is what a navy does. It's worthless.
I don't think the United States should have been over there fucking around with the Houthis. The United States doesn't need any trade to go through the Strait of
Then why are
Hormuz.
you there? Why are you there? You're there because you're ordered to be there by Netanyahu. That's why you're there, because you're slaves. You're slaves.
So much power, and all you can do is slave for Israel, man. So much
know,
power.
I have
You use your
a
free speech
proposition.
to laugh for Israel.
Let's change it. We are changing names. Let's change United States of Israel. That's a good proposition. Who votes for it? United States for Israel.
Zionist occupation government number
Oh, so
one,
we're gonna-
Zionist
so we're gonna
occupation
have a
government number
bunch of
two.
People living in third world places get to vote on what the United States gets named. Yeah, take
Yeah,
a
sure.
pass.
Bro,
Yeah,
yeah,
well, you
they
guys
won't
need to
because
get to a power
Israel
step
already
up.
has that right.
Step up.
Gulf
Israel
of
already
Cuba.
has
I'm
that
voting Gulf of Cuba is what that is.
Well, but your vote doesn't count. That's why you
Cuba's at the mouth of it.
Neither
You can't
yours.
even get out of that without going by
Neither your
Cuba.
vote. Neither your
Canada,
vote.
so
Netanyahu's vote
Cuba
is
is
more
so
important than you.
insignificant. We have a military base there
To
without
serve
action.
your lord. To
Nobody
serve your
wants
lord.
that land. If they wanted, they'd take it.
That's why
You
the
can't
United
get
States
you can't get a ship out of Chicago or Detroit or Milwaukee without literally coming through Canada. So how's that
Would
not the
cease
same
to
thing?
exist if they tried to challenge the United States with us using the water.
We do it all the time. All the time. Told you to F off on Cuba. Told you to F off on Nicaragua. Told you to F off on apartheid South Africa. Told you to F off on Iraq. Told you to F off on Vietnam. How many more F's do you need?
Well, apparently the Canadians
you
are too
lost
much of a pussy to do it.
But Ted, you lost to fucking the Taliban. You cannot stand up to the cartels.
No, they didn't just lose. They took
America.
That's
once,
like you cannot
once NATO
you
left.
cannot intimidate
Any
a
world
small
power
rebel group in Yemen.
is at a disadvantage of fighting asymmetrical warfare unless they're willing to kill the
And
entire
then
population.
what's the use? Then what's the use of all
I
that
agree.
power, Ted?
If you're going to
What
fight,
is
if
the
you're going to
use?
fight a third world
Is it
nation,
even power?
you have to be
Is
willing
it
to
even
kill
a power?
everyone.
Oh, but you just called Canada a third world nation, and we're definitely full of a bunch of indigenous people who would definitely fight asymmetrically. So
Can you guys
how
please
is you?
ignore him?
You just
You are fueling him.
it
Turning
makes
it
no
into
Cannot
sense.
reason with someone like him. You guys,
If
cannot reason.
Iran
Desi,
really wants to fight Israel and win,
Desi,
they have
Desi.
to be prepared to glass Israel. They haven't
No.
been showing the willingness to do so.
The right kind of flu would take out Israel. Even
Glass
RFK
from the
Jr. says
Mediterranean
that.
to the Sea of Bengal. That's the answer.
Why don't you guys do that then? You've got all these
We
extra
might
nukes.
just do that this week.
If you took out Israel, the world would love you again.
Yeah, we might take out Israel and Iran at the same time when we get rid of both problems.
Okay, why don't you just blanket the whole area with nukes? There'll be a lot of Iranian survivors because of the mountains. There won't be a whole lot of Israeli survivors. But then the world won't like you anymore. But if you only took out Israel, the world would like you again.
Drop nukes and then neutrons, we get everybody. And then you have no one to have guerrilla warfare when we get done.
Now, how many times do you think you can do that before somebody's threatened enough to do it to you?
No, I agree. We should have nuclear proliferation to every country. Every country should have nukes now.
That's the Karaganov doctrine. Are we getting
If
the
they can
Karaganov
pay for
doctrine?
it, they can join the club. That's been the rule for a long time. If you can use your economy to build a military, you can join the club. That's what has gone on since nuclear weapons have existed. Whether you buy them, steal them, or make them yourself, if you want to join the nuclear club, you have to do it.
Is North Korea in the nuclear club?
Not really.
Then how does that work? They have a big military. They've got nukes. Why aren't they in your club?
Because they didn't actually make them. They probably got them from Russia.
I think they actually
They are
did,
white
but
and-
also they've got a pretty big military conventionally too.
They're not.
Like,
They're not
certainly
out
they
there
count.
saber rattling. They're not out there saber rattling and trying to.
Ted will decide.
What about
to
Pakistan?
join.
Is Pakistan in your club? They've got a big military and they've got nukes.
Pakistan exists because of the CIA. Probably in combination with the
Where
Russians.
is Wakar? Can we get Wakar in here
Oh yeah.
for this?
No one can win him. You cannot
last
win
confirmation
against a
is
super.
India.
You
Is
can-
India
you
allowed
can-
to have nukes?
Can you win against this one?
Unstable
Can you
neighbor
discuss with this
to
one
help
and win? You
suppress their
cannot.
population, so they're probably in on it also. I'm not surprised it's not a five-way circle jerk with Pakistan being supported by a bunch of belligerents who on paper are against each other, but need to project this destabilization in the neighborhood. Iran's the same way. Iran is the redheaded stepchild to all the Arabs around there. Right? The Arabs don't like them, and the only reason they tolerate their existence is because they're part of the Muslim club. But that's going to wear out. That's going to wear out. You only need one destabilized neighbor, and the Muslims in the Middle East have two. You've got Israel and Iran.
Well, that I can agree on.
Okay, so there are plenty of times when a larger power supports someone who's a belligerent, even when they directly oppose themselves. Look at the United States and Central America.
Why, though?
Why? Because it helps suppress their own population. It's terrible, but that's what the United States has been doing, and other nations, for
Bruh,
100 plus years.
there's easier ways to suppress your own population though than to put, you know.
No, it's actually really cheap. I mean, when you look at it on the grand scale of things,
Do you think
what
you
does it
can win
cost to
against
support
someone like him?
Pakistan or Bangladesh? It costs the United States what? A couple of million, maybe $1 billion to make this artificial country, and for what? You get
Bangladesh is an artificial country, noted.
Yeah, I mean they're just like Pakistan. They don't really count. They exist solely to be a belligerent to the other countries around them, right? And it's a big circle jerk. You've got them being a thorn in the side of China and India. They're a buffer zone between the stands and India, and yet they're this
Afghanistan
any
or
of them.
Bangladesh.
The shit stands, all the stands.
I see.
Yep.
I see.
Desi,
So
why
what
you
was
feed
the
him? Why you feed the idiocy? Don't feed him, man.
It's entertainment,
That's
man.
the thing is,
Let
we
him burn
feed plenty
himself.
of idiots around
One
the world.
last question. Ted,
Let him
do
feed
you
himself.
recognize this? Ted, do you recognize this? What is this?
I don't see what
One-
you're showing me.
My
I don't see what
background,
you're showing
man.
me.
Do you
I don't see
recognize
it.
this ship? Do you recognize this ship?
No, that's a boat, not a ship. That's a boat, not a ship.
That's the USS Liberty, man.
You can show this guy from now to Jesus Christ come. He just talk. He doesn't know not much about the American history,
It's a boat.
American locations.
It was probably Cyclops, and it was probably green lit by the United States.
Why
Oh
though?
my god.
Why? Because it helped garner support from the United States to a fledgling nation that the United States wanted to support indirectly.
That is so amazing. That's like Jesus Christ story. So America harm itself to basically convince
The
you to
United
support
States
America
is
to support
willing
somebody else.
to kill our
That's a
own
very good
president,
analogy.
our own sitting president.
What a great
Do not
nation killing its own
the ability of the United
citizens to
States
support
Bomb its own
someone.
ship.
What a great nation, man.
So convince somebody else.
What a great nation.
What a great nation
Wow.
that can kill its own elected president
its
and
own
institute
citizens?
what?
Oh, look
Its
at
own
Canada.
president
They
to
killed their own
support a
president
foreign nation.
during COVID.
Wow.
Ted, I'm voting for you, man.
To help suppress
You know,
You become
Mr.
president.
Ted, Mr. Ted is talking that America is
Wait,
for
hear this.
Yeah,
I
for
thought
video.
Israel killed JFK and that the CIA covers for it to take the blame in exchange for AIPAC doing what the CIA wants. Is that not the way it works?
CIA uses the Mossad plants as a scapegoat to kill someone who's against the dark machine of nation building.
Well,
Probably.
actually, I'm shocked. Did I have a point? A
And
slight
to keep
point.
the industrial
Wow.
war machine going in Vietnam. I mean, look at
Von,
the escalation of Vietnam after
Von,
Kennedy's death.
Von,
True.
Von,
Well,
Von,
so
I want to ask
But
you a
Israel
question.
gains
Von.
more.
I want to ask Von a question. Can I ask Von a question?
One little guy who happened to be president.
Von, I have a question.
Yeah, I can see the point.
Do-
I
do you
just
have
think
a lot of
Israel
these?
gained more, but
Do you have a lot of
Yeah, I
these?
Who says
You
that they
guys
have
have
to be
a lot of
mutually
these.
exclusive? You've got a bunch of
Huh?
industrial war complex and Jews that decide, you know what, we want to keep this war machine going. We need more support from the United States to Israel. Heck, that's probably when they got their nuke. One that Kennedy didn't want them to get. Right? You kill Kennedy, you kill him off, and as a result, the industrial war complex gets their massive expansion in Vietnam that they'll make trillions and trillions of dollars for, and Israel gets their nuke. It was a win-win
Although
situation.
I think Israel probably got something from UK or France in exchange in a hidden rider to the Suez invasion
It
agreement.
wasn't
But yeah,
directly from the United States. It was a nod from probably France to go ahead and let Israel get a nuke from France's program.
that's what I think, more or less.
And they tested it out there in the Indian Ocean. Yeah.
India got it from France, right? Desi? India's
No, Israel got
Soviet
it
Union.
probably from
Soviet
France
Union.
in '56 or shortly
India?
thereafter.
We developed it on our own, but we did get help from the Soviet Union.
Then Pakistan got it from who?
Canada.
United States.
I heard
US.
it was the Brits.
Canada, they had a CANDU
I heard
reactor,
it was the
and
Brits.
so they were able to use that to refine the fuel.
Yep.
I heard they
But do you guys know how Iran get this nuclear weapons program?
Germany.
Israel.
No, you see, that's not. It was the CIA that tried to set Iran up, and Iran actually sent the wrong information to Iran. And Iran was able to get enough information to actually reverse it and build a nuclear power plant. The CIA created an Iranian nuclear program.
And you think that was accidental? You
Of course
think
it
that
was
mistake was
because it was
accidental?
intentional. It was an
Of course
intentional.
it was.
It was
Of course it
intentional.
was. Because we realized we need Iran to have enough of a nuclear program.
No,
that
you don't
there's
need
a
Iran.
chance to
Why
Israel.
make you think like everything is America's in control?
I
No.
got it. I know already. It's the deep state wanted to empower Iran so that they can wipe out Israel, so that the Israel lobby will be gone from United States, and United States can be free.
Exactly.
That's
how Mr.
Free
Ted
America!
thinks. That's how Mr.
Oh my
Ted
God.
thinks. That's exactly how
It
he
might be.
analyzes
It
information.
might be because
No,
they want
the
to bring
CIA is
about.
not
Sea
invisible
to
to
the
mistakes.
sea, America will be free.
They make mistakes.
Yeah, oh
Half of the
my
mistake they
God.
make was
From
accidental.
one
When
from one
America
ocean to the
says
other
from
ocean.
the sea to the sea, they're talking about from the Mediterranean to the Bay of Bengal. So be careful about saying that sea to sea, because that takes
Nah,
out India too.
you're confusing America with the British Empire, man.
I confuse nothing. And
So many things.
and the neat thing about glassing from the Mediterranean to the Bay of Bengal is that brings about the end of the world prophecy that the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews are all waiting for. So it's a three-way prophecy fulfillment.
Oh, talking about that, I can't wait for them to build the Solomon Temple. I want to. I hope it's in my lifetime so that I can see what
It will
happens.
be.
Yeah,
And
right.
then I can see a
Dude,
lot
this
of
better
religions
be
will collapse at the
such a
same time.
badass
You will
temple. Oh
see
my
the
god!
temple
If it
rebuilt.
happens, imagine if it happens, they build it and it sucks, and you're like, "What? This is the worst."
We know
prophecy of all
exactly what
time.
it's going to look like. The dimensions and all of the requirements for building
It's
the
the
temple.
White House. It's
Okay.
the White House.
Oh, so uninformed. In
Why
fact,
the
I
hell
wouldn't be
is
surprised.
so many
I
people
wouldn't be surprised
around
if
at this time? This I've never done open mic at this time before. There's so many people.
Yo, Wyatt, it just took me effort to be up and around at this point in time. Like there was like 2 or 3 people on. I was like, I gotta show up to open mic, and now all of a sudden there's everybody. But okay,
Yeah, I never expect this timing have so many people.
I'll bet the Solomon Temple gets funded by some Christian zealot from Dallas, Texas, or somewhere. Just
That I
so,
don't doubt. That I don't
just,
doubt.
just so that the end of world prophecy of Muslims trying to kill the Jews with the Christians coming in and killing both of them off gets to be fulfilled.
So
Does
unfortunately,
that what
it's
Revelation say?
No, that's
it's
what
6
he
hours,
said.
46
I'm
minutes
kidding.
for
I'm
me.
kidding. I want to
Not
listen to what White says.
Revelation.
I need to do closing so that I can go and eat my lunch. It's like
Time has
1:50
come.
p.m. for me. It's
God
almost 2
damn.
p.m. It's time for
You
me
got
to
to
eat
check
lunch.
in with
so.
you got to check in with your handler.
Can I close? Can I close first?
Handler? You mean my wife? No.
No.
I'm handling my wife, not my wife handling me. You got it.
We
the
Can I
way
go
it is.
after
we
FCS?
all know what Vaughn. We all know what Wyatt really does, don't we, Vaughn?
What? Oh, he commands
What?
the DPA army.
I don't even know
right?
what I don't even know.
Wyatt is a cult. He's a cult
who is my
leader. He
employer now?
commands the DPA army.
Is it the CCP, or is it the Mossad, or is it CIA?
No,
or
anybody,
FSB? I don't even know.
anybody that basically they hate is who employs you. Yeah, anybody they hate that
Tell 'em,
moment
Vaughn.
is who
Tell
you're
them what the
working for.
running bet is. We've got an over and under on whose employer Wyatt's really is.
To the Russians, Ukraine employs him. To the Ukrainians, Russia employs him. To the Americans, the Russian and Chinese employs him. To the Chinese, the Americans employs him.
Remember,
Remember,
we can be pretty sure that he is not employed by Santa Claus.
The whole point,
North Pole.
the whole point of it was we were discussing how Wyatt makes money or whatever, doesn't make money off of YouTube, and somebody was talking about how bad it is and all that, or how little it is or whatever, and like they were worried about your finances, and I'm like, he drives a VW, he just got a new house. It's ungodly expensive to live in Singapore or buy a car or drive, so you're obviously not lacking in the funds if you're able to have a house and drive and have a license. And we were joking around. Like, for all we know, because you stated before that you were in the Singapore military and you were in intelligence. I said, for all we know, this is just a public OSINT site that he uses to collect information. No, and I don't mean it in a nefarious way. Like, but think about it. If you want to get a man on the street feel for different places in the world, what better place to have everybody come in DPA and throw their opinions out or tell you what's going on in this country or this area, or hey, my cousin lives in Angola and this is what's going down. It's not nefarious. It's just, why not? If you want to collect information and get ideas or get a feel for a population.
Singapore sleeper set.
It's just a joke. We don't really think he's a spy.
My government is too elitist to hire me, man.
We think that Wyatt is a secret agent, though.
They're too cheap. He said they're too cheap to hire him.
He might be a
He might not be a spy.
The Mossad and the CIA are paying him, and he's taking his cut from the Singaporeans also. With the Russians throwing a check in there just for bonus.
Singapore is very elitist, so you haven't met real Singaporean elites before. They are a totally different class from who I am. So I want to do closing. I'm so sorry.
Notice there
I think
wasn't
next time we
straight
can
up
try
tonight.
this kind of timing, right? Like the US 9 p.m. start, on a Saturday, and then we go until US 3 a.m. Like. That will be like in the daytime, morning for the Europeans. So the Europeans will miss the beginning part, and then they wake up to what? Open mic? Yeah. So
we won't get Bagari that way. That's not bad strategy. We have to find a window where Bagari can come on. We have to have Bagari and Vaughn have to both overlap.
It's 9 a.m. for.
I don't know. Does Bagari look like a morning kind of guy? I don't know. Bagari doesn't seem like a morning person.
There's 2 CH. Wait. I need to.
Closing.
Sorry. Shit. Let's do it.
Okay, Vaughn, go first then. I'm so sorry. I know that you guys want to continue, but
I just want to say thank you, Wyatt, for providing the platform. As always, it's great for everybody to come on here and bullshit and try to figure out these issues. Subscribe, and share. And if you want to know what the hell's going on in Ukraine, you go check out the sit reps and the frontline changes. It was another banner day for the Red Army in Ukraine. I would keep an eye. The Komar area looks like it's falling apart. Maybe something's going to kick off around Kupiansk. It looks like Sumi's going to keep going. So I just keep watching those places. And as always, I say, be ready for the surprise pop out somewhere else where nobody was even looking, because, the lines are so depleted now. It's just going to keep getting worse and worse for Ukraine and better for Russia. Y'all have a good week.
Thank you, Vaughn. Jojo's.
Yeah, so I will agree with Vaughn. I will not repeat them. I just want to say my last opinion about Iran. I think that for now they have a double profit. One is that they show that they are resilient and they show that they can answer, and this is to their profit so far. If escalation goes on, I think they have stocked up a lot of missiles to answer, and that's it. So This is my opinion about Israel versus Iran. That's it.
Thank you, Captain. FCS, I'm so sorry you came in and just to say closing.
Yeah, I came in. I said I wanted to even close first. Last one in, first one out. Well, yeah. Anyway, again, of course, I was watching the background, watching you guys go at it. Then I said I have some spare time. I have a company here, so that's why I'm so distracted. But concerning the no kings thing, yes, we don't want no more kings in America. We have enough kings already. We killed the ones that were here before, so no more kings. And concerning the Israel thing, LGBT, let's go bomb Tel Aviv. That's my own slogan. And concerning the Ukraine and Russian thing, I think pretty soon that will come to some conclusion, whether Ukraine like it or not. So it's gonna happen the way Russia wanted to happen. But in general, again, I just I've been watching the background. I'm around. I'm back in the state, of course. I watch you guys every now and then. As goes on board for Mr. Ted to give some 411. I don't know where you get information from, but go back and go get some update informations. That your theory about Africa is completely wrong. It's out of place. It's never
not a
existed.
theory, it's a
Hey,
personal
hold on. When you come
opinion.
close, you can come back.
It's
You come
closing,
back.
closing,
Just
no
hold on.
interference.
Hold
Closing,
on, don't
closing.
interfere. I'm closing. I'm closing. Don't interfere with me. Just don't worry. You come next after me if you want to. But no, go do some research, go do some reading. Whatever country you go to in Africa, I don't believe one. If I've been to any one of them, that's not one. I can challenge you, prove I can give you $1,000 for that. But anyway, let's go past that. You've never been to Africa. If you've ever been to Africa, what you say will not be true because Africans are trying to get rid of Europe and America. For somebody feeding you to get rid of them, I don't know what's wrong with that. But anyway, you don't know what's going on in Africa. You never know what's going on in Africa. But in general, welcome to DPA. This is my first time seeing you here. Again, you're too old to be doing this. You should read. Use the age to be wise, not to be petty. It's not doesn't work these days, man. Freshen up, catch up. It's 2025. It's not 1945 anymore. You have many decades behind. America is not where it is anymore. America is beautiful. America is good, but it's not America. It's not America from the 1940s. There's 2025. There's many more America that exists out there. Use your brain, use the age, and be wise. But as I said in Africa, even a fool can grow old. So maybe that's the case here. So even a fool can grow old. So don't be a fool. With that being said, adios. Africa, Wakanda forever.
FCS, FCS, where are you? Where are you? Where
I'm
are
in
you
Texas.
now?
I'm in Texas.
So it's
Yeah.
it's the middle of the night for you as well. So
Yeah,
okay.
I don't sleep, man. I don't sleep. I'm up all night. So anyway, yeah, I'm in Texas. I'll be here for a while, and I'll go back to my jungle.
Cool.
I'll go back jungle and
Cool.
beg America to come feed me and give me some food so I can have more babies.
Don't bluff. I know you go and join the protest, right? No kings, no kings.
No, I don't like kings anyway. I'm against kings. All of a sudden we elect our king for president. No, we can't have a king in America. We don't want no more
Yeah,
kings.
Like
This is the
United
last
States have
frontier.
emperor. Where got kings? There's only an emperor.
Exactly. This is the last frontier. We can't have any more kings here. We already killed all the other kings. The last kings we have in the UK, he's confused. As why say he's biting out and biting out. What the fuck did I do? No, not you, motherfucker. Even the king in Saudi Arabia, he about to die. Once he die, we can replace him too. We're replacing every kings. We don't want the kings in America. We don't want the ones in the Middle East. We don't want the ones in Europe. We don't want the ones in Asia. They should all die and go. But one kings in
you sound
Africa.
like
One, huh?
Only Baron Trump as
Only
no,
Donald Trump
forget
can be
it.
king. But anyway,
Baron
with that being
Trump.
said, y'all good night, bro. Y'all good night. Hey, Mr. Tay, you don't know me, but don't take it personal. Rising up, learn something about Africa. What you know is fake. It's not real. Anyway, bye-bye.
Okay. Closing, Desi. Oh,
Yeah.
Desi.
Yeah. So essentially, in Ukraine, the whole front has been activated. There are multiple vectors of attack, and Ukrainian lines are getting depleted as we go along, just as Juan said. So I am feeling more and more confident to say that that war is essentially winding down, and within the end of the year, this is my prediction, that this war will be over, or at least within like summer next year. But at the same time, another war is starting. I hope it doesn't escalate, essentially, because this would be much more catastrophic to the entire global economy, considering it's right on the Gulf of Aden. 20% of the oil flows through there. I hope this does not continue. I really hope that, after another couple of missile barrages, that's it. and this war does not continue, because this particular war, the Israel-Iran one, has the potential to become a global war. And I really, really hope that the global powers act responsibly, just as Wyatt said. Doesn't become a multipolar or bipolar world, and we can establish some semblance of international order and international law again. But for that to happen, all the global powers, especially America, Russia, China, UK, France is optional, but at least these three should absolutely responsibly. As far as TED is concerned, if nothing else, TED, you were really entertaining. That's it. I'll give it over to Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley's next. He need to
Thank
rush
you.
off.
Thank you. This was definitely like what I was saying, open mic that was it at odd time for open mic. I was not expecting it. I was just like, I know it has to happen on Sunday. Wyatt said it's gonna happen on Sunday. It's gonna have to freaking happen. When is it gonna happen? Finally, I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? But anyway, I'll just I'll keep mine kind of short. I was kind of shocked at Israel's behavior. I wish that we talked more about this whole winding of World War III that's happening in the Middle East. So I have a hard time understanding exactly what the Israelis were thinking. I think maybe they got maybe a little bit drunk on their successes in Syria, and maybe they were thinking we could do a decapitation strike on Iran or something. I have no idea. But whatever they were thinking, the longer this thing goes on, I think the more screwed Bibi is going to be, and the more Iran is going to get on their feet. And if the Israelis were smart, they would take this whole thing with Iran announcing really loudly about this like fatwa on nukes remains, and they would take it as like a win. And then the new war would just be how to spin it in the media. I think they could still look like winners, but basically they won't be winners if Iran gets ready for a proper heavy lift. It'll be like Ukraine and Russia, I think. Because if Iran gets really ready, it'll be like a heavyweight versus a lightweight. I don't think that Israel can maintain this kind of insane effort, right? They're just not, they don't have it in them. Other than that, of course, like, subscribe. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to Wyatt for his hard work and immense effort. Thanks to our audience, especially super chatters like Iranian Putin. And thanks to our awesome panelists. Have a great night, everybody. Peace.
Thank you, Bradley. Mr. Ted, closing. Mr. Ted, closing. Oh, he pressed the wrong button. So so it's going to be... Desi, have you closed yet?
Yeah, I have.
Kind of like brain fog. Oh, CH.
CH, yeah.
And you're muted.
Is that Nika in a burqa now?
I'm just wondering if he intended to drop out. Is he coming back? Because I would rather he go first if he can.
I'm not sure about him, man.
Doesn't matter. He may come back. Anyway, yeah, everything I could say we did about IEA and the lack of effective mechanisms. Maybe it's better to talk about metaphors now at closing. Think about the Wild West. We have a lot of people come up and say, oh, international law isn't working, whatever. Okay, so there's no sheriff in town. But when there's no sheriff in town, you can still put together a posse and you can still hunt down the bad guys. So it's not that there's no law. It's like there are judges and there are decisions and there are international law scholars telling us what's legal and what's illegal. We just don't have anybody to go out and enforce it. So the problem with having the posse get itself together on its own merit is it's a vigilante situation, and you want to minimize those. So the way that things work at the UN now, the only circumstances under which every member is kind of encouraged to go out and do something vigilante is when there's an ICJ ruling of genocide. That's the only situation where the ICJ, the Genocide Convention specifies that everyone, not just every country, but every person, all of us, are supposed to do something ourselves to stop it from happening. It's literally planet-wide vigilantism. The problem is that it goes from, one Security Council veto after another blockading any action to an ICJ ruling authorizing 8 billion people to take action, all on their own account. That's a a really big escalation, and it's no wonder the ICJ is under immense pressure not to actually finish its final ruling. What we're seeing instead is, maybe 3, 4, 5 billion people willing to take action, boycotts, change of recognition, and so on. Certainly, we have the word genocide in everybody's mouth now. Even in Republican districts in the United States, people confront their representatives with it. So we're seeing the slow burn up to the willingness to have potentially as many as 7, 8 billion vigilantes taking action. But it's a very disorganized way of doing things, and we ought to have more of a stepwise way. And so the idea of BRICS as a kind of a military bloc that acts as a kind of permanent posse, in the Western analogy, is kind of like the Mexican army, right? If the Mexican army comes across the border and takes out the bandits, then you got an 800-pound gorilla on your side. So if we think in those terms, then encouraging BRICS countries to come together, encouraging them to take actions together is of some value. But India is in BRICS, and India is at odds with Pakistan, so it's not really going to be a military alliance in that sense. But Russia, Iran, China they're essentially a Caspian Sea axis. They have to prevent anyone else from getting into the Caspian Sea and screwing up their trade routes or getting up into the underbelly of Russia and whatever. And I think they will fight with all the weapons they have to achieve that. They will back each other up. And if you look at the history of Russia and Iran, there's good evidence for that. They actually fought all the way up and down the Caucasus Peninsula into Persia. I don't see any way in hell that Russia can allow Iran to fall, and then suddenly you've got the Pahlavi and the CIA sitting in the Caspian, and you've turned time back into the 70s without control of Central Asia. That leaves China only one way to get to Europe, and that is through Russia, which basically forces them together into an ironclad alliance. And that actually is a bad outcome even for the West. So this is why I think they won't push it that far. I think that ultimately the Russia-Iran-China alliance will hold, and that I think that there's not a hope in hell that Israel can do anything up to Iran itself. Iran is not a coup country. It's not going to go down to the Pahlavis. It's not going to let the CIA back in. And if it was replaced somehow, it would be replaced by something more like maybe Syria used to look like, more of a secular regime that is resistant, more maybe even like Afghanistan was before the wars, a communist regime or something like that. But there's no way they're going to turn in the West direction. It doesn't make any sense. Not when you've got the world's Shia actually united. Even in Bahrain, they're protesting at risk to their own lives about use of a U.S. base there. So when I look at that situation, the Shia Ummah, the unity of the Muslims in Russia, with Russia, Abdi al-Uddinov speeches about that, I'm seeing that there's a kind of Russian willingness to marshal the Muslim world again. And the USSR had obviously a lot of Muslim stands. So that's a very dangerous situation, but it fits Netanyahu's pattern to poke that beehive, because he has, in 1980, I think, or in the 80s, he said the USSR was the source of all the world's terrorism. And if it broke up, all the terrorism would be gone. Well, that wasn't true. He said that Iraq was, and if that was hit, that would, end the world's terrorism. Well, that isn't true. And basically every time this guy has said that something had to happen, it has turned out the exact opposite. There's tens of millions of dead across the Mideast because of this guy's false predictions. And it really is, history has had enough of Benjamin Netanyahu. And the time is coming when he's a massive liability to the U.S. If he can drag the United States into a situation where their own nuclear diplomacy is screwed up and they can't even hold talks, then they're very weak compared to him. Likewise, it's even worse than the Ukraine situation where they attack the strategic bombers, screwing up the verification mechanism. The United States, some authors call it the weird empire, where the guys at the periphery get to drag it into conflicts. And it reminds me of what George Washington did when he went out to the frontier with the French, wasn't supposed to start a war. But on the behest of a local ally called the Half King, he did end up fighting the French, and he did end up starting what was called the 7 Years' War, or the French and Indian War, which had catastrophic consequences for the world, but it happened because of a situation on the very frontier of the empires. So the way the United States started, which was George Washington then in 1750s, it may also end that way, dragged into a conflict that it's not prepared for, and coming into being by accident that way. It may come out of being by accident that way, being dragged into something in a peripheral conflict it doesn't really understand, where it triggers the vital interests of a whole lot of other parties that it shouldn't. Now, things can work out for you 250 years ago and then not work out for you this time. The rising power is China. It will stay the rising power. It has the manufacturing and technological power. Technologically, I can find maybe no more than 3 or 4 areas where the United States is still ahead of anyone. Probably a couple where Europe is. But in a technological go game, China has all the cards. In the geopolitical game, the Eurasian powers, unless India can be carved off very fully into the Western camp, then there's no chance of significantly upsetting the apple cart, breaking up Pakistan, all these other agendas that they have in Tel Aviv, maybe in London. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that this goes anywhere good. And where you really have to fundamentally ask this question, and only this: if they succeeded, would they be in a worse or better situation in the West? If they succeeded in breaking up Russia, China grabs big chunks of Siberia, and that's not an advantage to the West at all. If Israel succeeds in securing Gaza and the West Bank and committing massive ethnic cleansing, they have a plan, and that's to continue to the Nile and the Euphrates. They will, according to their own leading lights of this, Jonathan Pollard and the settler parties, they will continue to the Nile, they will continue to the Euphrates. They will become a ruling class in the Mideast. They've already said they're going to go break up and attack Pakistan. They've already said, of course, that they want regime change and to essentially puppeteer the next government of Iran, all of that. So if Israel wins, then the next step is simply a larger war that drags the United States in further. Likewise, in Ukraine, some of them have an open agenda of breaking up Russia. Some of them have a rhetoric of being the real Rus. But if they were to win, likewise, they would pull out the 1919 map of Churchill's or at the Paris conference and say, we want the Sea of Azov, all of it, including Rostov. Right? They would do that. That's why the Azov Battalion is called the Azov Battalion. So that would again drag all of Europe further and further east until it's smashed, exactly as Napoleon was, exactly as Hitler was. So I see no win in any continuing support for Ukraine. I see no win in any continuing support for Israel. I think there are strategic liabilities to the United States. And a few months ago here, I said the United States could pull back and work with the countries that wanted to work with it in the Western Hemisphere and India. But I guess I'm going to say no, not like that. Because getting India and Israel involved in clandestine activities to break off Balochistan is going to threaten too many other parties, too many other third parties. And directly threatening Greenland and Canada and Panama, and foolish renaming of geographical features, and leaning on Cuba and leaning on Venezuela, and all of that is massive strategic liability. The whole world can see that it does not pay to be a friend of the United States at all. And in fact, the world can see that a new country like California would be a much better friend. Last note about that, Trump was recently forced, just a couple of days ago, to back off on enforcing undocumented immigrant raids on Bakersville and on the farm community of California. Now, he had promised that to everybody for months, for years, and now he's not doing it. Why is that? Because he's afraid of losing the support of the California Republicans, because he knows when he gets to Silicon Valley and starts pulling people out of H-1B visa rolls and doing serious damage to the California and American economy, to the online service businesses and so on, he's going to need those California Republicans on side just to keep California in Canada, in the United States. So there is a serious chance that California cannot save its own economy while staying part of the USA. And if Trump feels he has to back off on a long-standing promise just in order to keep the California GOP on his side, then that risk has become tangible, and we are looking at the USA flying apart like the USSR. So, again, at the beginning of the unipolar moment, 4 states exist that didn't exist anymore now. From 1990 to 1992, you lose apartheid South Africa, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and the USSR are all gone. I'm going to suggest that at the end of the unipolar moment, we might be losing 4 states again. Ukraine, apartheid, which is like Yugoslavia, apartheid Israel, which is like apartheid South Africa. Czechoslovakia is like the UK, which already has an active but peaceful secession movement in Ireland and Scotland, and the USA, almost exactly like the USSR, except there are more Americans who want their state to secede than there were Soviets who wanted their republic to leave in 1990. So there's other countries at risk. Pakistan is at risk. Canada might be. If we foolishly ally ourselves in any way with the United States, it would be a disaster. It would literally end it, because absorbing Canada will cause the United States to break up in a number of ways I've explained before. It literally won't end up with 2 countries. It'll end up with more like 5. New England and the Maritimes, the West Coast, Alberta, Montana, the Great Lakes, and Quebec separately, all will, it'll be more like the EU in the end. But it's unlikely to happen for a bunch of reasons. For one, Canadians don't want to be dragged into what they see south of the border. And for another reason, there's really no way for the United States to tell the world that it has a solution for the world if it's threatening its closest allies that have done nothing to provoke it, nothing to even inconvenience it. Then it starts to look like the mad dog. And in my last Western analogy, I'm going to say, who's going to put down Old Yeller first? Who's going to have to put down Old Yeller? Whose dog is the United States? Is it Israel's dog? Is it Canada's dog? Is it China's dog? It's going down, but it can either put itself down or it can be put down. There is no way the United States remains even a significant power by 2035 or so. It just doesn't have the technological edge. It's overreached. It's much like the Empire of Japan trying to reach out over the Pacific. One Pearl Harbor, one mistake, and the whole thing can pop. All 800 bases sent home, all 12 carriers sunk, all of its so-called strategic assets defeated. It's just waiting for an unlucky day. So we see the man here who's bobbing his head a lot can take his say. Then I'm done.
Thank you, CH. Mr. Ted.
That is probably the most oral vomit I've ever heard uttered out loud in one continuous string. That's wow. The good thing is you won't live to 2035 to see whether or not your prophecy is correct or not. The United States will project power. If the United States quits buying stuff from China, China ceases to exist as a possible world player. That's just the reality of it. If the United States decides to quit supporting the defense of America's hat, Canada ceases to exist. If they want to break up into some balkanization nations where you've got French Quebecers trying to make a go of being their own independent country, they would have done it already. But because they can't support themselves, they talk their French and reject English and still accept all the tax base from the oil producing areas of Alberta and accept the food coming from Saskatchewan, the real portion that should exist. Every other country that the United States props up, whether it's in some noble cause, which, let's face it, the United States always has an ulterior motive, just like every other country. I wouldn't be surprised if we're not actively propping up both sides of the Ukrainian conflict. Why? Because it's in America's best interests. And when the conflict is over and America pulls out the 1919 map, we'll look at it and laugh, and then we'll divide it up 8 ways. 8 ways. And we'll make certain the renamed country of Transnistria gets Odessa just to thwart everyone who was against making reasonable decisions. The United States will third party the oil, gas, and mines. They'll use third party contractors support the security, and the United States taxpayer won't have to fund any of it because it'll all be self-funded, just like the agricultural supports of Central and South America, which the United States has been doing for almost 200 years. It props up nations and it allows the United States to have leverage. As far as projecting the world power, the United States has made plenty of mistakes, and most of them have been trusting these little potent state puppets that they have selected over the last 200 years to run a little area in their behalf or in their desire and design. The United States will keep projecting power. And yes, we have 12 aircraft carriers, and we probably need carriers that carry tens of thousands of drones. And I see that as the future. If the United States would quit meddling in areas that we don't need to be, I mean, let's face it, if the United States wants to get rid of the Houthis in Yemen, they have to decide to fight like the Yemenis. And the United States doesn't want that scene on the world stage. So as a result, they got a black eye. And what benefit of the United States? The United States doesn't need any of that trade going through there. We get all of our oil from other places, and it can come from other directions. Europe's the one who needs it. We were there at the behest of Europe. We should have never waded into that. And if Europe could actually project some real fucking strength of their own, they'd be out there doing it. But they don't, because the 10 largest navies in the world, other than the United States, still isn't half the size of the United States. So as far as world powers, there's not anyone challenging the United States directly. And even if they could get themselves together in some BRICS or some other alliance faction group, they still couldn't do it. And even if they did, they still don't have the purchasing power to replace the United States. So the world economy suffers even if the United States goes away. So everyone thinking that somehow magically if the United States disappears tomorrow, the world would be a better place. I got news for you. It won't. Because India is not going to buy it, even with all the people they have. Why? Because they can't afford it. And they never will. And Africa as a continent, a collective of warlord playing world leaders, aren't going to do it either. They can't do it in their own little countries themselves without someone running in and funding it. And that's not going to change. Not now and not in the next 50 years. Maybe not in the next 100 years. And it dang sure won't happen before 2035. Yes, world conflicts and the battles between militaries are going to change. And the United States, if they really want to adapt, are going to have to start fighting dirty like they used to. Surviving terrorist cells playing asymmetrical warfare is going to have to be on an even footing. And the only way to stay on top of that is to quit using ideas from 100 years ago and use new technologies and new strategies. Something that we're using the Ukraine, the world collectively, are using the territory of the Ukraine right now to do. And I think that's why the conflict has gone on so long, because we're using it as a testing spot. So we'll see how it plays out. I think the exchange between the little kids on the playground of Israel and Iran will continue to go on for the next week, probably two, because it's in the world power's best interests for them to slug this out for lots and lots of nefarious reasons. It'll reset the whole area. And it'll be 50 years before we sort out why. So It'll be interesting. Thanks, Wyatt, for supporting all of this. We
Thank you,
definitely
Mr. Ted.
support this because if nothing else, it's great entertainment. I've had more entertainment in the last month from being on the DPA than I've had in decades. So I appreciate it, Wyatt. I do. If everyone's not supporting Wyatt on the different support methods, then they need to belly up because this is a form of entertainment, so it needs to be paid for. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Ted. Surprisingly, I actually agree a lot about what Mr. Ted has said. So, yeah, he's a hegemonic view of the world.
Of course, you wanna be supported by financial.
I'm pro USA. What do you want me to do? Okay, Nika,
No,
Nika
it's
closing.
okay. You can speak. You can speak. You're the boss.
Nika closing. No, it's Nika closing.
So, a lot of things said. Personally, I think the only after the non-decisive hit that Israel gave to Iran, it is a big hit, but it's not decisive, and that makes it very dangerous toward Israel, because Israel now in a precarious situation, as all the guys here said. If it's an attritional war, they cannot support. They cannot go against Iran themselves. Their only hope is the USA, and that's how Iran can be defeated for real. Iran need just to survive this. They have the manpower, the brains, the materials, the support to do it for real now, because for 15 years they are threatening, but now they have all the incentive. Israel and USA behind it kept breaking all the rules, and they shattered the legitimacy of the world order by their actions. They did everything that everyone else shouldn't have done, and if any country did one thing from what Israel does, I think they would be embargoed and bombed to hell. That's my opinion. The USA allowed Israel to do a lot of things that shake their legitimacy. Heck, USA didn't even need Israel to get fooled. They turned all their allies against them. That's a stupid thing. Even if you are the Goliath of the planet, you need allies. And the people that think that the planet turned around USA, and the solar system turned around the USA, and the galaxy turned around the USA, and the universe turned around the USA, I say read some history, get some knowledge. No empire lasted. No human lasted. Romans inside Rome, they thought Rome will stay forever. There's no Rome now. Mongolian Empire, all the empire, British, all empires will fade eventually, but some disappear. Absolutely will disappear. Some will stay, there's traces of it. So take that lesson and read. Maybe you will have the time to read and get educated. I don't know why in 10 years why CH will not see that future. That's dangerous. CH, be careful. I don't know why in 2035 you cannot see that future. It's just 10 years. By the look of you, you can survive even 30, 40 years. I don't know. That's a threat. I think you should take it seriously. But Ukraine is doomed. It's how terrible it will go and how harsh it will take the hit. USA lost all of its wars in the past decades. They didn't have any win, whatever. Even if she win, it will lose after winning. Afghanistan, Iraq, everything. It's on losing streak. It's that's very sad for a great nation. At least the empire, the old empires win a lot of their wars, but sadly this empire is it's not a very good empire. They win like in TV, yes, but not in reality. As I said, check the history. If nobody believed in Roman times, in Britain time, that Britain will be the eye that started, they will never like. Who knows? The future is very complicated. No one knows. No one knows. USSR, after like 5 years of the World War II, who thought that USSR will dissolve? No one. No one. So just take the lesson from history. That's it. Thank you, Wyatt. Maybe we disagree about a lot of things, but I respect to every opinion, if that's like an opinion, not just mumbling. Wink, wink, beside me.
No, we actually agree a lot of things.
No,
You just hear me push back on certain specific points. That's
Yeah,
all.
I know,
Actually,
I know,
most of
I
it
know.
I actually agree.
I know, but I appreciate how you change your opinion lately. For example, about the genocidal aspect
No,
of the what
have
happened.
to, right?
Yeah.
Freaking fight the stupid terror
No,
group.
but-
Fight so
but-
long. Come on.
But you see the premises. Remember this.
Okay, I
seventh-
accidentally start a new discussion.
No. The 7th, for example, of October. If you did all of that because there is the 7th, you did worst. So Hamas was justified to do in the 7th. They killed civilian, you kill civilian. They terrorized civilians, you terrorized civilians. So the 7th was like legitimate then. Why
They
you
should
are?
have bombed. If it's up to me, I wouldn't have attacked Gaza immediately. I would go to United Nations and force
No,
the
but
whole world to blockade and sanction
the issue,
Gaza.
I said from multiple weeks and months, forget about negotiation with Israel. Maybe they need a big slap. You know that Karen that will talk and talk and talk. You need to slap her, a good slap, and she will be reasoned. But the only way, the only reason she have like the authority, aka USA, back in. That's the only reason why Israel is doing that. Mr. Lambo.
Lambo.
Yeah, just popping in. It's like, fuck. It's like 8:30 in the morning for me. Look, I am busy working. And my little crane.
He doesn't look little,
Building
looks very big.
prefabricated houses. With you. So yeah, I didn't watch anything. Just come pop up to say hello to you guys. I hope you all had a good open mic. I hope the viewers also had a good open mic to watch. I hope it was interesting. So I just can conclude for this week. Iran is fucked. Israel is fucked. Ukraine is fucked. Everybody is fucked. I watched yesterday the parade in the United States. It's the first time they did it. Here in Belgium, they're like crying, like, "Hey, spend money for it! How dare he? He's a Nazi!" Blah blah blah. I'm saying, come on, every big power do a parade, and it was staggering that the United States never did it. So I'm actually happy they did it. It was the first time, pretty boring one, and I hope for the second time it's going to be much better. You just can learn for your experiences. So. For me, it was only logic that they did it, and that's it. So, guys, like, share, subscribe, support Wyatt, and guys, have a nice one. See you next time. Bye bye. I'm going to continue to work otherwise. Bye bye.
All right. Thank you, Lambo.
Right.
Yep. So thank you everyone for participating. It's a great open mic. Next time we should try. I will do like US East Coast time, maybe 10 p.m. Then we can continue until another 1-2 hours from now. This timing. That will be interesting. And then it will be the Europeans morning. They will wake up and join. Yeah.
I literally started working and then finished and then joined you guys. you remember I was in my break when I called you. I was in my break. Now I finished work. It's like 2:30 a.m.
Yeah, I work pretty hard too.
No, no, it'll be convenient for everyone except, like, I guess the Australians, Toby and Steve will get cut off.
No, the
But
Australians will be alright, right? Because it will be the daytime if I do that.
There
time.
is no.
The Asians will be
Yeah.
awake.
If you see
Yeah,
the
it'll
map,
be
you will
daytime
not
for me.
see Australia anyway, so it doesn't matter.
There
It's
will
on the
be
corner there.
Yeah,
It's on
we'll
the corner.
try and we'll know. We'll try and we'll know. We'll try and we'll know. So thank you everyone. Bye guys. No, have a great week ahead. And happy belated Father's Days for the fathers. So it's gonna be my turn to do closing. I'm gonna pull you guys to the backstage. TikTok. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 132. No Kings protest Iran Israeli war and Trump military parade. I thought that I was just gonna do like 3 hours. Then I was thinking, okay, maybe 5 hours. Freaking hell, 7.5 hours. And it just got better and better. I'm so sorry that I have to stop now because I need to go for my lunch and I need to do the frontline changes report as well. So yeah, but and when it's any longer, it will be impossible to manipulate the video anyway. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for the super chats. And yeah, we'll try. I'll see next week. I'll see how I manage my time, and hopefully we can do it in a different timing. We shall see. Then I do have to wait. If I have known so many people can come on at this time, I would have went to sleep for longer. I forced myself to wake up. I don't have enough sleep. So anyway, that's it. Thank you, and I'll see you guys. I'm gonna drop the outro and see you guys in the next update. Bye guys.
Join the debate, join the discussion, share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go. We are live. DPA open mic. We are live. We are live. We are live. Every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, first yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, first yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace